之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC. We return again to continue with this Tour 3 action, building on the road to TI and to see how far these teams can go in the division to try and promote themselves into Division 1 for the next season. My name's Snare and I'm joined this morning by Black and Nef Sensei. Black, good sir, how are you doing this morning? And how are you feeling about the games we've got coming up?
Well, feeling pretty good. You know, it's early and, it's just about to hit noon here in Singapore. I know for you guys, it's a little bit of a different time zone. But yeah, all fresh here. Regarding the games, we might potentially be looking at a pretty one-sided series because CDEC just took the series against IG, and Team Saiyan is sitting at 1-3. So we'll see. Maybe Team Saiyan can surprise us. But if not, it should be going CDEC's way.
It should be. That's what we're probably expecting here, Nef. And the expectation, though, as we've seen before, it doesn't always go according to plan, right? CDEC have been known to flip that script. So what do you make of the games coming up, Nef, and how are you also feeling today?
I'm feeling great. As you just saw, I was a little bit, anxious because Black looks much smarter than me with his glasses on, so I need to put some on as well so I can seem like a better analyst at the moment. I'm sure I look much smarter. And with that increased intelligence, I'm going to say that CDEC is very easily going to have this series. Saiyan, they look kind of shaky with the lowest win rate of all the Div 2 teams right now. And the thing I want to highlight the most, more than anything else, is they showed up to the lobby late. Black was talking about this one. They look undisciplined. They're not ready to play. I'd say their mental is broken already.
I completely agree with that. You know, they probably got out of the beds late. They're like not ready yet. They're still tired. Like, oh man, game hours, you know.
Listen, as someone who also found himself unable to sleep until like 3 a.m., let's not be too hard on the boys for game hours, you know what I mean? But with that, Black, you're doing up a good point. The fact that coming into this, sometimes you have a situation where you've beaten yourself, you've made things much more difficult for yourself by not having that confidence, that belief. And in this situation, for Team Saiyan, they've not only been quite shaky, but they've been a bit one-dimensional as well, which is not something we can say of CDEC. Do you think that plays into how they're going to be thinking about what this matchup's going to look like between the two of them?
Potentially. But honestly, like when you come into the series as an underdog, there's usually no pressure, right? So they're probably just going to try to play the best and make things work. But I'm going to give you a knowledge bomb, an insight bomb, okay? So CDEC, I don't know if they're affiliated with LGD anymore, but they used to be, which means they're much more strict. There's rules, there's contracts in place, everything. You know, you need to be on time, you need to wake up at a certain time. I know that because I've been in a Chinese team. If you don't, then you get fined. Whereas Team Saiyan, they're just
hold on.
Okay,
I'm interested in the lore here. How many times did you get fined?
Actually, not at all. Ice Ice was the biggest offender.
I believe that, yeah.
He once had to pay $1,000 because
what?
So how it works in the system is if you come late once, you pay like 20 and then next time 40 and it always doubles, you know? And then after the $1,000, he was like, maybe I shouldn't do that anymore.
Maybe I should.
But yeah, point being that when you're actually under contract and you have people supervising you and whatnot, like you are always going to be much more prepared for a series because like, you wake up early, you get ready, you get fresh, you know. Not always necessarily the case if you don't have that.
Yeah, that is certainly true, right? The resources and just the structure is one of the things that we've often seen that can sometimes differentiate even some of the lower ranked Chinese teams from the rest of the world. The fact that when you are in that ecosystem, like you say, you have to be on time, you have to be on time for practice, you must be very disciplined. And the discipline has often epitomized many of these teams. Nef, on the other side here, obviously, we don't know exactly, maybe Team Saiyan, we don't know exactly what the infrastructure is like for them, and it's possible that they might also have something resembling that, although it doesn't seem hyper likely. What do you think of how they've been playing the game, though? Just like, what do you think it tells us about what the team state is like at the present moment, based on their last couple of games, especially their last game where, did you watch their last game? It was the LBZS one? the way they got 2-0'd in very fast fashion. That wasn't great. And I'm not sure they were very happy about that. So what do you think the team mood is like at the moment?
Probably not great. They ended up doing better at the beginning of the season, and then they've just been losing games nonstop since then. Hopefully, they played some scrims, and this is going to sound kind of funny, but hopefully they played scrims against some worse teams to help build their confidence back up if they're losing so many games in a row. Like, it's great to play against better opponents and get decent practice in, but you can kind of lose confidence in your own style of Dota if you lose too many. I think the Team Saiyan might be in that place right now, where they've lost so many games in a row that they all of a sudden don't have much confidence in their own strategy. When they're playing against one of the teams that are at the top right now inside Division 2, like CDEC, it's very telling when they show up kind of late. It seems like they're not well enough prepared, but perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps these players are built different. I know Zone has been in the scene for a while now. I've liked watching him. Same with MS.
But he hasn't been in the zone lately.
This guy.
I still got it. Also, another question for you guys. They have Son Goku and Eren. How are they not top of the league? Double anime power? It's not working out.
Maybe it's too much anime power up, It starts to backfire. Right. Their body is sort of like Kenpachi's Bankai. Their body can't contain it. So it's too much power. And that's why they've looked a bit shaky. I mean, talk to us about this, right? It's rare that we see a team that has such a low win rate, as Neff was telling us earlier, but that has also had such a higher variance in heroes being picked, right? They've picked a ton of different heroes, and none of them seem to be working out, Black. That's usually not a good sign in a team, especially when they're newly formed as Team Saiyan.
Yeah, that's usually a sign of them not really being too sure about what they want to play, their play style in general, their drafting style. It's definitely very messy. It's not, again, if you are just like a quote-unquote pickup stack, it is super difficult to make things work unless you have like a very established leader already, which in this case is not the case. So yeah, they're probably scrambling to find answers, and it's really, really difficult when you play in a league like this.
Absolutely. And especially when you have to play up against these up-and-comers like CDEC. QAQ there, we see coming up on the screen, has been very impressive of late. And, for a long time, we were despairing, Neff, about some of these new carry players in China. Not necessarily sure I'm prepared to get on this QAQ bandwagon just yet, but he certainly has been impressing, certainly has been showing us a different look, and it's giving us some hope for the future of carry players in the division. Before we go into the game here, Neff, talk to me about something very, very important here. The off-lane matchup between these two squads. We saw when CDC beat IG, it was very much coming from the off-lane for them. And as well, Team Saiyan, the one victory that they did rack up at the beginning of the season over Shenzhen, also found them playing very much from the off-lane position. So what heroes do you expect to have contested on that side of the map? And which team do you think is going to have the best foot forward with those heroes?
Am I allowed to cheat?
No. Please turn off your screen.
Okay. Most contested heroes in the offlane, probably, if I had to guess and not look at Dota, Tiny, Dawnbreaker, Mars, Brewmaster. Yeah, that's it. Those are I'd say the most contested offlaners. How'd I do?
Hacks, minus 10 points. We're fighting you $20 here, Neff. I'm kidding. You did great, especially to outline that Brewmaster hero. Yes, it was first picked rather by Team Saiyan, but you absolutely have to pick Brewmaster. You see the other team has Dawnbreaker. If you do not pick Brewmaster first on Team Saiyan, CDC will get the Brewmaster. And Black, do you remember that Brewmaster game from this team?
Yeah, it was something special, something we haven't seen in a while. They made IG run around like headless chicken. Or not he made them run around like headless chicken. It was great. I missed that kind of Brewmaster, because just before that game, I was like, yeah, kind of losing faith in Brewmaster. That hero seems to be pretty bad as of late, and his performance like that. It's like, okay, thank you.
All right, Black, you are crazy, okay? This hero, it dominated the open qualifiers for Season 2. Brewmaster is super sick. It's been getting banned out in games where it's been super good, but it's still an amazing hero. And I'm glad people are first picking it again.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, Brew always had this super high skill ceiling, though, right? If you're not an absolute specialist on a hero, it just looks very, very average and probably not really worth the first pick also.
Fortunately for us, though, Black, Brewmaster is something that Son Goku has played traditionally and has played often, so he certainly knows his way around the hero. So, on the other side for CDEC, we still have no idea where this Coddle is going to go, but given the record of what they look like when they beat IG and the development in the last few days, I'm pretty sure this is going to be the mid Coddle for 7E. They could change this up to put Imitator on the hero down the line, and that gets something else to challenge this Void Spirit mid. But Neff, let's assume that this is this mid Coddle. Into the matchup in the Void Spirit. We've often seen Void Spirit be picked into Coddle or into these heroes that you can gap close onto. So what do you think they do on CDC to try and protect the Coddle if it is the mid Coddle at this point?
I don't like theory crafting for this mid Coddle situation because it is incredibly unlikely that they do that, especially given the nerfs that they did to Keeper of the Light. Like the fact that they have a gap close already, on top of the fact that the Keeper of the Light wave doesn't one-hit range creeps anymore, even at level 2. Are like massive nerfs to this hero being played off in the mid lane. So I don't think that's going to happen. It's also been relatively weak inside the region. We had to come up with something though and talk about the save for the Keeper of the Light coming out next, I would say that he just saves himself. If you're picking a Coddle mid and then having to pick around it, you're better off picking something else. So maybe he grabbed himself a 4-staff in order to get away from the Void Spirit. I don't think you draft around protecting your Coddle mid.
With 70, we'll see how it goes. On the bright side, though, they do happen to have the Stormbreaker, so there is at least a little bit of combo break and heal. So Team Saiyan will have to address that deeper into the draft right now. You know what hero I think would look really nice here at Black? I'm not going to talk to Neff about this because he knows what's up. You know what hero would look really nice here for CDC, man? This Warlock, man. Give me Warlock. Double heal with the Stormbreaker. Secure the lane here for QAQ.
Yeah,
we already have this.
I love Warlock. If this was Aster, not CDC, they would have been first faced. In fact.
All right, hold on. What have you done with Black? You saying you want a Keeper of the Light and Warlock support duo?
No, not support duo.
Cuddle mid. Bro.
It's only if it's Cuddle mid.
If
it's not Cuddle mid, then I don't want Warlock, of course.
There is no way this Coddle is the mid lane.
Yeah, there's very little chance, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll bet you 2 generic energy beverages, Snare, that this Coddle is not going to be played in the mid lane.
Generic energy beverages. All right. Who did we see on Coddle the other day? Phoenix played Coddle yesterday as well in 2 different games.
Yeah.
I'll take that bet. I'll float that action. 2 generic energy drinks. Here we go. Although now I'm feeling a little bit skittish about it since we see this Clockwork emerging for CDC. So that's the Undying hero. This past 5 Clockwork, I've been loving to see it. Some kind of way to help in the lane versus the Brewmaster, but one of the more annoying heroes as well to prevent the split from coming out instantly if you can get a bead on the Panda at the backlines.
How does it work now, the interaction with the battery and the split? They improved the split speed at some point. Is it fast enough now?
No, it's not. It's not faster.
So you just say 3 of me all the time?
Yeah. You just keep saying 3 of me, 3 of me, 3 of me, and then you're dead.
Yeah.
And until there's none of you.
Okay, got it. Well, honestly, I quite like both drafts so far. Like, if this is a Dawnbreaker Keeper lane, whatever carry Team Saiyan picks is going to feel the pain. I hate laning against Dawnbreaker. It's like the worst experience ever.
Yeah. Even the heroes that counter the Dawnbreaker in the lane aren't that amazing. Like, which team that we were talking to said they picked Monkey King against the Dawnbreaker because they thought it was good. And even that doesn't feel that good.
I think it was IG, wasn't it?
Yeah. Even that doesn't feel that good. Like,
it does not.
Like, if you don't end up getting the Jingu stacks and being able to heal yourself back up, you just get bursted down from the Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker.
I don't think we've actually seen a Dawnbreaker lose a lane from the off lane. There's been a game or two where it starts to fall off in the mid game where it doesn't build BKB immediately. There was one game where they went Echo Saber and it just didn't look very strong. But in the lane itself, this hero is pretty good. Another hero which used to be a regional...
Listen, they don't go Echo Saber anymore. They go Echo Saber and they disassemble it into BKB and Mage Slayer.
No, that game he just went Echo Saber. It wasn't great. Yeah.
He wasn't doing his research then.
He went Echo Saber and never finishes BKB. Unlucky. Yeah. he couldn't get the required amount of resources.
Yeah, it was really funny to watch, honestly.
Unlucky.
This game, boys, what do we make of this? Phoenix, a hero that has often enjoyed a lot of success in China in previous seasons. This season, though, not looking so hot whatsoever. About like 33% win rate, somewhere around there on this hero. Over 15 picks, and it's still not enjoying much success. Every combination has been tried with it. The old school Mars Phoenix has been attempted. Just picking it raw into the off lane has been utilized. What's going on, Black? Why is this hero not looking so hot anymore in China?
I feel like that, yes, sometimes they draft well around it, but for example, this draft doesn't scream Phoenix to me at all. Like, it's not great against CDEC to begin with, and they have no combos with it. Like, they're not protecting it. If you want to pick a Phoenix, I really want to see like some Medusa, just some teamfight ult, some Faceless Void or something like that. Because oftentimes, as I said, it's just picked pretty much by itself, pretty raw, no like combo potential at all. And then, of course, the Phoenix X takes 6 hits. Nobody cares about that if there's no combo there.
Yeah, practically no catch, right? There's nothing to hold them in position for the egg to pop. There might not be that many heroes to destroy it, but who really cares if you can't hold them there? And frustratingly enough, they're playing with clockwork, right? You drop these cogs or you drop arena, you just run away, and they can't really pursue you to force the egg to pop. So very hard game coming up for this Phoenix on the side of Team Saiyan as they go for this hoodwink to try and buttress whatever the lanes are going to look like. It's probably going to be the hoodwink brew lane, which seems kind of good. Neff, this hero emerges now, which we've often seen him come into the mid lane more and more in China, this Mars here. Where do you think he's going? Because if he does go mid, it still keeps us the possibility of Dawnbreaker off lane. But if he's the off laner, then we have Dawnbreaker support, which I'm not nearly as gassed about as Dawnbreaker core.
I'm about to be the worst analyst ever and just say, I'm going to answer your question to me with the answer you just gave me. It's going to be Mars mid.
How about Dawnbreaker mid, though? Dawnbreaker mid is like a European thing nowadays, right? They're doing very well with that.
European Dota? Okay, Black.
I mean, Tundra did very well with it.
That's an American team. Tundra has an American player and a Canadian coach, so that is a North American team.
Okay, I accept that statement.
Thank you.
There's actually not been a single Dawnbreaker mid inside China. Not very surprising, though.
Surprisingly. But honestly, heroes like that are perfect for mid, right? You double, you use both your spells, wave is dead, you go jungle. Then you have global presence level 6.
Yeah, I was talking about that with Ricky and Snare last night. Just here's that instantly clear out creep waves are really good in the current patch. You can move on and do something else on the map immediately afterwards. You just safely farm the lane by clearing it as quick as possible.
Yeah, pick up another water rune.
Yeah. High skill gameplay in the mid lane.
So you can pick up some more creep waves with double skill usage and then pick up your bounty rune and then do that again.
Mm-hmm. All right, look, they got rid of the Juggernaut and the Phantom Lancer, so I assume that it's... Do you think this could be a 3 clockwork?
It could be.
I think not,
I like
because
Clock. I like it.
Yeah, I like Core Clock. I've been playing Core Clock, but because I've been playing it and I think it's good, that's probably a reason they won't. And they'll be like, nah.
Have some more confidence in yourself. Come on.
Right now, not anymore, probably.
Oh, yeah.
This is what? Lifestealer last pick here for Team Saiyan. This is being played. Didn't we see this lose its lane pretty bad to a Dawnbreaker just the other day, Neff? Where it was really struggling in the earlier portions of the game. I'm not sure I like Lifestealer all that much right now in this meta, so convince me, talk me up, because I know Black's going to say some more fun things about the hero. So what do you think about it right now?
Faceless Void.
Go ahead, talk it up, Black. Talk up this Lifestealer.
I thought you were supposed to talk it up, not me.
I've got nothing positive to say about it.
Yeah, it's not that good of a hero. Unfortunately.
Talk about his built-in BKB. They can't be used when they're silent.
BKB gives him also 15% movement speed, or even 17 at highest level, I believe. That is a mega strong. If he can hold his own against Dawnbreaker, usually you beat him in lane quite badly after. It's just those early levels. Most of the time you just lose because you're much worse than Dawnbreaker in the lane. But if he gets really big, then he will still lose because TA counters Lifestealer as well. However, there's a chance that they win because of things that Neff will explain now.
You're so mean, Neff. Like to say positive things about Lifestealer. All right, you have to do the same now. All right, you're not even allowed to talk about this TA pick.
Okay.
Let's hear it. What you got for me?
All right, they're going to be able to come back to this when they got the Brewmaster, going to throw the TA up into the air, then they're lacking damage on these other heroes. Unless Mars builds into damage and avoids going Blink Dagger, which he's going to want to go, especially if he's playing in the mid lane, then Team Saiyan have a very good chance. Being able to remove that hero from the team fight for 6 seconds is going to be big. They're going to play these fights big. They're not going to have heroes to be able to clear out these eggs, and they're going to be able to take objectives very fast. Let's go.
All right. There we go. And Black, I'll allow you to have the final word. Last pick TA here for CDEC for QAQ.
Oh,
what do you make of the hero?
I 100% predict CDEC.
Oh, damn it. No, Neff. No. Production, mute him. Put a banner of Team Saiyan above his head. Black, all right, fine, Black. CDC, how do they win this game? And don't tell me that they will win this game at the end.
It's really just about securing the TA, and she should have a pretty good game. So, yeah. TA should be secure. You get the fast Deso timing, get fast Roche timing, and then we see the good old snowball of the TA happening that we've seen so many times.
Well, with that the sound of a man who's just seen too many TA games, just going too well for the 10-bar assassin, we're going to be finding out if this is going to be one of those games or if Team Saiyan can level up, get that Zenkai boost, and get a victory to crawl themselves back into contention here in Division 2. With that, we send it over to our two wonderful casters, Neff the Mechanic Sensei and Black the Menace. Take it away, gentlemen. We'll talk to you after the game.
Why am I a menace?
Well, we were talking about you yesterday, actually.
Oh, you did?
We were talking about Ricky's Demon Edge. He has one of those replicas. And, I had said that you were the kind of person that, if you'd ask to borrow it, you'd never give it back. And Ricky, on the other hand, he believed that you would return it, but you would return it used.
That's what he said? I would return it used?
Yeah.
Used for what?
Exactly.
Okay, I mean, I don't
That's
know
why you're Black the Menace.
I don't know what kind of impressions you have of me, but, I'm just going to say what every nice guy would say. I'm a nice guy.
Absolutely. I believe you.
I'm a nice guy, Neff. But if you're not careful, then that Demon Edge might have to find its use much sooner than you would like. And then you'll be part of the next Batman movie. Where's the Demon Edge been used? Why did he do that?
That's like a round of Clue, not of the Batman movie. Okay. All right, let's talk Dota, man.
All right.
What do we got going on here in the mid lane? 70's been playing more of this Mars. Have you been casting that many of 70's games?
Yeah, a decent amount. Like, I think 2 series in total.
Yeah. Has his Mars mid been impressing you?
Honestly, he has had much more success on it than a lot of other players. So in that sense, yes. Just Mars middle in general just doesn't really feel that great most of the time. But yeah, they're making it work somehow. So why not keep doing it, right?
Yeah. Despite the nerfs to the damage that he's got, despite the nerfs to the stun duration on his spear, I'd say he's doing a decent job with it. He set up some really big plays. He just rushes BKB and Refresher. And he doesn't hesitate to just double spear someone if he needs to in a team fight to take them out.
Let me ask you, Neff, is mid-Mars maybe preferable now because you need those higher levels to get a similar amount of impact? Because as you said, all the spells got nerfed, space damage got nerfed.
I wouldn't say... I don't know, maybe it's preferable because they nerf BKBs as well. So being able to set up plays without BKBs is easier on Mars than it is on Spirit Heroes. So I think he's a little bit better for that reason.
Can we talk about the TA and him not buying a single region item yet? No
This
flask,
is the meta
no
right
tangles.
now. You can just go stat items, magic stick, and they're punishing
meta.
for it. Yeah. I really like what they're doing. Both these heroes burn through refraction charges super quickly with Cinder Brew and Bushwhack.
Yeah, and now he bought his own healing salve. It's just a little bit late though. Well, maybe his early game farm won't be as good as I thought it would be.
So you're not impressed. I mean, I think this hero is incredibly busted. They haven't nerfed it enough. They need to rework the meld at earlier levels.
Yeah, number one, it's not supposed to 5. for what, 12 seconds too? How long is it?
12 seconds, yeah. You compare that to something like Gush. Gush is one of the best level 1 abilities in the game. Meld just makes it look bad.
Yeah. It's definitely... I don't know why they didn't nerf it yet. Initially, when they buffed it, I was like, all right, yeah, you want to get people to use it. But now you can tone it down a bit. They're like, nah.
Yeah. Change to 3 or 4 armor, have it go up by 2 each level instead of 1.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it used to be like 2, 4, 6, 8, right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly it's just 5. Like, okay.
Okay, 80 damage at the beginning as well. 12-second duration. Cool.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Hoodwink has been caught. So a lot of damage from the clockwork.
Fine, I think. Brewmaster's going to tank up part of this battery assault.
Yeah. And look, he has 5 tangos. He didn't skip out on region.
He's going to be back up to full HP in no time at all. Then see, this is a powerful move down here in the offlane.
It is.
Yeah, this clockwork didn't end up buying a headdress. All right, you're a carry player, Black. Do you yell at your support in lane to just buy headdress every game now that they've nerfed salves?
Yeah, headdress and Basilisk. I'm a big fan too. Hoodwink got caught again. Maybe this time he's in trouble.
He's going to get pushed back in the tower.
Not in trouble again.
Looks like he's going to be fine. They're going to put a little bit of damage on the clockwork, but he's got more movement speed than them, so he's going to be able to walk away.
But I think headdress and Basilisk in general, they have mega value. Like when you have a CM in your lane with a Basilisk, you're never out of mana.
Yeah, that I'm not sure if you saw, but a lot of the players here in China have been picking up the Basilius Basilisk ring to just like supplement their mana regen instead of preparing out a bunch of clarities. Just get a casual ring of Basilius, 1.5 mana regen for like what 425 gold. That's super good.
I would have loved to see that. Just the other day, there was a Tide Hunter always running around with 0 mana because he didn't have a Basi, no raindrop, no clarities, and he never died for like 25 minutes, but he was always on like 10% mana. He like literally never joined the team fight. It was 0-0-0 at minute 25.
Yeah, so he's never able to set up
what? That's not supposed to happen to a life stealer in that lane. You counter pick the Dawnbreaker Coddle.
Yeah. Looks like he just got like blown up and punished underneath the tower. Starbreaker ended up fully connecting with him. Got stunned. The one more auto attack finished him off there.
Got greedy without rage, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the classic.
I don't think he had his, or no, he just got his Helm of Iron Will at the same time he went down there. So didn't have the armor for the beginning of it. Now he's gonna be able to stand his ground a lot easier. He's got the 6 armor, 5 HP regen. Even then, like this is supposed to be a counter to the Dawnbreaker. And Dawnbreaker like just Starbreakers into you and makes you lose half your HP.
Yeah.
This hero is so
the health
good in
you
the
get
lane.
back from the Luminosity is also.
Look at this.
Whoa! Careful. Man, this ability is just not fair. It's 55 bonus damage per swipe.
Yeah. He got the cooldown reset as well because the chakra magic's here and he's able to spam out his spells. He double brace.
Super toxic. I hate Dawnbreaker, I really do. I think he was way too good. Nerfed already.
Well, you want to see it like Starbreaker tuned a little bit so it's not so good at the early levels and so it scales to be about as strong as it is again once you hit level 7?
Yeah, I think so. Like level 1 and 2 especially just seems way too good. Like the swipe and smash bonus is every Starbreaker hit, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So you do... Yeah, what do you got? Oh, my...
Level 1 you just deal plus 75 damage with that, plus an auto attack. So you probably deal like what 300 damage just at level 1 Starbreaker.
Yep.
Which is
what
what the hell is that?
He's just taking so much damage from this. They're tipping in right now.
He just
on the Hoodwink. Can he get the bushwhack off? Yeah, he actually ends up getting off into him. He doesn't have a Quelling Blade to cut that tree. They're gonna do decent chunk of damage to him, but yeah. He's just got face boots and double brace there.
Man, if he turned around, I think they might have killed the Lifestealer potentially.
If they like threw in an Illuminate there as well.
Yeah. Well, going back to base first, almost level 6, and then we have the global potential, of course.
Yeah. Arena comes out in the mid lane, spears the Void Spirit in. I'm pretty sure he's just gonna dissimulate out of this one though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is never gonna work.
Yeah, ambitious.
Okay, make him feel the pain a bit.
He did the spear first and then arena there. He like clipped inside the arena. He's gonna be able to just walk away here. I don't think, even if he lashed to the tree there, he wouldn't be able to finish him off. Resonant Pulse would have blocked the physical damage onto him.
Yeah, no chance. Tower armor as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, I really hope they remove that soon.
Yeah, tower armor? I mean, they added that years and years ago because diving was just like too good at the time. But I don't think
plus
it's the case
3 is
anymore.
too much. Maybe plus 2 or something? I don't know. Plus 3 is kind of crazy, especially for low armor heroes.
Yeah, I want to talk about what the Mars just did. He drops his arena, doesn't get the kill onto the Void Spirit, then throws another one, like burns through all of his mana to force his own back to base. Do you like the pressure that he's putting on this Void Spirit? Because he's shutting down his own ability to make plays by using arena.
Exactly. I would like it a lot more if he actually just sort of connected with the supports, because then it's a dead Void Spirit. So whatever you want to do with it first, oh, now with the double damage though, that could be a kill anywhere in the map. But generally, I really want those mids like to connect up with the supports, cause most of the time, 1v1 mid, you can't really ever get a kill unless the enemy makes a massive misplay. So yeah, I much rather he like TPs to the bottom, helps out the TA perhaps, or well, top lane is a pretty hard kill. So if he TPs bottom, gets a good arena, then they get the Dawnbreaker ult on top, free up the TA, you're winning condition.
Is it really that easy to get any of these? Oh, looks like about to lose Clockwork. Yeah, Brewmaster. Too much magic damage on him with 3 heroes down here. Like I was saying though, was it really so easy for them to find a kill with the arena plus Dawnbreaker ultimate? Who do you commit on to? Lifestealer rages and walks away. Phoenix can dive out. Actually, Lifestealer might just go down. He's getting chased underneath the tower.
But the Mars is there with the DD.
Yeah.
Oh, he raged already.
Oh, he can't rage TP now. He's gonna die. The Brewmaster ends up coming in late.
There's no
well.
mana.
He has Soul Ring. He can Soul Ring and all.
He does, but then his health is really low. Has to be super careful.
Yeah. They're thinking about going in on him. They see how low he is. They see that he's sitting on pretty low mana as well.
And double damage Mars too.
Yeah.
There's no way you can die here like that. Wait, walk back in. Ooh, nice.
Oh, yeah, hate to see it. There it is. He ends up popping the ultimate. Now, he's going to try to turn this on a Dawnbreaker. I'm not sure he's going to be able to finish her off. Do you have a Quelling Blade? You don't. So he could potentially Ache one shot. There it is. Bushwhack off of the tree. No one to cut that one down. They're going to lose the Dawnbreaker for sure here. Carlos tossed up in the air at the same time. Starbreaker to try and clear out the Pandas, but they're not going to be able to do it. He goes down. Spears the Void straight back to the tree, and now they're just going to walk away.
Yeah, while that's going on though, look at the TA. It's a pretty big Ancient stack going her way.
She's girl bossing it down here.
Yeah. I love it when I have heroes like TA in my team. I just get to take the safe lane when I'm a support, you know?
You want to be the Clockwork right now. And then you'll become the real carry. You'll get Aghanim Scepter for overclocking and get 200 attack speed.
Dude, Axe Scepter on clock is so good.
Yeah.
It's actually, like the double hook shot, even if you have BKB or like blinks or whatever, you're never gonna get it off.
Yeah. BKB piercing disable. Actually lasts longer than 2 seconds as well. It like connects with the target from far away. And then when you actually connect with them, like Clockwork heads in, that's when it applies the 2 second stun.
Yeah. No, people don't know that.
It's got some weird interactions. Sengoku's getting gone up here in the top lane. They can't finish him off. He ended up missing that last wipe from the Starbreaker, but yeah, he filled his mana. He's
bong.
Yeah,
oh, he was about to infest and that was really close.
Yeah. Do you Solar Guardian out? That's the question.
Or do you just turn back and kill them?
Do you Solar Guardian out? He goes over the mid lane. I mean, they're between the tier 1 and 2 tower. I'm not sure they want to be that far back. Zone was in no position to try and help them, though. He's sitting at, like, no mana over in the mid lane. He still doesn't have his Witchblade done.
Yeah, he is actually really poor on the Void Spirit. I wonder what happened there. Like, despite Mars rotating a lot, he's still, like, a good 1,000 EP ahead. Brewmaster's the only one really doing well. Lifesteal just finished the Armlet, but just with Armlet, you're not really fight ready yet. I'm having like a little bit of a hard time seeing like the power spikes of Team Saiyan this time around. They're kind of just getting out farmed and they're not really getting anything in return.
Yeah, and like you finish the Aghanim Scepter on Brewmaster, you have like 2 ultimates, but it doesn't help you burst anyone down. It doesn't solve your damage issues either. I feel like when you're playing against all these strength heroes, Clockwork, Mars, Dawnbreaker, keep it light, you're never gonna be able to get on top of. You're just not fast enough. Okay, hold that thought. Sengoku's gonna go on. He's not gonna be able to ult here either. Not with the Clockwork on top of him. Phoenix comes in close so he could try to get the spear up, but he can't. He's getting speared to the side of the arena. The Egg, they're about to lose this one too.
Oh. It could have been so good, but it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? We spoke about Phoenix, right? Like, there's not really any combo or anything to really protect him. He just acts out in the open, gets splatted instantly. And yeah, I mean, this is what has been plaguing Team Saiyan, like, pretty much the entire season already, right? Like, they don't really seem very cohesive when it comes to like a team leadership sort of level. Like they're kind of just running around. If things happen, they happen, but it's not like planned out.
Right. They would have been in the lobby faster if, you know, they had solved the planning things out, right?
Yeah. I mean, people might laugh at that, you know, but it's actually really a thing. Like, being in the lobby early, mentally prepared is a big part of it.
If they show up, you want your team like playing 1 or 2 games to warm up before inside the practice lobby, like killing creeps, bottom lane. I end up missing that. They lose imitator.
Yeah.
You caught that
Shown
one,
with
though,
a nice
right?
kill there. Of course I did.
Yeah,
Of course.
MS
I just didn't thought it was worth the mention, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Now
Oh,
that
no.
means Zone will have his Witchblade soon. Oh, another hook shot.
MS is getting gone on here.
Oh.
His spear into pushback and
No.
push forward into the trees. He's getting thrown around like a rag doll.
Dude, that damage is actually insane. But yeah, again, they're making mid-mass work. He already has his Blink Dagger. He's very rich.
Now, you were saying before that you didn't like it when they pick up Blink Dagger on both the mid laner and the off laner. And thankfully here, Dawnbreaker, you're just going like double bracer into the BKB, so they're not going too much into initiation items. They're making sure that they have damage.
Yeah, I love this also because it makes so much more sense this way around. Because when you go in on the Mars, you actually just have the immediate follow-up of the Dawnbreaker. And if you do like the other way around, then Mars goes in and Dawnbreaker's like, yeah, okay, I'm here. But it's not the easiest for sure. Son Goku, 1k away from his Acceptor, but that might even be before his level 12, so his split is gonna be pretty weak.
Level 1 split with Acceptor. The enemy team's just laughing.
Yeah.
Top lane. Try to go on Temple Assassin. She doesn't have a BKB for another 300 gold. Yeah, they're going to try to take her out here. Clockwork ends up coming in. She's still got HP now, but Fraction is down. They do end up losing her. Now Zone trapped inside the cogs here. Can he get finished off by the Clockwork? Assimilates, going to push him out. But there it is. Comes in with the Gods of Being to finish him off. Now Hammer gets dropped, but doesn't finish him off. As we get the Icarus dive away. Now it looks like both teams are going to back off.
Yeah, they still have the DD on Mars though, so he could potentially just flatten the hero. Like that Phoenix can get one shot with the DD. If he chooses to go in.
Yeah, this Ring of Protection is not enough armor to save him.
They're just getting massively trap slowed. Oh, that damage. He can't split,
Yeah, they can. Oh, he does end up getting the split off there. I'm not sure how he pulled that one off. I think Clockwork was beside him. Thrown up in the air now on Dawnbreaker. Undying. Drops it.
He's dying on
Get away. He does end up going down.
The Brew, one more hit.
Try to chase MS. Brew? Brew? Can he get away? It looks like they're not going to finish him off. Oh, they get him.
Yeah, and Dawnbreaker just TP's out to the bot lane, farming up more and more and more. Yeah, this game is looking, as they say, pretty dire for the Dire. They're looking at Zone as well. If you get speared, he's dead. Nope. There was no tree even close to that. I don't know what he thought.
Maybe he hoped somebody planted Iron Branch.
Yeah, maybe one beer too much last night.
Yeah. Didn't prepare well enough for this one. All right, they're gonna go into this one. Very cool. Double meld with the Keeper of the Light here. They even have time to take this one.
I mean, they don't have Split, they don't have Supernova. It's very hard to contest at this point when you're already this far behind. Mars is kind of just bodyguarding it.
Yeah. Doesn't look like they're even gonna make a movement over there. Instead, they're gonna try to take over the Radiant jungle. Do you like this move from Saiyan? Is this the only thing they can do?
Yeah, I believe so. Like, somehow the lifesteal needs to get up some damage items. He's going to the Science Yasha, actually, but I really don't like that, because the lack of damage against the Mars as well as the Dawnbreaker is very, very glaring.
Yeah.
Honestly, even just like Maelstrom into like Skadi would have been so good to get rid of the Reflection as well. I don't like the Science Yasha too much.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about it either. You can have this item is just so bad for damage as well.
Yeah, doesn't really do much anymore. Like we don't really see Science Yasha on almost any hero.
Yeah,
there's a reason for that. Well, Dawnbreaker now picked up her BKB, so she's pretty much impossible to kill. They don't have the lockdown necessary to prevent it from going off.
I mean, the only lockdown is what, like the Bushwhack, then the Aether Remnant, kind of, but you're always going to be able to pop the BKB before these things come out. Clockwork over in the mid lane, getting gone on. Sunray,
Wait,
he's going to try to hook shot away.
He's burning. Yeah.
Yeah, he ends up burning down.
But you know that you're lacking damage if you can barely kill a +5 Clockwork.
Yeah, I mean, man's got a fluffy hat. He's tanky, you know? Built different.
Yes.
Built warm.
Dude, whenever I'm looking at Dawnbreaker, I'm just so amazed by her HP pool.
Yeah, they nerfed it as well. It went down from 3.6 to 3.4, but her base strength, like the items she builds, are just all HP. 7E gone on here in the mid lane. Sunbreak gonna try to finish him off. He still doesn't have BKB either.
You wanna flatten
It's
the
a
egg?
supernova here, yeah, but here comes the Dawnbreaker. Heals him back up. They do end up getting the egg. Now he can try to finish off zone. They get him on the Dawnbreaker as well.
Oh my god, the damage of this. 240 damage per swing times 3. He just deals 700 damage with one Starbreaker. That ability is so absolutely busted.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you would nerf it to make it balanced, honestly. Looking for Son Goku now. He has the axe. Might not even get it off though.
Yeah, Starbreaker comes in. He ends up getting just stunned up. Goes down. Starbreaker stun ends up being enough for him there.
Man. Yeah, the Coddle is the perfect partner in crime, of course, for the Dawnbreaker.
Now this... Let's keep it light going forward. He's got, Spirit
Got the
Vessel.
vessel already, yeah. Nice hookshot on the Hoodwink too.
Hookshot comes in. Yeah, he is pushed back right into QAQ here. One more attack. They finish her off.
Yeah. Nice heads up play too to push him away with the cogs. Cause of course, Hoodwink can just jump out.
Yeah.
If you're not too careful.
Yeah, sharpshooter, hop out, and then like push back even further, and then you're separated your team from the Hoodwink between the cogs, and it slows them down. So, nice point there, Black.
I think they need to give the tome to the Brewmaster. He needs his level 12. It's just way too important.
Yeah, we are now at that point that we were joking about, where you have Agam Scepter, but only level 1 ultimate. Spirit back here. So Goku's taking a lot of damage. He's just going to walk away here. They're going to try to heal him up, but the Spirit Vessel is stopping the Sunray from being that effective. He's got to go to base.
Well, he's thinking about...
Please go to base. You will get bursted down before you get your ultimate off. I promise you, Son Goku.
It's very strange to see this axe first, but he hasn't used like a single split yet for like 3 minutes. He has the tome queued up, so I hope he buys it. He does buy it. Is it enough from 11 to 12? But I give him a solo XP mid then as well, so should be all good.
It'll be enough. Yeah, there you
Wow,
go.
dude, it gives so much XP. Okay.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I never use one because I'm a nice teammate. 7E, no BKB.
Yeah, ends up getting broken now on Mars. Can he finish him off? Doesn't look like he can gap a distance. He's all out of spells here on the Void
Blink.
Spirit. Yeah, Son Goku doesn't even end up committing his Primal Split to go in for that one. Fight is already too far gone, so they don't manage to find that kill there. And this is like one of their last opportunities before Mars finishes off his BKB.
Yeah, that kill would have been really, really important. That makes me wonder, like, you know, are they just really scared of committing anything? Because if you don't commit with Brewmaster when you have level 12 on Axe, like, that was a kill, I'm pretty sure. If he splits early, runs into Fire Panda, prevents the blink. It's, I don't know, they're just too timid around the map, and you can see it. Like, the gold advantages are growing and growing and growing. They're getting nothing in return.
Yeah.
Tier 1 top mid also still standing. The top one is full health still even.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that they could actually take over was the Radiant Jungle down here, and they've got like a single observer. They just lost their tier 2 tower. They're about to lose their outpost as well. Aegis is expiring though. They could try to make a play now, but even then I'm not sure how they fight into them. BKB is coming out pretty soon on QAQ, and your BKB is already done on 7E on the Mars here.
Yeah.
In these BKBs, you can't win a fight.
There's also almost going to be a basher on the Dawnbreaker, so that Lifesteal won't be able to really do much
Anything.
in a man fight against her either. Yeah. Yeah. Well, things are looking pretty grim. I'm not sure how they get back into this one.
All right, I'm looking for a pathway back yet. I mean, again, Brewmaster gets like permanently disabled onto the QAQ, constantly in the tornado in the team fight. They somehow get a supernova off.
But how can that happen though? Because he has his BKB already. They have 3 BKBs. Like, you can maybe tornado up the Coddle at this point.
It does imply that CDEC are going to make a couple of mistakes if they're going to get back to this game on Saiyan. Phoenix, they scout him out. Can he get the hook shot? Coddle standing in front of him.
That's the classic. I'm gonna hook, okay, okay. Oh, I didn't look at my hero.
Yeah, my bad, guys. All right. Still smoked up, but looking for initiation here. 7E still hesitating a little bit, it looks like.
He's had this axe for 7 minutes. We haven't seen a single split yet. Like, they gotta make use of the power spikes. I mean, it's not really a power spike anymore.
It's not, yeah, it's definitely not a power spike anymore.
Like, they're gonna make use of it somehow. He has had those 2 charges since forever.
Yes. Maybe at this point he just decides to commit it to like try to get damage in on this tier 1 tower. It looks like what he's trying to do based on how I'm seeing him walk.
Do they really want to take a fight that deep though? Like, if CDC is ready, they can't fight back. Mars is taking a little bit of damage, but he's just tickling him. No range
Life Stealer. Yeah, he's gonna try to hop into something. He gets stunned though. He's gonna get chain stunned here. Dawnbreaker ends up catching him. He does end up getting into the Fire Panda. Supernova goes off. Does only end up connecting with the Clockwork, but they can't get on top of this cog, separating the team fight. Life Stealer Spear back in the Templar Assassin. Super sick play there by 7E. They end up losing the Phoenix as well. Son Goku is getting chased down on this Brewmaster.
Oh, that damage.
Spirit Vessel on him as well. Yeah, they just blow up.
Solar Bind too.
Yeah, he's got another split, but if he has to commit this one, which I think he's going to have to, he's not going to be able to. QAQ, he's tore him apart.
Wait, how did he
there.
get hexed? Oh, he hexed himself with a pig pole.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. I feel like he could have definitely gotten a split if he wanted to. Then he gets hexed. I'm like, huh? Who?
I was a little bit. I mean, we're 24 minutes in. I didn't see anyone building it up.
Yeah,
so
same.
I was concerned about the speed that they got a hex done.
I was like, don't you want to split that to at least like buy time for the other heroes? Like get something back on the map? It's
maybe
a little messy. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. I'm grasping at reasons here. Maybe he didn't want to use both splits and then just have CDEC run them over. Maybe they're worried about.
But by the way, you've been playing the last what, like 10 minutes? You're gonna have 2 splits for like the next 5.
Yeah. All right, they've taken now all of the other towers, and I'm pretty sure they just wait for the next Roche. Then after that, they go high ground.
I mean, you can do whatever you want now in the CDC, right? You can literally just sit outside of base for like 20 minutes and make it a 50k gold lead.
Yeah, it's a struggle to get back in this one. Mid lane, they go on to the Brewmaster. He's going to get chain stunned down. I don't think he's going to get the split off. No, he doesn't. The Clockwork Battery Assault ends up doing the trick.
Yep.
Yeah, 3 of me.
3 of me?
Yeah,
also going into the refresher as we spoke about earlier on the Mars. They saw the Phoenix as well under the trap, so they know it's up there. 1 spear. Should be enough.
And they spears into the wall here. You can finish him off with Godspeak. There it is.
While TAs are showing bottom. Like, you know that you're way, way, way too comfortable in the game if you're farming 3 lanes.
Can MS get out of this one?
I mean, he can just TP.
It's a great job. Place your bets. Black.
Like, if he dies here, yeah, doesn't even rage.
Yeah,
that is risky. If there's anything there, you're dead.
Yeah, the Clockwork was actually like moving down there, trying to set up on him. He's gonna go on his zone instead. You hook shot him? There's no follow up. It looks like so. Doesn't bother committing. If he had the Mars nearby, then he 100% throws a hook shot off.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what would have been the next double play? If he Dawnbreaker ulted preemptively on the TA because she has the Basher, and then Lifesteal.
They're gonna go on the TA. They jump forward on both team best, but
yep, Refraction works. It's great.
Yeah.
Great
Very
ability.
cool ability. Blink away despite getting initiated on. Now they're gonna hook shot in onto this Brewmaster. There's no way he gets a split off.
Oh,
He's
no.
got the battery assault on him. 3v3. He ends up going down. TA on the other side of the fight. Getting committed on. BKB off
There's
for
no
1
damage,
second.
though.
There it is. Yeah, tries to go on the Tempo Shots. They do finish her off. MS doing decent amounts of damage, but now Dawnbreaker on top of you with this Basher. You're not moving. Oh no. Now chasing
Solar Bind up
into
in
the
1.
base. Yeah, they've got Supernova available.
They wanna force the egg.
Drop the Hoodwink. He's not going to bother dropping this egg. It looks like he just ends up going down. 5 heroes lost. They get the Templar Assassin. They lose everything else, and this looks like the beginning of the end, man.
It does. It does. They do get end up killing TA, but yeah, like the other cores are also so farmed, so they are not really all that worried about that. Well, Brewmaster's back and 1. He can definitely defend it with a split.
If he commits it.
I have only seen 2 splits this entire game. I'm really worried he's not gonna use it. Use the split and defend your barracks.
What? No.
Alright. Well,
He ends up hopping in. He blocks. Yeah, into the Remnant. He doesn't pop his BKB either. He's got to use it pretty soon if they decide to commit on him. Yes, Spears. Doesn't end up connecting on his own, though. He's taking a lot of damage. Hookshot comes in. He doesn't end up connecting the cogs, but he's going to go down anyway.
Use it!
Yeah, he does. The second split comes off. The arena doesn't come off into anybody. Mars continuing to run away. Dawnbreaker now coming in. He's going to try to finish off these pandas. The wind and the earth one. They could just go down here. This one's sitting incredibly low. Yeah, Lex, you're looking to try to fight the Dawnbreaker, but you're fighting into a Basher, my friend. I'm not even sure you end up winning this one. 7E going to TP out. Looks like everyone on CDEC wants to disengage.
Yeah, TA's back. That's both splits committed though, and they're pretty much ready to go again on CDC if they choose to, or just go into the Roche pit and make a save. Boring.
Boo! We want you to fight.
Oh well, that's gonna be a shot also for the TA, which honestly is very, very strong this game. No dispels on the Lifestealer, or on anyone really. There's silence on the trap. How long is that silence? Max duration? 3.5 seconds?
Yeah.
Why is that in the game?
It shouldn't be. I 100% agree.
I feel like the minimum duration
1.5.
should be the maximum duration, to be entirely honest.
Yeah, the instant 1.5 seconds. They're going to commit onto the Lifestealer.
You're
There's
back.
no way to survive this one.
Alright, you're dead.
He's got no buyback. Well, he will have it in another 10 seconds.
Hoodwink gets back to
Hoodwink. Yeah. Hoodwink also has no buyback. Lifestealer is going to have buyback gold in 5 seconds.
If I was Team Saiyan, I would definitely leave the game because I don't want to have like. How do you actually recover from this? Like from their POV now? Yeah.
Mentally or in this game?
Mentally. In this game, there's no recovery. It's done.
Keep it positive, Black. Keep it positive.
Not even.
No.
Jetpacks away like ah!
Alright, he's healed back up with the Spirit Vessel and the Trank Boots. Yeah, they're clearing out these racks. There's nothing they're able to do about this. The hookshot in onto the Phoenix, gonna push him back. Permanently disabled, not able to get the Supernova off. Does buy back in the game. The split comes off as well. Void Spirit. You end up finishing off the clockwork here. Dawnbreaker. Oh my god, you only have the Wind Panda left. You've cleared out everything else. All you can do is throw out tornadoes. You're gonna try to get Dawnbreaker, but you get the blink out before the shot is connecting. Yeah, he does. Doesn't even need to pop it.
Wait, did he miss the render on a Yule's target?
I think he dropped that pretty late.
Alright, I'll excuse him.
Yeah.
Because Lifestealer was about to respawn, then he can't really BKB TP out anymore. There could have been potentially a pretty big kill. Yeah, TA still enjoying her time. Age is still up for 3 minutes.
Yeah, you've got nothing to be afraid of. Lifestealer spirited back in the tree again, but TA wasn't in position to follow up.
There's a DD and Satanic on Dawnbreaker, by the way. She's gonna slap.
The true carry.
I want to see her damage with the Starbreaker. Hit someone.
Look at them running away. It's like they're playing Dead by Daylight.
Starbreaker,
there it is. So much at 1,400 crit there. Almost 1,500. Brewmaster, all he can do is run. He's speared to finish off now. He buys back to the game. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to
Scrambled egg.
Back in, though. Yeah, egg ends up getting scrambled there, too. I don't
know.
The Dawnbreaker 1,500 damage again. Over the TA crit. How do you fight into this? MS bashed up. The crit coming in. The hookshot ends up connecting with him as well. MS, he gets finished off, too. Yeah. The lose zone as well inside the arena. You guys can call it now. There it is, the GG. This is like
been playing with the food the entire time.
Yeah.
It's sort of what we expected, right? A very well-practiced team. Like, if you're able to beat IG in this current form that they're in, I think you are like a favorite in pretty much every matchup that you have from now on. And they showed here, good draft, good execution. Honestly, the biggest mistake I've seen them make was popping the BKB really late. Could have potentially been punished, but other than that, you know.
Yeah.
What can you say?
I mean, the reason they held the BKBs for so long is because they didn't have a lot of chains done. Like they had Bushwhack, Basher on the Lifestealer, and then Aether Remnant. Like they had such little to be afraid of, so they felt like they could hold their BKBs, I think. And they almost got punished for it a couple of times, but I don't know. They popped off this game. Yeah, but they didn't.
But then they didn't, and instead it ended up being CDC just walking over Team Saiyan. Really, really rough matchup ways. There were a lot of things in that game that were just felt impossible, right? There was a point in the game where this Void Spirit Mid Void Spirit, even in circumstances where Mars is rotating all around the map, Mid Void Spirit at some point was the lowest core in the game. 20 minutes in, Neff. 20 minutes. And Brewmaster didn't have level 12. I don't think I've ever actually seen that happen. Even when we've seen some of these support Brewmasters, they get something at that point in the game. It felt very hard for Team Saiyan. There is hope, though. There is hope, boys. The hope being that when you lose this hard, it's more impetus for the Zenkai boost, so they'll come back even stronger in game 2. I'm just kidding, though. On a more serious note, Neff, what went wrong? It felt like the laning phase was already a bit difficult. They lost out incredibly hard in the top lane. Mid was a bit of a clown show, and bottom didn't go well either.
Can I rephrase that, Snap, to make it a little bit easier for Neff?
Thank you.
What went
I know what you're going to say.
right?
What went right?
Yes.
What went right?
Let's see. Lifestealer was an okay pick this game. I think a lot of other carries would have struggled more if they didn't have Rage or they weren't able to trade as well with the Dawnbreaker. That's one thing that went right.
I think it was raging regardless, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's about all I got. Oh, the Hoodwink had an okay start because the Dawnbreaker didn't didn't have a Quelling Blade. There was that as well. That went right for them. That's about it.
Honestly, I don't disagree with Neff. Like, even if I think very hard about it, like, they had so many timings they just didn't use. And again, it's just the very obvious lack of an in-game leader. Like, their movements are not at all synchronized. Like, he's here while the rest of the team is there. And he's like, okay, what was he doing there? He probably, honestly, didn't really know himself, There was no, plan that you were following. It just kind of happened. It feels like the entire series, whenever I watch Team Saiyan, it's kind of like the story of the game. We're here, we want to fight because it just happened to happen. It's not because we planned it out,
Yeah, and it's a bit concerning and surprising, right? We spoke about it last time that we had Team Saiyan out, where despite the fact that they've had some of these names that have been in the scene for a long time, that doesn't necessarily translate into having the understanding of how to play a game together and leadership positions in Dota. It's kind of interesting, right? We talk about IG and the fact that CDEC beat IG. IG, the transformation for this squad, they look way better when they have that in-game plan. They look terrible without it. And I think this game here, Black, is a good example of one team that has a complete idea of exactly what to do, when to do it. Other team just being like, well, pick your heroes and hope for the best, boys.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a tragedy, to be honest, this game. Like, there's not really too much we can say other than that CDC executed really well. And Team Saiyan just looked completely out of the element against them.
Let's talk about our Dawnbreaker here, though. Half these replays are going to be involving this Dawnbreaker, pretty much being a secondary carry Neff. This hero is ridiculous, honestly, but this offlane player from CDEC has been playing really, really well overall. And this game, fourth fastest satanic timing of all time on this Dawnbreaker hero, fastest on this patch at the moment. Very good laning phase. Almost every item you got was at least 2 minutes ahead of the average. A great game and a great player, it feels like. Is this now first ban, first pick material if you are going to be dealing with CDEC?
It's a trick question, Neff. Careful.
Yeah. The trick question is always a first pick, first ban material, regardless. We talked about got to a couple teams about this one. It owns inside the lane. It punishes people even more that supports can't buy salad for the carries because of how well it trades. It is too tanky to easily bring down. It provides global support by being able to come in with your ultimate. With how versatile it is and how good it is inside the laning phase, that is why no matter who you're playing against, it is always something that is going to be picked up in the first phase of the draft.
Black,
as long as Nyx is banned.
As long as Nyx is banned, yeah. And I'm glad not seeing Nyx, if I'm honest. Black, this hero, we expected to do a lot better. First pick overall for Sun Goku on this Brewmaster. We've seen CDEC wreak major damage with first pick Brewmaster themselves. For Team Saiyan, now what, right? Because you normally pick this hero expecting to do really, really well. Do they now just fall out of favor and try to pick something that's not as team-focused as a Brewmaster to succeed?
I'm really not sure what the next step is for them here, because he actually had like a super early Acceptor and they just never came together and used it. And that's not like a really hero problem. I don't know what the team communication was like, but they just felt so scared to make anything happen around the entire map. I think at the end of the game, we see it here, they had one tower down, one tower was full HP and the other tower was half HP still. So you can just see the presence on the map wasn't there at all. They have been in their own half pretty much the entire game. It's there's a lot to be worked on for sure in that little break that they have, and I don't know if they can. Like CDC right now looks really good. Surprisingly, honestly, I didn't expect that at the beginning of the season. They look really good.
Yep, definitely didn't expect this team to look as good as they do, but this is not a surprise at all. The MVP being our Dawnbreaker here. Somebody please take a picture of this item build here, post it on Reddit. Let's see the guess the hero. Blink, BKB, Basher, Satanic, everything looking super clean here. Going into this next game, obviously, Neff, they have the mental advantage from the side of CDEC, but we've often seen teams, and here in Division 2 as well, slack off once they get into the second game and end up losing the series as a result. So for CDEC, what do you think they need to do to make sure that they keep their heads in the game and don't fall to complacency in the next game?
I'd say go back for a lot of things that you did the previous game. Don't overestimate your Dawnbreaker so much that you end up letting Nyx Assassin through. 7E, he's been amazing on Mars. They played this a couple of times. I'd say continue to go back for this one. You could probably pick something different from the Keeper of Light, even though it enabled the Dawnbreaker quite a bit. Just don't forget about counters to these heroes, regardless of how well they performed, is how you go back for the second game.
Actually, that's a good point about 7E. This was his 5th game on this mid-Mars. He is now 3-2 on the hero, looking hella solid. But also, he's played a bevy of different heroes here, Black. He's played the Mars, he's played the Pango, played the Coddle. The heroes that not everybody is playing in the meta right now. For example, he's not the one always handling like the Void Spirits, the Embers, or the Queen of Pains. Or even though he can play these heroes, he doesn't play them all the time. How much of an advantage is that to have such a versatile mid laner in this current meta where everyone else seems to be a lot more cookie cutter about how they go about this lane?
I have to admit that it can, in my opinion, be both a strength and a weakness. If I compare him to Nine from Tundra, they have like some similarities. And like Nine loves to play all sorts of heroes middle. He even played like a Void middle or whatever. And that honestly can be a massive problem because like he just gets way too out there. And it doesn't make sense anymore at some point because he always wants to play something new, something fresh, and it can backfire. So I hope 7E is still very practiced on those quote-unquote cookie-cutter heroes because there will be a game where Void Spirit is just an auto-win, or an auto-win, but like a super good pick. Same with Ember, same with Quap and these heroes, You need to have them in your arsenal and ready to deploy at any time. If you don't, then you can run into like scenarios where you have to really put suboptimal matchups in the mid lane.
We'll see, of course, if CDEC will be able to marshal their arsenal in that way and bring to us a definitive draft in game number 2. Hopefully, Team Saiyan get that Zenkai booster and present a much stronger game. Even if they lose, we want it to be a much more competitive affair. With that, we're going to be taking a very small break. And when we return, game number 2 of Team Saiyan versus CDEC here in Division 2 of the DPC. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome, one and all, back here to the Division 2. We're continuing with this Chinese Dota action, and we're going to be continuing with this series here between CDEC and the side of Team Saiyan. Game 1, of course, went very handedly in the direction of CDEC, so we're hoping that Team Saiyan went home, recovered, got that Zenkai boost, and will bring the strength in the second and deciding game potentially. My name's Sneh. I'm joined here once again with Black the Menace and Neff the Mechanic Sensei. And no preamble, let's get into the draft, boys, because we are already a couple of hero picks into this one. And Black, let's talk, fam. Give me some hype. Give me some good ideas. We hated how they ended the draft. Wait, yeah?
Before you continue, where did the Menace come from? Why am I Black the Menace?
So I was watching, there's a YouTube channel called, a guy called Sensei, and he does like hood reviews of anime. And one of the things he has is like a round table of Black Air Force energy, the menaces to society, the people in anime that are just like killers all the time. And every now and then when I hear you talk, you're always going to be like having the killer opinion against these squads or against like a particular hero pick. And I just think it sounds cool. Black the Menace, it makes sense. And I had a feeling you'd like it, so...
Okay, yeah, like all right. I'm down now. I thought it was something different, something related to a demon edge, perhaps. I don't know wherever I got that idea from. But yeah,
I have no idea.
Doom is hype. Doom is easy to execute. Let's go. Like you Doom the Brewmaster, you're good to go. Now we have some easy pieces to work with. Honestly, the less practice you are as a team, the less of a leader you have in a team, the easier you gotta make it for yourself. So just pick these really, really cookie cutter easy heroes.
Doom, love this hero. Neff, we used to see this all the time when Brewmaster was in the first pick, first ban material in the meta. You just pick Doom, or you'd have to ban Doom as that team. They did choose to pick it in lieu of getting some of these other heroes like the Dawnbreaker, in lieu of picking up Nyx to go with it to protect against Dawnbreaker in general. Do you like the Doom here? I mean, I like the Doom in principle versus the Brewmaster, but I'm not sure how much I like it in the meta right now. How do you feel about the hero?
I'm going to go back to Black's point that he made and say that when you're not incredibly cohesive yourself and not able to play as tightly as a team, a hero like Doom that can disrupt the enemy's plans and mess up their coordination can pay off just as much as having a good coordination yourself. So this is one of the better things they could go for if it's like we say they're struggling to mesh together with good teamwork and have a cohesive strategy. I like Doom for that reason here. So I think he's one of the better picks. They did end up letting Nyx Assassin through, which is why neither of these teams ended up going for the Dawnbreaker. I imagine we'll see... I'm not sure if you want to go for Dawnbreaker now. If you already have Brewmaster and Mars on the side of CDEC, we'll probably see a Nyx Assassin ban come out from Team Saiyan in this next phase here, and then they'll go for the Dawnbreaker.
How much do you boys like support Dawnbreaker, actually? Like, we know it's viable, it can work, but like, how good is it, actually?
Like, out of 10?
Yeah.
I'd say 4 out of 10 as a support hero.
Yeah.
You pick it because it's a good flex, not because it's a good support.
Yeah, exactly. And then, like, it's still very strong in the laning phase, but like, it leaves a lot to be desired, for sure, especially in a mid-game.
It feels to me like the hero is okay as a support, but it's like, when it's busted as a core, why would you want to play it as support? It just feels okay half the time. I personally think you're more sanguine than I am, Neff, giving it a 4. I would give it a 3 as support. It's just like, meh.
Whoa, Snare.
This
is so unlike
the
you.
Spicy takes, Snare the Menace.
Wow, the 3. A 3, wow. That's harsh.
A 3 out of 100? Man. Wow, dude.
He's gaslighting him now. Yeah, okay.
Speaking of actually 3 positions, this Mars pick does mean that there's some difficulty for CDEC because now there's 2 heroes that can occupy the off lane, 2 heroes that can occupy mid. The question I have for you boys, though, now that they've seen that this is Doom coming out, are they going to maybe relegate this Brewmaster to a support position so that he's not as integral to their teamfight lineup?
No.
Yeah. I like that answer. Because honestly, it's not easy to Doom Brewmaster. Especially the way he plays it, like he always preemptively splits before running in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's almost no chance that he can get doomed.
Yeah, I think it'll probably be Mars in the mid lane again, the Brewmaster off lane, and they're not going to be that concerned about the Doom being dropped off onto him. They just need good information heroes, you know? Nick Assassin would have been a great information hero, but, you know, like I did mention, they ended up banning it out. They're very likely take it on Team Saiyan as their first pick out of this next phase here, if it doesn't get banned out by CDEC. Yeah. I do actually like Dawnbreaker as a counter to the Mars. It does very well dropping the ultimate into an arena.
Yeah. Do they have the same AoE?
Yes, I believe so.
Or maybe it's like slightly low, but you can't really notice. But yeah, I also think Dawnbreaker is a pretty good answer. And then you also still have the option of running the Doom middle or the Dawnbreaker middle.
Mm-hmm. In terms of heroes that provide information, a hero that they've picked a lot in the past CDC, and they picked it in their last game as well, was the Treant Protector, which we saw conspicuously ignored both in today's earlier game and a lot of the games yesterday. Why is he being ignored more, Black, and what do you think about him in this game?
I actually think last game he was banned in the second phase by Team Saiyan. I don't know if I recall correctly, but I think it's still a very, very strong hero. I don't think there's really much figuring out to do. Everybody knows what Treant does. There isn't a good or bad draft against Treant. Like, Treant is just a staple hero. I could see CDC pick it here, no problem. Together with Phoenix too, could be pretty nice. Phoenix Treant, one old school combo.
Already old school enough with this Mars Phoenix that we get here. All right, they have a very scary amount of team fight, and a lot of these heroes, Brewmaster and the Phoenix, kind of difficult to reach from the Doom side. So I feel like it's not going to have the most fun game.
Yeah, they could also just pair it up with the Wraith King against the Doom, which is pretty good. No, they have lots of options on CDC.
I think you don't have enough burst damage. Your damage comes a little bit too slowly if you go Wraith King on CDEC here. The Mars, the Brewmaster, the Phoenix, these heroes don't move around the map fast enough, and they don't blow up heroes quick enough, and a lot of them don't clear out waves fast enough either. I don't think you can afford to go for Wraith King as good as it is against Doom.
Monkey King.
There's your information hero like I was talking about.
This could be a 4-monkey or a carry monkey. And I don't like Razor into the monkey too much. Isn't monkey considered really good against Razor?
I don't know. Probably.
You put the ring down and Razor's like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. A lot of monkeys in that ring.
Yeah.
It normally feels so powerful. He just walks into you with his ult. Somebody incorrectly said that any damage you steal from the Monkey King is stolen from the Stone Soldiers as well. That's not how it works.
Of course not.
That's not how it works at all. Someone incorrectly said that. I forget who it was. This is why Razor is very good against Monkey King. And I'm like, yeah. It might have been Ricky. That sounds like a Ricky thing.
Sounds like we're
Is he watching right now? I hope he's watching right now. I hope Ricky's watching.
Ricky!
Okay. I'm liking what I see from CDC because you know how I feel about circle drops, boys. So we have 3 of them, or at least 2 big circles, a young supernova inside of them. Feels like a very difficult game for this Razor to play with or without BKB. You get BKB because you have to, but yeah.
An egg is not really a circle, though, right?
What do you mean?
What?
It's like
it's
an oval
shape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Which
God.
is a circle.
Damage is radio.
It's a circle-ish, yeah.
Oh my
Dude,
God.
the Phoenix egg is 100% a circle.
Oh yeah, in this game, yeah. Which is why maybe our egg comparisons weren't doing justice to the actual ability. Maybe we should call it football instead. Not the American football.
Oh. I was going to say that's also an oval.
Yeah, soccer ball.
Real football, Meth. Real football.
Yeah, not that. What do you call football?
Not that,
I don't even know why you call it football.
You kick it sometimes.
You're literally carrying it 90% of the game.
Yeah, but it's very small instances where you kick it.
Yeah, so it's called small instance football.
So back to Dota, boys. Back to Dota. Away from that abominable game. What do we need for the safe lane here for CDC? It is possible that they can play this for QAQ, the Monkey King. He has played it in the past, but I'm also with Neff that I would prefer this to be the information hero. And the past for Monkey King has seemed pretty strong of late in China. So I'd hope to continue that tradition. If that is the case, Black, what would you want to play for QAQ if you're him right now?
Terrorblade. Terrorblade doesn't care much about Doom. You destroy Razor. Would be an amazing Terrorblade game. Monkey King, as you said, can also work because you destroy Doom in the lane. Very good matchup against Razor as well. If it's not those two, then what else could there be, Neff?
Yeah, Neff.
What else? Sniper! Let's go!
You want to see Sniper picked up?
Yeah, Sniper
There's no
TB
way.
or Monkey Carry. Let's go.
I mean, they don't have much gap close on the side of Team Saiyan right now.
Look,
If they were to
Clockwork
go
is
with, like,
not really
Sniper.
sniper counter anymore. Once you get the shot,
Yeah.
you literally just laugh at him.
And we've been seeing a lot of these snipers build earlier and earlier Hurricane Pikes anyway. Okay. I could see it. If Ricky was here, he'd be clamoring for the sniper hero. He'd be like, please pick it on the side of CDC. But I'm not so
Chaos Knight?
sure QAQ is that kind of player. CK could work as well.
Yeah. Illusion type based heroes are super strong right now.
Mhm.
Maybe even Naga Siren go completely out of the box. Let's go.
Naga. I don't know about. Oh, actually, Naga's pretty good here as well.
Marcy? I hope it's a
Okay.
Marcy carry, honestly. I really do.
Probably
not, though.
I hope so too. It's unlikely.
A
It's
man can
unlikely.
dream. Dude, I played against the mid Marcy, okay? Level 6, she runs at me, boom, 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 I'm dead.
You don't need to admit that on air, Black.
I died instantly.
You don't need to.
I was
admit
so
that
sad,
on
Nav.
your
I was so sad, okay? You know how sad I was? I had 1,500 health, and she kills me in literally 4 seconds.
That is very sad. You probably shouldn't admit that you just died to a Marcy solo in the mid like that, though. Everyone's
Thanks
gonna
for
be making
ruining
fun
our
of
pubs,
you.
Black.
Yeah, they're gonna be called. No, I mean they're gonna be making fun of Black. They're gonna be calling him things like
Hey.
baby mid and.
No, a real man has to be able to admit his shortcomings sometimes. I don't have many of them.
Right.
but-
These aren't your shortcomings. They're Valve's, right? If Marcy wasn't so
Right,
attuned,
right. It's
you
never
never
my
would have
fault.
died. Yeah,
Right,
it's
yeah.
not-
Throws me over her neck.
yeah.
Just a good hero in so many different roles. So Nav 10 seconds. What do we get for Team Saiyan here to end the draft?
Quick. Too late.
Oh, that's
Ember.
not what I would have expected. I guess they
Ember.
did need a mid laner though.
They did. Carry Razor. Not the greatest against Brewmaster. It's a Marcy 4. So boring.
This was 100% always going to be Marcy 4 for Imitator with QAQ. Once they got the Marcy, it was unlikely. Having this Ember Spirit now from the mid lane, so there's some of the reach that Team Saiyan needed. It's a hero that in this game, once he gets BKB, does feel very good about himself, so he can get a lot done, it feels like. And it's one of these heroes that can show up. I think that's what they were sort of lacking in the last game, that sometimes the Void Spirit would show up for some part of the map, but then even with spell usage, they're like, well, how do we actually kill these heroes? This game, they do have some mechanism for killing these heroes, Neff. They've got some more damage on the lineup. The question I have for you, is it enough, though, to bring them back into this one?
Yes, I'm gonna say something really crazy, and Black is probably gonna make fun of me for this one, but I think Saiyan have a better team here.
You mean better draft?
You better draft. Yes, a better
No,
draft.
I agree. Actually, I was going to say the same thing.
Okay.
What? I'd put us on there for how do they win this
What
game
do-
on the side of Team Saiyan? What are they going to be doing to get this dub here?
I think that they have Marcy on the position 4 in CDC. This hero needs to abandon whoever it's with inside the safe. But I don't think it's going to be that easy for the Brewmaster whatnot to be able to exist on its own. Or Marcy makes these rotations. Not to mention Clockwork is going to be really crazy setting up kills for your team. Ember Spirit usually pops off. You don't need that many items to come online. Meanwhile, I think Monkey King is going to need a BKB plus 2 other things. And they rely a lot on these really big cooldown spells in CDEC to ever take fights into Saiyan. Well, they can dive in and out of fights with hook shots, remnants on Ember Spirit, Hoodwink being so elusive. Get back in afterwards after they commit Primal Splits, Arenas, and Supernovas. I think it is way too hard for them to take consistent good team fights with their big cooldowns, and the lanes are also superior on Saiyan.
What about you, Black? How does CDC figure out a way to take this 2-0? What do they do to deal with this much more high-tempo draft that Team Saiyan have in this game?
I do think they can match that tempo, especially early on, because Doom is not going to be the strongest outside of the Doom cooldown. So I do think they have quite a lot of windows to exploit themselves. And just basing on what we saw in Game 1, they should be superior when it comes to team movements, which are going to be very, very important this game.
Team movements are going to be very important. Teamfight spells and cooldowns are going to be very important this game. And of course, for the side of Team Saiyan, they need this game to try and avoid that relegation battle at the bottom of Division 2. To find out if they can do so and take us to a deciding Game 3, we have Black the Menace and Neff Sensei, the Mechanic Sensei himself. Take it away, boys, for game number 2, Team Saiyan versus CDEC. See you later.
Oh my god, Neff, it's starting. 34 damage permanently stolen from Static Link.
Permanently stolen. He's never getting his damage back.
Little adjustment here. Do you like it? Mars offlane, Brewmaster mid. The players are not accustomed to these lanes. That could be the downfall, Neff.
I think it matters more about what your hero specialty is. I'm going to be real with you.
All right.
Rather than lane specialty.
All right.
That's
Great
my
anti-hype.
opinion, though,
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool caster. Thank you.
All right, well, I'll hype this game up for you. Look at him. MS now running down 70 with the static link. Then the battery cell coming off to him. He's stuck in place. There's no way he's going to get away from this. 34 damage. It was stolen permanently, and he's down. The LWW with the first blood. It is insane. The
And what
crowd
did
is
I just
going
tell
wild
you?
black.
The role, not knowledge. This knowledge, unknowledge. What is even the word for that? Whatever, I'm just creating my own words. He didn't know. If your phosphor pulls the creeps, you have to be careful.
Lack the critical information. We talked about this at the beginning. Marcy, he doesn't want to be inside the lane soaking up XP. He walks around, he goes for ganks and whatnot, leaves the heroes by itself. The reason they swapped it around is because Marcy's supposed to deal with being by himself a little bit easier, but it's dying anyways. This is a disaster. How do they recover from this one, Black?
I think it's irrecoverable, to be honest. If I was them, I would probably GG out not too far into the future, but maybe they have a play left here. The bot lane, how's the Monkey King doing? Only 5 CS? I think it's over.
It just might be. I mean, do you use the remainder of this game to discuss strategies for the next one?
Yeah, I think play? So. Yeah, where did we go wrong? Monkey King carry, perhaps? Actually, they're aggressing him.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive on the bottom line. Oh, he's healing back up. QAQ, he's got so much health down here, and Son Goku's getting zoned out. Look at him, 100 HP. Now, he's having tangos pulled to him. No salves available. This guy's going for the bracer strategy with the. Oh no, never mind. It's Soul He's got queued up. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, same. No idea what you're talking about.
I thought he just go for double bracer again.
MS, one more hit into the after side, and he's dead too.
Yeah, punched by Marcy.
It was more of a kick in the where you don't like it.
Yeah.
Or some people do.
Yeah, we were talking about this in between the games.
Yeah. Of course.
Marcy, that is.
Yeah. Of course. I don't know what else we would ever be talking about in the break. What people don't know is that we literally never stop watching Dota. Like, we always talk about Dota, we watch the game all the time, like, we're super dedicated.
Right, it's my life.
Yeah.
I don't do other things. People ask me what other games I play, I simply don't.
Dota 1. Occasionally.
Dota 1. when I can use a break from Dota 2. Yeah. Actually, I haven't played Reforged. Power cogs, holding 7E in place. The battery
very powerful.
It doesn't have mana to steer.
He throws him back in.
Yeah.
Imitator's like, let me help you, Team Saiyan.
Oh, whoopsie, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Oh, you went the other way? Ooh. I can't control my own power.
Clumsy. Unfortunate. Alright, this top lane is now a disaster.
You saying it, but he still had a net worth.
Yeah. He is. It's up on him? Up on him by like 100 gold here.
Yeah, after 2 deaths.
Yep. Alright, battery comes out. He throws him 7E, Spirit of the Tree. I'm pretty sure. Okay, Imitator can just hop away. Cool.
Yeah, there's
cool
not balanced.
Yeah. What's the range on this for targeting again? Cast/jump range 800, and then you go another 200 range after that?
Yeah, that is super far.
No, 600 range, then you jump another 200, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I think it used to be even more on release.
All right, nothing is bad on release as the Monkey King is. And speaking of, we can look at him down in the bottom lane, Black. We're focusing too much about the Marcy.
The permanent Jingu, that was great.
Yeah, we treat all lanes equally.
Yeah. Well, bot lane, there is not really too much to talk about. Monkey King is an absolute hard counter to Doom. Like, there's not really much you can do at all. You can't harass him, you can't trade with him. I guess you can recover with Devour, which you didn't skill yet.
I was about to touch on that one. How come he doesn't skill Devour here? Start analyzing, Analyst.
I'm pretty sure I would just max Devour in this kind of lane. Because you only want to max Scorched Earth when there's a kill threat, right? How are they ever going to kill this Monkey King? No chance, right?
I mean, maybe you cut a tree that he hops onto.
I mean, he uses the fire now, but it's not very fiery.
They're actually getting a decent chunk of damage off of
What? The split came out, and Master also rotated to the mid lane. Nice. Yeah, like, if you give this guy a good start on Brewmaster, I'm very afraid for Team Saiyan.
All right, look at the. You see what he did? He threw the catapult up into the air. He tornadoed this thing, and so his catapult is able to hit the enemy team's tower. The creeps don't aggro onto it. They struggle to kill it there.
He has done it in the last series too. Every time split was used, there was always a catapult in the air.
That is insane. That's actually like pretty smart.
It is, because it lasts so long too. He's aggressing on him now though, but yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough movement. Like, he's so slow that he couldn't commit the fire remnants onto him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone anywhere.
Fire remnant looks pretty cool when it's really slow. I would have done it for the show.
Maybe if you had like egg shard, that way it does the 45 damage a second while it's like moving.
Oh, I missed the slide actually. Careful. I'm gonna be fine. Tranquil Boots also on the mid lane. Very unusual pickup, but of course for Brewmaster, he likes it quite a lot.
Alright, why is that?
Because you don't generally run up to heroes and hit them. You just cast spells all the time. You like the extra region it gives with the Soul Ring. You wouldn't really buy Bracers on a Brewmaster, right? Kind of a waste of gold.
Yeah.
Does anyone ever buy Boots of Bearing on Brewmaster? Or is it not a thing?
I did when I played.
How was that? How did it feel?
Underwhelming.
Yeah, probably not good. It's very expensive. You can't use the active.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
The Mars?
Yeah. Japanese getting run at here. No man to use anything either, and he's just dead.
Yeah, but Clutch
Fish off there by LWW. Yeah, Undyne, he's gonna get better. Oh,
man,
no,
if he got stunned there, he's dead. That was so risky.
100% dies. That no doubt in my mind.
He won the 50-50.
Yeah. That's scary. That is very scary.
Some people call it scary, other people say calculated.
I calculated, knew which one it would jump over to. You know, did like the pseudo random number generation, ran the odds, and like, yeah, it'll probably not hit me.
I probably have a 50% chance to make it out alive. It's not too bad. Honestly, depending on what kind of experience you've had in your life, 50% is very high.
Yeah.
Like when I play video games, if it's 20%, I take it because I'm a daredevil.
Right, we're talking about that between series as well.
Brewmaster actually rotated top. That should be an easy one. Bang!
Yeah.
That clap deals so much damage if it's maxed. We just generally don't see it maxed, but in the mid lane, of course.
Yeah, you want to use it to clear it creeps as quickly as possible and, you know, trade with your lane opponent.
Razor TP bot. There's no Doom available just yet. He needs one more CS and it can maybe aggress onto the monkey. It's not an easy kill though if he has strength threats, which he doesn't right now.
It's not an easy kill if anyone TP's down there. Marcy is
there are 3 down there though. He's gonna do the hand thing soon.
Alright, here comes Brewmaster as well. He's got split available. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna go on to Zangoku here. That's exactly what they do. Get the Doom off, he does. Goes onto the Brewmaster, stop him from splitting. Clockwork coming in, as is the Razor. He's gonna get run down here. Clockwork's already on top of him. He's doomed.
Just as I said and praised how he was gonna split before he runs in, he just runs in and gets doomed. Without Blink Dagger even.
Yeah. It just walks right into the tomb. What can you do?
Well, it happens sometimes. And other times it doesn't.
And he goes, no way he just dooms me.
Yeah, wait, what? He doomed me? How could I ever expect that one?
If only there was, you know, something in his name to tip me off that he was gonna do something like that.
Yeah. Well, good news though is that Monkey King is now relatively safe.
Black, we talked about cursing. He's alright, never mind, he's fine. But he's lost 21 damage permanently.
70 TP bottom. Could it be a wasted TP? Just wasted TP could potentially dictate the rest of the game. Wait, he threw him up there?
Yeah, but he disposed him up onto the high ground. He's gonna die for this. It looks like Zone. Can he stay on top of him? He's got 9 wand charges. All right, tries to stick on top of Imitator. Doesn't have
nice
to
arena.
for 4 seconds, but does end up going down to the clockwork. Ends up power cogging 70 inside here with him, but he's gonna trade with him. He's got
Wait,
the psychic on him, so he's lifting him back up. He ends up going down there on LWW. Now split comes off.
No more fire remnants.
Yeah.
He's dead.
No flame guard
Fire
either.
penalty does so much damage. Bam! And the spear right there. Oh.
That's power right there. They're gonna finish off the mid tower as well. They're never gonna recover. No, fortify. Didn't get it off.
Oh, they wasted 6 seconds.
Yeah, 6 seconds of that split.
6 seconds of them not being able to farm around the map too. That's potentially 200 gold.
And Dota's a game of butterfly effects, you know.
I thought you were gonna say a game of inches.
No.
Very popular game I hear. A term I hear all the time.
I want to mix
I'm
things
like,
up a
what
little
is
bit.
an inch? I'm European.
An inch is roughly 10
2.5,
gallons.
Oh, 10 gallons.
Yeah.
What was a gallon again? 3.5 liters or something?
A gallon is roughly 6 yards.
Oh, do you mean schoolyards?
No, it's like 4 ounces.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
4 ounces equalizes.
I'm
to,
surprised you don't
10
know
pounds?
this stuff, honestly. 6 stone.
Oh no, that's not the same. No, that's British. I know the difference between that.
My bad.
That's okay. It's very easy to get confused and lost in translation sometimes. And why make it easy when you can make it hard?
Yeah, exactly. Why change anything to be easier?
Yeah.
Yeah. You could just leave things the same way.
Well, 2k gold lead amassed so far. Not as one-sided as last game, but that's because the Brewmaster doesn't have his axe yet. I think they actually went for Blink Dagger first. Okay, so taking more of an active role. And Mars is going for Blink Dagger too. Could that be the difference maker this time? Double Blink Dagger.
Well, you're not a fan. We talked about how they might have a lack of damage. We didn't like, I didn't like how they weren't able to burst any these heroes down. They move around the map pretty slowly on everybody other than the Monkey King as well. Wait, yeah, they move pretty slowly around the map as well. I don't like
the
that.
Phoenix, there could be an amazing egg position in there though. They have to be absolutely careful that if they go in, they can burst him.
Yeah, I think you're too worried about Mars being able to TP in right now to want a hook shot into that Phoenix and behind his tier 1.
We have seen crazier things happen though.
All right, here's a crazy thing happening. LWW in the enemy team's jungle by himself.
That's
crazy?
pretty crazy.
Yeah. We could go on him at any time, especially with this Blink Dagger on Brewmaster.
Yeah, it's very scary. Like, angry pandas are, a problem sometimes. Depending on whether they like you or not.
I don't think this panda likes them much at all. Okay, both teams are smoked up now.
Oh, 2 versus 2. Who has the superior tag team here?
I mean, we saw in the last game that CDEC was much more crony. Maybe a different story this game. Bushwhack ends up coming out alongside the spear. Yeah, Doom on top of the sharpshooter. They use a lot of resources for this Mars, but they do end up taking him down. Split ends up coming off. Hookshot connects on a Marcy. I don't think he's going to get the wink away. Brewmaster Spirits will end up finishing him off. Marcy dropping very low. Been finished off here in just
Monkey
a
King
moment.
walking in too.
He survived for a surprisingly long time, but yeah, Monkey King ends up coming in,
it's a
finishing
very
off
slow remnant.
Clockwork. Yeah, Zone isn't going anywhere. He finally ends up making away, but he's all out of remnant now. They chase him down. They continue to top of him. Gonna walk out of that Monkey King.
Blink Dagger and 1.
Yeah.
Here's beer in your eyes.
Yeah, and it ends up proccing the fire and the Cinder Brew. Ends up finishing him off, so MS ends up going down as well.
What a violent hero, throwing beer at you and then igniting it.
Yeah. Remember when it only got ignited by fire-based spells?
Yeah, it was great. You had to lay an
awful.
Ogre Brewmaster.
That was awful. And it wasn't even like all fire spells either.
Yeah.
It's just like most of them.
Dude, when Sticky Napalm first released, I always thought like Ogre Ignite stuff did extra damage. It was never the case. But if you said fire-based damage on it.
Yeah.
But apparently only fire-based damage was your own fire.
Bat Rider-based damage.
Yeah. Could also say Bad Rider's damage is getting amplified.
All right.
Battlefield up on Monkey King. So he's scaling. You know who's not scaling? The Razor. Do you know who has bad matchups this game? The Razor.
Well, I mean, we saw how he ran with his tail between his legs for that Monkey King ultimate last time.
Yeah, and then he died anyway because there was beer in his eye.
Didn't want any part of that. His eyes were hurting.
Yeah, he's like, I'm out of here. Back to fountain. Need to wash it out.
It's honestly the safest way of doing things. And
It
they're
is,
safe
it
down
is.
here in the bottom lane. They scat up behind the tower with a rocket flare. Unfortunately, I don't see the smoke coming towards him.
Look at
Is
that massive
LWW
tower
a god?
damage
He's
too.
going to... Alright, never mind. He's not going to get on top of
Double stomp, nice.
Yeah, Supernova
Oh,
ends up coming out
actually.
alongside the arena, and yeah, they are just getting melted on these heroes, so they
Yeah.
lose 2 of their cores.
Now I'm gonna sound very smart here, real quick. They look very discombobulated on Team Saiyan.
Well, that's a good word.
Thank you.
What does it
Learned
mean?
it. It means that they're very confused and they don't know exactly what they should be doing. There was only 2 core heroes hitting the tower, and the rest of the team was like in the mid lane or in their own jungle. That is
Yeah.
LWW is next.
He's going to try
Monkey
to
stun.
TP out. Can he get the dispose? Oh, yeah, Monkey King ends up getting the stun off. Doesn't need to land the dispose. You still have it available to drop onto this Emperor
Oh,
Spear.
get thrown.
Yeah, he's got a Revenant out. They don't want to go on
Oh,
top of
Undyne
him.
though, he's fine because he's Undyne. He doesn't die. One nice sprint again. Dude, this
Yeah,
guy's
Monkey
winning
King.
from Brewmaster.
Yeah, Wukong Command ends up coming out, doing a
What
lot of
did he
damage down
do
to
in the
MS. He just
arena?
melts. Oh, no, Emperor. Okay. Gets the
Security
Revenant out.
remnant. Protection is very important, people.
Oh, no. This is a disaster now. And this all came off that play down in the bottom lane. LWW just barely didn't end up connecting with the smoke. He's like walking behind and trying to scout out the enemies who were smoked up, but didn't. I think he was just on the very edge of not popping their smoke when they ended up jumping this Razor and the Doom in the bottom lane. And then like they stumble off that on CDEC. They end up grabbing them in the mid lane to fight after that.
Yeah.
They're falling behind pretty quick all of a sudden.
They might be able to get the tier 1 bottom, but reinforcements are arriving already. There is a safety remnant out again.
It's time to
Spear?
leave.
No. Timely arrival of the creep waves. My worst enemy is my worst friend. Or whatever the saying is.
I don't think that fits here. Nice try. Discombobulated was good though.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the Brewmaster. Can he hit the hook shot? Blind? Not trying.
No.
Like, where's the killer instinct? You gotta go for this kind of stuff.
Doesn't have the confidence after these last 2 games.
Yeah, but the confidence is what makes or breaks you, and they look broken, Neff. Absolutely broken.
I agree. You need to go for plays like this, especially when you're playing from behind. I mean, you hesitate because you think, oh, I can't afford to waste a single spell, but you make something like that work. You know, you're back in it.
Yeah. And now Spear, there's a dispose ready, but they have no damage.
Thrown in the trees, but he's going to be able to get away. Not enough people to finish him off. This is why you don't like these blink daggers. If you have damage items, you find those kills.
Yeah, if that was a Desolator instead. Just saying. They would never have gotten the first Spear, but... if they do, he's dead.
Yeah. Of course.
You know, we haven't seen the combo yet. Marcy Mars, where you just give him the sidekick and the God's Rebuke deals like 5,000 damage. Roughly.
Oh, right. And then you heal up to full HP as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at it. Undyne dodges the hook. Dodges not the other one. Oh, the egg gets off.
He's going to try to go onto the end. No, he's turned around. He's running away. They're chasing after him on these Brewmaster Pandas on Imitator as well.
one.
Doesn't have rebound to get on top of him, but it looks like, yeah, rebound. Doesn't need to land. They bound strike him.
They're looking at the Hoodwink 2. Nice bushwhack is going to protect him though.
Yeah.
Just saying, if you had a BKB there, Hoodwink is probably dead.
Instead of this blink dagger, yeah.
Yeah,
He doesn't
'cause
find the
you
last
probably
couple
BKB
of
to kill
kills.
support.
But he's got the BKB.
Well, probably not, but you could have if you wanted to.
A 90-second cooldown on this thing. Trying to kill the support now? I'm not sure that's worth it.
Yeah, I would kill a support and then bait the other cores and then kill the cores too.
Oh, by the way, we've got BKBs now, finished on the Razor. One's flying out to the Doom.
But
But I do believe that
Monkey King also just finished this. He's just 4k net overhead, that's fine.
Arena ends up coming out. 70's gonna just walk away from this one. MS is gonna try to chase him down, but he ends up breaking the link. He's getting far enough away. MS is running really far away from his team.
MS might be in trouble here. There's a monkey with BKB.
Imitator. Yeah.
Wait, he's
Monkey
running
King ends up
out.
just walking out. The hook shot ends up connecting. Oh no.
He dooms a 100 HP target.
Yeah, desperate to grab him. They try to get the deny off, but they don't manage to grab him in time. You commit the Wukong command because you want to force a disengage, so manage to take 2. Not a great initiation by Team Saiyan, but they do manage to find 2 heroes.
Yeah, I gotta admit, this time around, I feel like the Monkey King was way too scared. Like, a good Wukong stare could have turned the entire fight around. Probably scared of the Doom coming out, but...
In the middle of that Wukong command, before he pops his BKB or after he pops his BKB.
Yeah. I mean, at least now Doom is on a pretty long cooldown, so they can be looking at Roche next.
I mean, how? All these heroes take Roshan pretty slowly.
They do, but, you know, 90 seconds is probably enough. Or, I mean, you don't even have to do Roshan, just force them to a team fight. Or LWW just dies.
Clockwork now, yeah. There's a lot of damage coming up from this Monkey King. He's got the plus 130 Jingu Mastery damage.
Which I think is almost always better than the other one.
What's the other one? The treating its cast range.
It's pretty good. It's just kind of defeats the purpose of a Monkey King carry because you're supposed to be hitting targets, not, you know, be the information guy.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not Twilight.
Okay, now do they go for Roshan again? Well, this is my issue with it. You take this so slow.
Master makes it decently fast, though.
Yeah. But now you get scattered out by the Clockwork. They know that you're in here. Do they have
the Ember there? Okay, Ember's coming.
He's got TP.
The Ember spam is going to make this a lot more difficult. But they do have 2 Brewmaster splits and a Cane Rune.
And here it goes. End up committing the first split. The arena ends up coming out. So does the Wukong command. The egg in the middle of everything. This is going to force him to walk back now on Team Saiyan. MS? Yeah, he does end up going down. He's got buyback available, but I'm not sure he's going to even bother coming back in this fight. Roshan is already sitting incredibly low. They've committed so many of their spells already, too. So they are taking advantage of Doom. Yeah, second split ends up coming off. Stun off on the Ember Spirit. Clockwork comes in with the hook shot. He gets the kill off an imitator. Can he snatch the Aegis? He can't. Ends up going to QAQ. But Roshan does end up going to the dire side. LWW about to drop. One more hit from QAQ will do the trick. Split's already committed, but... yeah, the Hoodwink is dropping very low.
It's burning, slowed, and then...
yeah, there he is, finished off that Boundless Strike.
You know, you could also just hit him, but...
yeah, it doesn't look as cool.
Yeah, give him the treatment.
Yeah. Then did you see the cool 4-digit number come out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. The adrenaline when that number comes up, you're like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now Monkey King has a basher already. Like, the Razor just has no game. I don't even know what to do now as the Razor.
Yeah, all he's got is a BKB and
wait, he's doing a BKB Monkey King. He can actually fight this back with the Jingu.
This guy has an Aegis.
He's not gonna fight back with the Jingu.
He has an Aegis. And they are nearby a tier 1 tower.
Oh,
he ends up missing the hook shot! It was too early! Marcy ends up coming in. He's surrounded by 4 heroes now. Bushwhack onto the trees. He ends up going down, but QAQ, he comes back in, goes into LWW. He's trapped inside the cogs for now, needs to get out of these things. Son Goku pops BKB, goes on the Razor, 7E, does end up going down here, but QAQ is sitting pretty healthy. So those 4 charges of the Jingu Mastery, decides to go back in.
Dead again.
Might just jump on the Razor. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. 2 hits. They'll finish him off. Now, Hoodwink.
Here's a basher.
Down the strike is back up as well. He could just jump
a big one.
The tree with
if that hits, someone's dead.
Hit him?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, the adrenaline.
He still has a basher too. He can turn it around.
BKB available. Yeah. They need to walk away. They realize that pretty quickly. They go, wait, what are we doing here? And they walk away. Oh, they managed to find some kills. That felt like an absolutely crazy move from Team Saiyan to even attempt, though.
Yeah. I'm honestly a little bit surprised they didn't try to turn around and just hit the Doom. Like, with that 130 Jingu talent and the life lead you get from it, I feel like they wouldn't even have been able to kill him the first time. Or not easily, at least.
Yeah, it would have been close. I mean, the fact that he ran away gets him close to that tier 1 tower where all of his teammates are sitting. So you want to get as far as possible instead of holding your ground, because it became like, all right, how quickly do my teammates manage to get in?
Now,
I think that really did mess all that up.
He had a basher too. I think the Doom would have either ran or he would have died. But he definitely can't keep up those like infernal blades over and over and over again.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. It might have even gone the way of Team Saiyan if that hook shot managed to land, but he used it just a moment too early.
He tried to do like a Mirana arrow. Doesn't quite work like that, unfortunately.
No. That one's
Mars
a weird
really needs to
ability.
be BKB though. Is what we saw from those fights.
Yeah.
70.
He almost has it.
Yeah.
All right. So, how does Team Saiyan recover from this one now?
Well, they're smoked up right now. They have Doom available as well. Doom a prime target. Oh, Undyne is in a really good spot though. But only if they actually smoke there. If they don't, then he's not in a good spot.
All right, they
Brewmaster's
ping this
actually
one out.
bottom.
Yeah, they see 7E. They don't manage to connect with
Undyne
anything, though.
forces away. And kind of just flies away
He's got
and
dives.
TP's out.
Yeah. He's
Alright. I mean, Clockwork had a TP. He could have TP'd there and stopped that for sure. Like,
Yep.
they're not playing proactively at all, it feels like.
What did he hook shot just now? Some cooldown. I missed it.
He used it just now, right?
Yeah.
I do not know.
Alright. Saying Chains comes out. You still have BKB available on the Monkey King, so they don't commit onto him. Alright, they're getting more proactive all of a sudden. They're putting the pressure onto the CDEC.
Here's a Lincoln's on Ember Spirit. Thoughts?
Not crazy about it. Alright, stun comes off on his zone. They spear him into the trees. Getting chain stun down. If they can burst him, be great for him. But
He's
he
out
doesn't
of the
manage to
fight,
get
though.
away. Yeah. So it looks like everyone manages to leave. Marzarina doesn't manage to kill anybody.
No
Power
BKB
God
on
comes
Doom?
off. Yeah, it keeps going forward here on 7E. Doesn't have BKB available. Doom, stunned up, pushed back from the side of CDEC. He's going to get finished off here in just a moment. There it is. LWW, jetpack to run away. Please get out of there, little buddy. All right, he's forced to the ground. He ends up dropping as well. Zone. All right. Stun doesn't end up connecting with anyone when he throws out that to spear. So it looks like everyone else is going to be able to walk away.
I am so surprised by this Lincoln's purchase. They have like one targeted ability, which is Dispose.
I mean, there's Tornado.
I guess. Oh,
Brewmaster,
70 is also
7E.
dead.
Yeah.
Oh!
Well, there, please kill him. Okay.
Oh. And Phoenix might be dead too. He has an egg though.
Yeah, he does. All right, dropped in the middle of all these heroes. They can. Oh, there was such a huge boundless strike, and they finish it off. They do manage to get a QAQ stuck in place for a couple moments now, but he just
can't
stands his
fight
ground.
his
He's
monkey,
flanking up pretty fast. But he does end up going down. All right,
doesn't
looks
even
like
try to
about to
go
lose
to
zone as well. Yeah.
I'm gonna say it right now that Lincoln's is a grief.
What was he? What did you think the logic behind this one is? Are they just that
I really
concerned
don't
about the
know.
Dispose?
Like, if you get stunned off screen by a boundless strike into Mars follow-up, you're dead. This Lincoln is not gonna do anything. If you wanna get tank in this game, Kaya Sanj and the Shiva's God is definitely the play.
Yeah, I don't quite understand it either. I guess they're just that afraid of the single target setup from Marcy.
Maybe, but like, if you can't react to a Marcy running at you with this pose, then
She's got a blink here.
like I don't know what to say. Or she does have a big dagger now. Yeah, but even then, they have even better stunts than a Marcy this pose. This game to worry about. I feel like this pose is the last thing you should worry about.
Yeah. Hook shot ends up coming off
No egg
onto
this time.
the Phoenix, stunned up immediately afterwards as well. They're
pretty
trying
tank,
to change
though.
up as much as they can, but the Bushwhack doesn't end up latching on anything. Ends up missing the sharpshooter as well. Now Clockwork is stuck so far from his team. Disposed back to the Monkey King. Jetpack not going to save him.
He started flying just to fall, man.
Yeah.
Story of humanity.
Oh, that's deep, Black.
It is. I'm a pretty deep guy today. But yeah,
Philosophical.
the story of last game is sort of starting to repeat itself again. They're just getting outpaced. They're the Doom on Brewmaster. That's nice.
Okay. Yeah, he had 2 charges of his Primal Split available. Can they finish him off with this, though? Looks like he's disposed up on the high ground. He ends up going down anyway. Zone manages to finish him off. 70 blinks
MS
down to
no
the
BKB
low
again,
ground,
though.
but ends up committing the arena, trying to time that with the BKB expiring. Was slightly off the mark.
All that ends up happening though is that the arena expires as well. Just like expired milk, doesn't go down too well.
Yeah. It's no good anymore.
Skadi already on Monkey though. Just look at the net worth difference between him and the Razor. Like, I don't know how Razor's ever gonna do anything in this game.
He does have it kind of rough. Alright, he almost has a refresher orb. He was forced to buy this plate mail because he realized he was just dying to the Wukong's man and whatnot. Quick Roche respawn, by the way. It was like 10 seconds. Mid lane, end up committing on to Marcy. Yeah, drops pretty quick.
The gold lead is dwindling. Slowly but surely. So they have no Doom available, that should be a free Roche, right?
Yes. Alright, MS getting chased down right now. He does a lot of damage. It doesn't matter if you're draining his damage. Yeah, he bashed you a single time, you're just dead. He didn't bash you at all. He got kind of lucky there on the Razor.
Again, like, what is his business down there? They just got to pick off mid lane. No one's showing. Like, he had to have known that they were coming for him. Or at least there's a high chance they would.
Yeah. You know, they just free dance.
Free off him.
Spraying, they get on top of you with a blink dagger. Yeah,
for the hoodwink, it's a lot of damage. That's way too much damage.
Yeah.
He has a Linker to protect him though from the tornado.
Wait, does this Void Panda... Oh yeah, I guess it only does 70 damage. That's depressing. Fair enough.
His disarm is pretty good though, because it slows by 40%.
Yeah, this is just such an underwhelming spirit. Like, even the air one, like, you've got wind walk, so you can do crit damage. The fire one does a lot.
I mean, damage-wise, yeah, but the void one, I think probably has the best utility out of all of them.
No way.
That slow disarm is really good. 2.5 seconds. It's like a
tornado and dispel magic and wind walk all in the same.
Maybe
panda?
The storm is as good. Look at the Roshan fight though. Go do your casting thing.
Okay. Roshan dropping very low. He's only got 1800 HP. Wow, but Zone coming in. He's zoning him out. That's my casting thing.
And gets his head dispelled. And
sphere.
Whoa! It saves him from the tornado. Wait. Where did Fox die?
Could save LWW. He was really far back. I think
gets doomed again.
Yeah, doomed up. He's gonna get run down here as well. This thing's still lasting another like 10 seconds onto him. He's just stacking up these Inferno Blades. It does make
it's him again. You remember the Brewmaster Classic? He's just killing the base all the time. I forgot it was him.
Oh yeah.
I forgot it was him.
It forced the they forced the Doom, which is crucial to these team fights. They buy back in the game immediately, and now they have the Aegis to get the Egg Shard. They don't have Doom for this next team fight. He's still super far off being able to build a Refresher Orb. So I think they're just gonna punish them for not having their abilities, like when they have the Aegis for this next fight.
Also a little bit of tilt for sure, because he played really well, and then he just had like a little mess up. He gets Doom for it, he's like, oh my god, I hate you. Monkey King,
spears him into the tower, but he managed to pop BKB first. Arena ends up coming out. They try to run down QAQ, but he does still have the Aegis available. Now everyone on top of MS. He is dropping incredibly quickly. Can they finish him off? He doesn't manage to make it underneath the tier 4. It's going to drop for the God's Rebuke. They can't fight into Supernova either. Ends up popping. They bushwhack a ton of heroes over together. Ends up jumping forward as well on this Doom. He gets a stomp off on a few heroes, but QAQ still has the BKB and the Aegis available. He's not afraid of anything.
Bounces in one.
Split. Yeah, spears of clockwork inside of the trees. Boundless ends up coming on as well. He ends up dropping, buys back into the game, but they're still not afraid on the side of CDEC. They continue to finish off these Raxes. And I got, at the very least, the only saving grace of all this is the fact that Primal Split and the Refresher Orb are still on cooldown. So now they're going to walk away.
Yeah. Now just wait for the cooldowns to be back up again, then he starts this whole backdooring thing. I've seen the story before.
It's not a good story.
Yeah, the ending of the story was a very tragic one. You know how usually, like in happy stories, they end up together, married, super happy? Yeah, none of that story. It just destroys everything. Everybody hates it.
Aren't all like German story, like fairy tales and whatnot, end in like horror or something?
Yes, most of them.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ends up missing the spear.
The Germans are very nice though.
Yeah.
I promise. They'll invite you to their house and then start cooking you.
I'll just end in disaster. That's the only thing I know about like German fairy tales.
Yeah, German fairy tales are great, man, especially for kids. But the thing is, in the kids' versions, you never tell them their actual ending, you know? You leave that part out. Because before that, it's actually really nice, and suddenly it just turns so dark. I don't even know where that comes from. It's crazy.
We'll do like a content segment. We'll do German story time with Black.
I don't know if we should do that. It's not PG-18 anymore. PG-13?
Yeah. That's the one you're looking for.
Yeah. See? I might make a lot of mistakes, but I always rectify them straight away. Because that's what you gotta do. In the world of Dota. Make mistakes, don't make the same mistake again.
Yeah. It's too hard to be perfect, but you fix your mistakes every time you make one. And that's good enough.
And then the fifth mistake that you fix means that you will have the same mistake that you made the first time again, because there's too much brain capacity already being taken. There's Age for another minute. There's an axe on the monkey, so sieging got a little bit easier. And he has a big ring. His busy buddies are coming.
Yeah, he's got 3 of these available now, right?
Yeah, and the Storm Panda's running to the top already, by the way, so he's gonna cancel the split over there, split again on the top, and start pushing there.
Yeah, then they're gonna have to make a decision. They have to back up and then choose which target they want to commit on.
He's doing it right now.
Yep, here it comes. And now QAQ goes all in. Yeah. They actually get the bushwhack off on 2 heroes as well. They're dropping pretty low on both these guys. Supernova comes off on the back right. Imitator's forced to run away. About to get finished off here. Ember Spirit, it does end up cleaning him up. Doom ends up coming off the QAQ after he gets back up with the Aegis, but he's just
Mega Creeps maybe? Can you get it?
Clearing these units out.
No.
They get the stomp off him? Yeah, it does end up going down, so he loses beyond godlike. Another split comes out, trying to finish off this Rax, and the Earth Panda's running over to the last.
They're ignoring the Earth Panda.
They better not forget about this one. They better not. Sun Goku stunned up now.
He just walked through the tier 4.
Yeah, he could have both of them with that last split. He can't keep getting away with this, Black.
This guy's so annoying, man.
Oh, this is miserable to play against.
I gotta say,
win the battle, but you lose the war.
The Razor saw the Panda walk there. He just ignored the Earth Panda. He was like, yeah, whatever.
I mean, that's what's so difficult about it. You gotta make a choice, but then you end up losing them both.
The choice was kill the Monkey King. And it was a choice, it's better than no choice at all. But then Razor ends up being shish kebab.
Right? He dies, right? The Razor dies here?
Yes.
To the neutral creep.
That was planned.
Yeah.
I can't believe he didn't just run there. Like, he definitely wanted to
try to stand his ground.
The point was proven. You're a maniac. And you're also half the nepper of the Monkey King.
Yep. That's rough. Alright, 37 minutes in. The tier 4 neutral items going to turn this around for Team Saiyan, Black.
GG.
The answer is no. GG is called. A very rough way to have this series closed out, unfortunately. The Brewmaster Pandas, they were too strong. They couldn't deal with the Rat Dota coming out from them. I mean, I think that they would have been able to take the fight directly into them, given how big of a lead that CDEC had there. But I think they were going for mental damage at the end.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I do know they wouldn't have ended the game straight away. He would have waited for like 4 brew splits, sent the Earth brew here, the Lightning brew, the Storm brew there. Make it really slow and painful. Teach them a lesson, Make them quit, make them tap out. Don't end it. Make them end them. Make it end it themselves. Mm-hmm.
Not the lesson that's been learned here, Black. The lesson is, when you're playing against CDEC, for the love of God, ban Brewmaster. Do not allow them to first pick this hero. Otherwise, you are certainly going to be struggling in a game like this. And unfortunately, for the side of Team Saiyan, they struggle too much, and they go down 2-0 in this instance. Great game from CDEC. It looked more promising at the beginning, Nev. There were some signs of life, Black told us that there's never going to be a time we can doom the Brewmaster. It got doomed early on. It's like, okay, maybe things could start turning.
Yeah, so many times.
It was kind of hilarious how often it happened, but regrettably, the progression in the game just stalled out. And I really want to go to some of this itemization, which we've seen be a problem and plague many of the players here in Division 2. No BKB on Ember Spirit, only the Lincoln Sphere. Talk to me about this, Neff. What was going through his mind when he made that decision?
I think he was just afraid of being thrown up in the air and singled out in the team fights by the Brewmaster. He probably got a little bit in his own head, but you can deal with this problem the exact same way just by building yourself a BKB. And then it's kind of on your terms. You don't have to worry about anything. Because they have a lot of magic damage from CDEC as well. Like, I think that BKB would have been a superior choice here, especially given that Lincoln Sphere did end up getting nerfed in the most recent patch. Not worth going for, especially in a game where you're just barely losing. as well. I feel like popping off, the enemies have some great single target spells. Sure, go for the Lincoln Sphere, but really wasn't what they needed here when the game was so difficult for them to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, a reason why Ember is also so strong is because you get that BKB, you get the 15 Flame Guard talent, and you just did like 100 DPS around you at all times. He even went for the Syrian Chains talent. He didn't even go for that really strong Flame Guard talent. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure what his idea there was, but it didn't really feel impactful.
Not at all. I know you hate Lincoln Sphere just in general, Black, so you were definitely not going to be happy seeing the item come up. But it also sort of hampered how they could approach these team fights, right? It required them to have some very crisp execution to go get these kills. And because he lacks the BKB, half the time he'd go in and have to immediately retreat, leaving poor MS on this Razor. I mean, we thought he was going to have a hard game, F, but my God. It started just becoming impossible for MS. He'd pop the BKB, be the only one remaining, and everybody would just aggress onto him from CDEC. Although there were some signs of hope, but this fight is sort of an example of what we're talking about here. Look at MS. BKB up. He's like, yeah, boys, we can do stuff. You know, we're going to kill 7E, but as soon as this BKB is down, and QAQ and the Brewmaster are playing together, suddenly everyone else has to leave. MS always getting left behind. Feels bad. You can't play Razor under these conditions, can you?
No, now we're getting run out like this. The Brewmaster, I feel like, is decent against it. The Razor wasn't amazing. The Razor wasn't amazing against like any of these heroes. Ian Black was talking about that at the beginning. Like, Monkey King deal with it pretty well, just due to how much damage you end up getting from that Jingu Master and the Stone Soldiers. You don't want to fight into that ultimate. There's so many issues for this Razor, man. Like that last fight that we saw before this one, maybe they could have come back in the game off of that if the Clockwork's hook ended up connecting Monkey King. But these tiny mistakes in the game that's already pretty difficult ends up costing you everything.
Yeah, Black, unfortunately, that is true that we've got a lot of execution mistakes, especially out of this Clockwork. A lot of missed hooks. There was some missed sharpshooter hits coming in from Wenhao here on this young Hoodwink. Just a lot of the lack of crispness here on the side of Team Saiyan. Like, outside of just leadership issues, that's starting to me to be one of the key problems that I see with the squad at the moment.
Yeah, but it gets amplified by not having like a proper idea, right? Like all of these individual errors just look so much bigger if there's just no team cohesiveness at all, because you are very reliant on that like individual performance if you don't have that planning ahead, right? So I agree with you. It is definitely an issue, and in this game it played a massive role. But yeah, they're just not quite up to the task. Like CDC is just another level compared to them.
Yep, CDC 4-1 right now, demonstrating that they're not just on another level compared to Team Saiyan, but they are trying to get themselves into another level entirely by leaving the division. This was an open qualifier team here, Neff. This might be the second season in a row where this happens. Some OQ team comes in, dominates the division, heads up into Div 1. The way they're looking right now, I don't actually think there are any other teams that are as good as this in Division 2. What do you think about their relative strength at the moment?
You are such a Ponlo hater. This guy was talking up Ponlo so much in Division 2. Team Fusion's the next big thing. Now he's completely abandoned them after they lost 2 matches. Snare, gotta believe in your boy.
Listen, not I believe it. I believe in good Dota. And CDC just look better. What can I do? I would much prefer Neff. I would very much like to be talking up Ponlo like this. Trust, bro. But sadly, Ponlo and the crew not looking nearly as hot as CDC have in this game.
Black, where do you stand on this one? CDC above everyone else, above Team Fusion that everyone was very excited about?
Well, certainly above IG, which I thought was going to be the first in the league. But there's going to be a very, very important match coming up soon, right? CDC versus Fusion. That's going to probably tell us who's going to take that second spot down the line. But yeah, like just looking at the current performances of the teams, Fusion doesn't look as good as CDC.
Yeah. Which surprises me greatly. I mean, Fusion were the first team to qualify through the open qualifiers, and they beat CDC on that path to that point.
They did it so easily, too.
Right?
They were undefeated in the open.
Them. They didn't even drop a single game in the open qualifiers. But
what happened to CDC in that like, short amount of time? Like, what are they taking? What are they eating for breakfast? The champion's breakfast? Eggs? And whatever else? I have no idea what a champion's breakfast is.
It wasn't a small amount of time. They went to the hyperbolic time chamber, where 1 day is a year.
Oh, they've been there for 4 weeks, so it has been 30 years of time. That
If
is
you're curious
insane.
as to what they've been eating, Black, we can ask them directly because we have Undyne here from the side of CDEC ready to talk to us and give us his perspective. Undyne will be joined as well by Marshall, who will help us with the translation. Thank you so much for joining us, Undyne. Congratulations on your victory. Talk to us about this. Were you as prepared for this game as you've been for some of the other series you've played, such against IG, the Magmas, and the like? How much work did it take from your squad to take 2-0?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，关于这场 BO3跟之前打一些强队，包括像 IG 这种队伍的时候，你们做的准备工作是一样充分的吗？然后你对今天这个2-0是怎么看的？
准备跟其他队一样，都是比较充分的研究过 BP。然后是什么？
然后就是你觉得这些准备工作帮你们跟你们今天这个2-0就是之间就是有什么关系吗
？BP 做的很到位吧。BP 做的很到位，我们阵容选战输。
Yeah, we have the same preparation for all opponents, and I think we did a really good job. This series, our draft is on point, and our lineup is very comfortable for everyone to play.
Speaking of that comfort, actually, something I've noticed about your game so far in Division 2 is almost every single series you've been playing has been slightly faster when you win than the previous series beforehand. And right now with this victory, not only is it your fastest games just yet, but it's your fastest games, the fastest games in total here in the Division 2 DPC. Is it a conscious decision that the team is making to try and accelerate that pace, or is it just a natural thing that happens as you're becoming more confident?
然后就是发现一个比较有意思的数据，就是你们队的话赢的比赛场次的时间是在逐渐缩短，包括像之前上一场的话也是刷新了A 级联赛的这个最快的一个单场时间嘛。就是你们是在有意的想要这个提速，还是这点上你们自己有那个平时战术部署的时候有认识到吗？
确实有认识到，因为之前交流上面问题很大，就很容易一些压制阵容做不到该赢的时间点去赢，所以我们大部分时间之前选都是团战阵容，去往后期去拖。现在执行力好一点了，就可以更快的赢了。
We are aware of this. When we first start, we have a lot of communication issue with communication, and that's why we tend to pick the lineup with more team fights that tend to drag the game towards late game. But right now, I think we are on the same page, so it's easier for us to bring up the pace.
Definitely makes sense. Black, you were mentioning earlier that you're a fan of how they approach the game and what they do, especially in the earlier portions of it. I'm pretty sure Undyne is instrumental to how that plays out. So holler at the man while we have him on the line.
Yeah, sure. But first, I wanted to ask a question about the general cohesiveness of the team. So in the first open qualifier, you lost quite badly to Team Fusion. In the second open qualifier, you make it barely into the league, and now you're suddenly considered like the top contender by most. Like, how do you explain the sudden improvement of like your skill level and overall team level?
就是想问一下关于队伍的这个磨合的事情，就是其实一开始的话，第一次海选是输给那个 Fusion 输的比较彻底嘛，然后第二次的话也是险险过关进入到 A 级联赛，但是现在的话，其实已经在 A 级联赛里面算是一支大家都非常看好的队伍了。你觉得这段时间的话，队伍的整体提升在哪方面？然后你觉得进步有多大？
队伍整体提升，感觉交流上面一直在变好吧，而且越来越信任队友了。差不多就这样。
Yeah, I think like I mentioned before, our communication is getting better, and we trust each other way more than before. That's why we're getting better.
Okay, and then one more question just about you and Imitator. The two of you have had massive improvement also on an individual level. Are you guys going to be the next legendary duo like FY and Fenrir?
就是在想问一下你跟 Imitator 的这个组合嘛，就是你们两个其实个人的表现，然后包括你们整体的表现，也是这个进步了很多。你们有没有这个立过小目标，比如说像成为这个 FY 跟分队那种比较经典的辅助组合？
确实有过。 是比较享受。
Yes, I hope one day we can become as good as they are.
Okay.
That day might not be that far off. Neff, we have the man here. I would want to probe his brain while we still have him on the line for a little bit longer.
Sure. Very simple question. Are you enjoying this patch and the position for heroes that you get to play on it, like Clockwork and Marcy and things like that? Does this patch suit you? And are you having fun with it?
想问一个比较简单的问题，就是你对这个版本4号位的现状还满意吗？就是包括像看到选了发条或者马西这样的英雄，你个人而言的话，你喜欢现在的这个版本吗？
我还比较喜欢吧，因为这版本比较对酱油比较友好吧。
I like this patch a lot. I think it's a very friendly patch for support players.
Fair enough. That's all I got.
Makes sense. Before we let you go, Undyne, I still have 2 more questions that I just want to quickly ask you. The first one is, how do you look at the team now? You're saying that you've been getting better, communication is improving. Obviously, your goal is not just going to be doing well in this division, but you want to be promoted to Division 1 and do well in the TI qualifiers. Where do you rank your team right now in general at being able to accomplish those goals?
像你之前说的队伍交流这方面成绩都在变好，但是我知道目标肯定不仅仅是变好，就是包括可能后面想要去打那个 SC 的比赛，包括可能要备战那个 TI 的预选赛。那你觉得现在整个队伍对后面的这些目标，你觉得有这个能力去完成吗？还是在一个什么样的这个状态？
我觉得有能力去完成，但也需要一定的完善。
Yes, I think we are capable of doing all those stuffs, but we still need to improve many aspects.
Last question here. Tell us, we've been speaking about this patch a lot. Do you want a big change after TI? Do you want some massive improvements or redesigns to the game itself? Or do you want it to continue in the same state it's been for a while now?
就是打完 TI 之后的话，如果版本再去改变的话，你会对这个版本新的，就是可能的话，对新的版本有什么比较想要做的改变吗？有什么比较大的改变，还是你更倾向于就是继续保持现在这个小改动的风格？
也比较期待大改动吧，小改动玩时间长也会腻的。
大的改动就是有没有特别想过？
这倒没有。加强一下屠夫。
加强屠夫。
速度屠夫可能。
Yeah, I'm looking forward for some big changes. I mean, small patches is good, but it's kind of flat. So I wanna see some big changes. As far as what's gonna be changed, I have no idea. But probably we can buff Pudge again.
Oh my god. Pudge is already strong enough. Thank you very much. So, Undyne, thank you so much for your time and congratulations on your victory. We hope to see you continue to play Dota as well as you have. And yeah, good luck further.
Good luck.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你以后能好运。
谢谢。
Thank you.
All right, that was Undyne joining us there from CDEC with Marshall on the translation.
A man of few words.
Few words, but prescient words, right? Because one of the things he mentioned is something that we talked about on the previous panel. Trust and communication. You can see it in this one squad. And not only is it present in the game itself, but he has isolated that Black as the key reason why the team is better. Didn't talk about tactics, didn't talk about it, understanding the meta better than anybody else. He's just like, I understand my teammates better than anybody else. And now we're flying. What do other teams need to do? How do you try and engender that particular form of communication if you aren't there yet for the other squads?
I mean, that's what I tried to tickle out of him, right? Like, I was like, how do you explain that, like, massive improvement over, like, what, a month? And he's kind of like, yeah, our team plays better, which, of course, it is, because otherwise you wouldn't be here. But, like, he didn't give us the secret sauce, He's like, we're better. I'm like, yeah, we know you're better. But why? I was a tickle, but he didn't budge. He didn't budge. The secret sauce is not coming out anytime soon.
It's like the recipe to Coca-Cola. At least keep it in the vault there. And I feel like maybe we should have touched on the war crimes they're committing on the Brewmaster. that kind of slipped by. I forgot about that one at the time.
Nah, we'll get the chance once we talk to the offlane player. We'll be like, yeah, what are you doing with your brewmaster, bro?
Why do you do this? Why do you let bad things happen to good people when you're playing this brewmaster?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not even sure why they want Pudge to get buffed, because he already is like, Pudge is whatever, but Brewmaster is already so crazy that I think that's going to be the number one hero for every team that goes against CDEC. But Black, do you remember that guy, Air, who used to play on Hyperglory team when he was on this Brewmaster?
Uh-huh.
The way it feels like I haven't seen somebody who understands brew to this degree in a very long time. And it feels like CDEC just in general understand how to play around it better than even some of the teams that we'll see in Division 1 at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty grateful for the series, to be honest, just to like see the stark contrast of Game 1 Brewmaster and Game 2 Brewmaster. Like it really is a hero that gets amplified indefinitely by understanding of the hero and just knowledge overall of the hero.
I mean, to make that contrast even starker, right? At 15 minutes in game number 1, Brewmaster on the side of Team Saiyan, Son Goku played it, didn't even have level 12 at 20 minutes, and it just barely eked out an Aghanim Scepter. Neff on the other side, game 2, at 20 minutes, level 15, Blink and Aghanim Scepter very much complete and just being a menace to society all across the map. CDEC, I feel like they are untouchable with this hero. How does anybody stop them? Or do you have no option but you just ban it every game?
Well, I mean, you stop him by dooming him before it gets the split off. That's one way, but I think a lot of times he's going to ban it out against them until people find a better solution for the hero. Just don't play against it. It's that easy. I don't think anything is so broken right now that you're super afraid of it. You need 2 bans. Maybe, if you're banning out Brewmaster first every game, you make sure that you're taking first pick. So you're able to deny the end up being like 3 different heroes. So I'd say that's what you probably want to do against them.
That makes sense. So we've been talking up CDEC. They're now going to be challenging at the top. Obviously, the upcoming game against Team Fusion is where the rubber really meets the road. But there's 2 things we still need to talk about. The first is Team Saiyan now being down in the dumps. They're in this relegation scrap. Fairly difficult to see how they're going to find themselves coming out of it with the score that they're looking at right now. Black, are they already started? You've been in this environment before, like playing with some of these teams in China. Are they already starting to think about who to replace in the squad because of how poor the results have been?
It's always a possibility, especially if you're not really bound to any organization or anything. It could also just be like a flat or disband if things don't go the way they want. But, it's not over yet. They could still possibly eke out like 6 spots so they can at least stay in the league and figure things out after that. But yeah, I would assume, since they're just a stack, like if they were to be relegated or like kicked out of the league, they're probably just going to disband.
What replay were you watching just now?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, one of my juicy Ember games. Dude, hey.
You're watching one of your own replays right now, Jake?
Hey, if pro players are allowed to analyze their own replays during an interview, I'm allowed to do the same, okay? I'm just saying equal rights to everyone.
Lol.
You gave yourself away by... I could see the reflection of your replay in your glasses.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you're not supposed to
anime glasses. I'm always up to something, dude.
Lol. All right, boys. Before we close this particular part of the show out, one final thing we need to talk about. The upcoming series of the day. Now that we are done with Division 2 and we're going to be going up into Division 1 for the rest of the day's proceedings, also some very important games, right? The first one, though, is the one I really want to talk about, given that it's quite possible that this ends up being a relegation battle as well, Black. Ehome versus Aster Aries. Both of these teams are 1-3. Whoever loses goes down to being 1-4, almost guaranteed to be bottom of the pile at that point. Who do you think is going to win in between those squads? What do you make of Ehome and Aster Aries and their journeys overall in the meta right now?
I think you probably gotta give it to Ehome. Like, sure, Aries had this like one Wonder Boy performance against Extreme where they 2-0'd them somehow. Like I still don't know how. After seeing like all of the other games play out,
bro.
Yeah, it wasn't just Alchemist. They also had like a massive patch game against them. They just completely destroyed them. Like Extreme was completely caught off guard. But yeah, Ehome just looks to be more stable than them overall, and they should probably be the ones taking it.
All right, that makes sense to me. Neff, you're obviously going to be on that next game, so we're going to hear what you think just now. For the last series of the day, that Extreme versus Dandelion Esports Club matchup, that one's also fairly important for fates of both of those teams. Extreme definitely need to end very highly to go to the major, potentially get direct TI qualification, but DEC trying to demonstrate that they can get up to Division 1 and not be bounced back like so many other squads have been. Where do you think that particular series is going?
I'm obliged to root for Dandelion because my good friend Panders is a massive Dandelion fan. So I hope they succeed. It's bizarre seeing them do so well, though, even them moving into Division 1, because they're kind of like Team Magma rejects, right, Black?
They are. Yeah, and I mean, we'll see how they end up or where they end up. Again, these inconsistencies with a lot of these teams, I have such a hard time predicting. Like, are they going to beat LGD next, or are they going to lose to Aster Aries, or what's happening? I have no idea.
The Chinese region is the most fun region to watch for that exact reason. You legitimately have zero idea who's going to win a game before it starts. Sometimes it does go as anticipated, but more often than not, it goes in surprising directions. So we're going to be hoping, not necessarily for upsets today, but more entertainment, more competitive Dota, and some more hype for the day. And with that, we're going to be closing this out here in Division 2. When we return, Division 1 action will be live. Black, Neff, thank you so much for your efforts, gentlemen. And everybody at home, please go ahead and thank them on the social medias. We'll post where you can find them in the chat itself so you can go and give them your adulations. And thank you also for the time that you spent with us. Go hug someone you love. Let them know you love them. And we'll see you in about 40 minutes for the next series of Dota. This is the Chinese region. This is a Dota 2, and this has been the DPC. We'll be right back with some more action. See you in a bit.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome to the China DPC, where the best teams in the Dota region are going to be battling it out. What is Dota, I hear you ask? Well, it's a 5v5 game where we play fantasy and cast spells and try to destroy each other's ancients. And now you know as much as your average Twitch chatter, you can say whatever you like about these players and what they should do better. Let's get into the series we have coming up today. And this one is going to be a very interesting, very decisive series for the region. Because on the one hand, we have a team who has been on a roller coaster ride. They're currently 1-3 at the bottom of the standing, despite taking down one of the giants of the region in the earlier weeks. And on the other hand, we have a team who have been on a roller coaster ride. They're 1-3 at the bottom of the standings, despite taking down one of the giants of the region in the earlier weeks. That's just how tight things are right here. But it's pretty much a mirror matchup at the moment with Aster Aries versus Ehome on the cards. Guys, talk to me about these teams and, you know, exactly what's gone on here, because it's crazy to me that Ehome took down LGD earlier and Aster took down Extreme earlier, and now we're in the situation where this is, I mean, I don't want to call it the toilet bowl. That feels so rude for teams who have taken down the likes of such good teams, but here we are. This is a situation we've ended up in.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, I mean, you know me, I'm a big fan of the Ehome roster. I really enjoy these guys, and I was a little bit surprised, you know, that they take the series over PSG LGD and then kind of fumble their next few. That being said, like, most of their series have gone to 3 games, or I guess half of them. Like the series against RNG was a 2-1, which was very close. The RNG series was pretty one-sided. So it seems like they have kind of like some hot and cold days, which has been kind of like the story of Ehome from the previous seasons. Like it's one of the things that, you know, we definitely considered them like somewhere in the middle of the brackets usually, but at the bottom of the Division 1, that's a first for these guys. This is not where I expected them to be.
Yeah, it's not, that's for sure. But, you know, it is close, right? It's not like they're there by a big margin. There are other teams who are 1-2 who haven't played their third matches yet. So, you know, these guys, they've just played a few more games, but unfortunately, they have not been finding the W's. Meanwhile, on the side of Aster Aries, I mean, this team coming up from Division 2, can they fight up here with the Division 1 teams, Neff, or are they going to be a one-and-done kind of team with when it comes to coming into Division 1?
Is this a one and done as in Division 1 done, or one and
Division
done as in one
done
win? I think all these teams are capable of taking games off of anybody else. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibilities, but definitely struggling a little bit more. I was surprised when like Dandelion Esports Club, for example, ended up making it into Division 1 because I thought they were like Magnet rejects. They weren't going to do that well, but they've managed to just pop off. In the first week where everyone was tied, I was surprised yet again because it looked like things were pretty even here in the Saiyan DPC Division 1. Now we kind of see favorites coming out here, but everything can still be thrown up in the air with how the scores currently sit, I do believe. So yeah, I think to say that any team is one and done is a little bit much at this point.
Okay. So, what under what conditions does Aster Aries look like one of these Division 1 teams? Then, you know, well, what are their strengths? What should we be looking for them to replicate here?
Oh, sorry, I'm a little bit distracted because I'm trying to figure out production thing at the moment. I think they just go back to some of the things that we've seen previously with Ehome, and that is Planet's Earthshaker, which is absolutely insane. His Rubik. I think Shiro is solid on like, what is it, I want to say his Morphling, his Phantom Assassin was also pretty good. The Morphling is kind of fallen off, so I'm not big of a fan of it. I think they should stick with what they saw success with when they were playing in Perfect World League in some of these earlier DPC seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of the tried and tested with a lot of these Div 2 teams, but at the same time, with a lot of these teams coming up from Division 2 and also for Ehome who have been here a little while. But I mean, I think that can also be a trap because for a lot of these teams, if you do the same thing which you know that you're good at, it's a huge risk because that the other team will have figured that out and that they will have a plan for that. These guys, they are preparing for every single match. That is one of the side effects of this league structure in that there's a lot of time between each of these games and then you just play one series a week, sometimes two at a push. And that means there is so much time for preparation. There is so much time to figure you out. And I feel like if you do come to every series with the same plan, you're going to start to have issues very, very quickly. And I feel like that's something which has really been to the detriment of teams like
Come on, no, man. Haven't you ever heard the phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Come on.
If it ain't broke, Neff, they wouldn't be 1-3.
Dude,
that is a pretty good point, actually.
What the hell, no, man? He is toxic today.
I'm saying it how it is. I'm buttering the crumpets the right way up. Ricky, you're a big fan of this Ehome team, but talk to me a little bit about Aster Aries, especially this matchup, which I was just about to get into. So this is perfect. Shiro versus Ulu. I mean, Shiro has been tagged as like one of the hottest up-and-coming carries in the region, but Ulu's been putting in some work as well. He's had some pretty damn good performances himself.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the numbers, right? They're not too far off. So I think, like, in terms of, quality, like, they're definitely both there. I think Shiro might be a little bit more consistent because, like, we've seen Ulu have some incredible games, like, primarily shout back to, like, the Extreme series that they had where they ended up 2-0ing it. But Ehome, I think, is probably just a little bit more experienced when it comes to like the players, and that's probably about it. Other than Red Panda, who is pretty innovative and has some really, really cool ideas. So we'll see if he can come up with something nice today.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to mention about these two teams is that there is a much more even spread of farm distribution on the side of Aster Aries compared to Ehome, who tend to have it more focused onto Shiro. Shiro is the sticking point of their team. Meanwhile, Aster Aries, they like to spread things more evenly, and that will affect the draft, where we'll see Aster Aries, it gives them more flexibility because they can carry from the mid lane, they can carry from the off lane if they need to, and that's why they kind of have a bit more room to play with the heroes, which are going to be their win condition. Meanwhile, Ehome, they want Shiro on that win condition hero, but when you have a player as good as him, that's not too surprising. So let's get into this draft for game number 1. And what's up?
Neff, you're being toxic now. Come on.
Good transition, Nomad.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was going great until you ruined it. But we've got some heroes coming out. We've got Pangolier and Amasi coming out for Aster Aries. Meanwhile, we've got Ehome who are picking up the Treant Protector and the Monkey King.
Good picks, man. From both teams. I actually really like the openers from both of these teams. I think these are all really strong heroes. I think they're great lane heroes. Both a little bit flexible. Pango can go pretty much mid or off lane, primarily off lane. Monkey King, obviously 4 or 1. And then you have the Treant 5, the Marcy 4. It's like, these are great openers, really stable and not really revealing too much about what you want to do.
All right, I'm not liking how much positivity we have going on right now. I want you to say something negative about this draft on Aster Aries now, Ricky.
How do you want me to be negative? They have Marcy and Pango. How can I be negative about this? They ban out the Bloodseeker.
He didn't understand the assignment. Nomad, you want to take a crack at it?
Rules too confusing.
Right. I would actually say it's not as flexible on Aster Aries. We've seen the Pangolier being played at mid, I think, I don't have the stats in front of me, but I think like 65% of the time or something like that. In the China region, that goes up even higher. So we know that the Pangolier is probably going to be mid. We know that the Marcy is probably going to be 4 or 5. No one's really playing her in a core position at the moment. So, but yeah, Ehome definitely. I love this combo. I think this is really good. I think we've all been saying how good this Treant has looked almost every time we've seen it. And for good reason, it's a strong counter to kind of any aggressive lineup. It allows you to be greedy. When you're playing with Shiro, it's always going to be nice to have this slower tempo hero to pump the brakes a little bit and tell everyone to just calm down and have some tea. And Treant is exactly that voice. If that guy says, "Come on, everybody, let's have some tea," in his deep, booming, sexy voice, then everyone's going to have some tea. No one's gonna fight with that guy. Are you crazy?
Yeah, that is a very sexy tree. Thank you very much, Nomad. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, he definitely do. Okay, what is most surprising to me about this draft is the fact that Dawnbreaker has become first ban material.
Yeah.
This was not the case before. Teams have kind of accepted Marcy making it through, even though I think this hero is incredibly broken for the setups you can get in the early game. It just the shift from Tiny and Dawnbreaker ended up making it through to being banned out, and then Marcy being picked up instead. So people really don't think this hero has the same amount of setup that it did previously.
Yeah.
My only concern is that this hero, you want to have it moving out of the lane, so you need somebody that's able to exist by itself inside the laning phase. I think that Pangolier is a decent answer for that as a position 3. I'm not crazy about the Phoenix and Marcy support duo, though.
Yeah.
That feels a little bit underwhelming.
I think it's a little bit of a whack pick. Maybe their idea is to pick it with like a Medusa or something, just because you just plant the Stone Gaze underneath the egg. But I feel like this Phoenix egg is really susceptible to being countered because there's really nothing to protect it with these two heroes. It's just Rolling Thunder, really, which it's not enough. So I'm curious what they end up doing. You also have Monkey King, which even if played in just a support position, pretty actively goes for an Orchid, which makes Phoenix's life pretty miserable. So I'm not 100% sold on the Phoenix. A little bit of info on the Tiny, though. I think what this comes down to is the fact that teams are maybe a little bit more worried about playing into the Tiny because they're more familiar with it than, say, Marcy. And as a result, like Tiny has a much higher win rate in China as opposed to the Marcy, even though like on outside of the CN region, it's about even. And so I think they're just a little bit more kind of like gearing towards what people are familiar with and what has been winning, rather than just like banning who is arguably definitely more overpowered, which is the Marcy.
Well, you say that, and then we have a Magnus, which is definitely not a hero which has been popular and been winning. I mean, I'm not even sure have we had a Magnus pick yet?
I don't recall.
I believe we have. There has been 4 picks.
Which games?
In the China region, though. So, wow. All right.
There's been 4 picks across all regions, not in China.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
It has not been picked in China yet.
Yeah. Okay, just very quickly as well, the Pangolier, he's been played 72% in the mid lane, so 13 games in the China region in the mid lane, and only 5 games in the off lane at 27%, or 28%. So, that's that one for you. People really loving it in the mid, and Yi is an incredible Panga player in the mid. But Magnus, I mean, what is this hero? What does it do? Is this going to be the old Magnus Lena lane, which we used to see in times of old? I highly doubt it, but who knows what's going on right now?
I certainly don't.
Thanks, analyst. Really earning your paycheck here, bud.
I know nothing. My guess is that this is a mid Magnus. I actually wanted Magnus to be really good after the rework this patch. Or not the rework, but like the pretty substantial buffs to his Ags this patch. But unfortunately, it is bugged and it is terrible. So that is a real problem. If it wasn't bugged, I think Magnus, like the Aghanim Scepter build, would actually be very viable. But right now, it does not affect ancient creeps, which is a huge issue because that is how you farm on this hero.
Yeah.
So, there's not much you can do about that.
No, there is not. Good Ursa game, Neff?
Is it ever a good Ursa game? I feel like this hero has continuously disappointed us.
Has a 50% win rate.
I should probably build on that a little bit, but Ricky doesn't like Ursa. I used to love Ursa, but my heart's been broken too many times, and I'm not a man who easily trusts again, Nomad.
That's understandable, but it's also important to open up and allow yourself to heal. But in a game like this, I don't see any reason for the Ursa pick. At the same time, I don't see any reason not for the Ursa pick. I don't know. Maybe we would have preferred something a bit more kind of on meta, but sure, I guess. It's you guys.
I think
do
I
you.
know.
Oh.
I think I figured it out.
Okay.
I think it's Shiro Monkey King in the 1 position, and we're going to be seeing just like the classic Mag and Power Monkey King, and they want a hero that can fight inside Wukong's command. And so they pick the Ursa, who just has like Enrage and can kind of just stack up those Fury Swipes to try and kill the monkey.
Then we'll fail because it's physical damage. The Monkey King has too much base armor, plus even more in Wukong's commands. We won't have the opportunity to blow him up, and it'll be a disaster for Aster.
That's kind of where I was going with it, yeah.
Okay.
That was like the train of thought. I was like, maybe that's the idea. I know Shiro is really good at the Monkey King, but it's also something Planet has played, so I'm not 100% sure where it's going. I doubt they're saving Planet's hero last, right? I don't see like... There's no hero here that like screams like designated offlane from Ehome.
Yeah, it
could be Magnus.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure either. I'm just I'm just here for the ride. I'm not going to try and overanalyze things. Figure out the tracks. I'm just going to enjoy the fact that Ehome are taking it on this drafting journey, and we'll see where it leads. But yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely fine with the Monkey King carry this game for sure. I'd like to see them. I think this Lena's going to be mid. I don't know where the Mag is going. I'm assuming position 4, as you mentioned, but grab themselves an offlaner now. But like, look at Aster Aries' bands.
So many different things.
Yeah,
Monkey King.
Aster Aries has no idea what they want to do.
What do they do?
Monkey
What are they
King
picking?
4.
I don't know, dude. Just bad faces void. I don't care.
Yeah. I think they need to pick up a carry here.
Okay, so you think it's going to be Monkey King 4?
Yeah. Why not Juggernaut? Make it a Juggernaut. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
want
they're looking at
PA
PA.
that much. PA could be.
That is a very strange looking Juggernaut.
All right, yeah.
I
Juggernaut
think
is he's a bit purple, but that's okay. It's going to be a Bane coming out for Ehome, meaning it's going to be the Monkey King carry. And probably Magnus on the offlane. Very interesting here from Ehome. So keeping it spicy, but keeping it interesting. And Shiro looks cool, calm, and confident as always. Aster Aries, their turn for the final pan here, and they just need themselves an offlaner. It's very straightforward for them.
I'm just so confused because you have Bane Treant Protector.
Yeah, it's not a good duo.
And I don't know where this is going. Like, I don't know which one of these heroes goes to which lane.
You probably want Treant on 5, and then...
Unless it's a Magnus support and a Treant core.
You're crazy. You're crazy. But it might just work.
All right, it was crazy. It was. I wanted to throw it, but...
Alrighty, we're going to have a Warlock last pick for Aster Aries here now. So they're also running the Phoenix offlane by the looks of it?
Yeah, they've done this a few times, actually.
Should have seen it coming. Alrighty. Well, I mean, they do have the egg killer in the Lina. Monkey King, he's got the jump to be able to get on top of the egg. Admittedly, his attack speed is not crazy, but he still can close the gap, which can be the difference maker. So definitely not a free Phoenix game, but is it going to be enough? Analysts, my dear analysts, what are we thinking about this game number 1? Which way will the penny fall?
Break it down, F.
Okay. I'm thinking Ehome for the sole reason that I hate this Warlock pick. I think Ursa's been underwhelming. My heart's been broken too many times. The Magnus is going to be able to easily control this Ursa and push him out of the team fights. RP is incredibly useful against him. They're never going to be able to take towers that quickly because this Train Protector, it's been too good at slowing down pushes, so they're not going to be able to snowball properly on Aster Aries. Ehome have this easily. Echo is going to pop off. Let's go, Ehome fans.
Okay.
Alrighty. Convincing.
That was a lot of words. I am just going to say Ehome have this. Main reason being, no good tower hitters, and you have Magnus Monkey King. That's it. That's all you need. I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Shiro is going to be enormous going into late game.
I can't do it. I can't place my bet on this support duo of Bane and Treant Protector. I feel like you have the last pick and you go Bane. Like, all right, it's like that classic answer to Ursa, but like they've got a Pangolin, they've got a Marcy, they've got so many things to mess with this Bane. And with, if you're going for this kind of greedy 3-in-1 position, and then Alina as well, she can't exactly make plays happen by herself. You need a support duo who can actually do something. They don't have that on Ehome. I think that is going to cause them a lot of issues in the early mid. And I think if Aster Aries have woken up on the right side of the bed, then they can take advantage of that, and they can really start to ruffle Ehome's truffles here in game number 1. But let's find out how it goes, guys. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of Ehome versus Aster Aries, starting right here, right now.
I really don't like it when Nomad says all these like really good points that makes me feel like Ehome might not win.
Liked where he said buttering the top side of his crumpet or something like that. That was an excellent point that he made. Good stuff. Yeah. Glad that we have a British panelist alongside us.
Oh my god. We are paused for a moment here, obviously, before we jump into the actual action. For those of you who don't know, Roshan is alive, 6,000 HP with an Aegis. In case you're wondering.
Thank you.
Yeah. Could be used.
I was worried that he wouldn't be there.
I can't wait till he gets his Christmas hat back.
Mm-hmm. It's summer. It's not going to happen for another 6 months.
Okay. I still can look forward to it. There's got to be something in my life to look forward to. And it's the Christmas hat.
You're a simple man.
That's it. That's all I want. And when Ricky comes back into the meta and stop being like, arguably the worst hero to exist in Dota in the last 9 years. But hey, that's not too much to ask for.
Is Ricky really the worst hero?
He's statistically like the worst hero in competitive Dota over the last decade, I'm pretty sure.
Huh.
Stats guy just jumping in here to say that Ricky had a 100% win rate last season in the DPC.
Oh, right, the major.
At the major. DPC, he was 1 for 1 for 1.
Yep.
That is true.
Yeah, Ricky, you're full of shit.
Damn it.
Get in the bin, Ricky. Thank you.
Yeah. This is why, the Valve people aren't, I think they don't really talk to casters because they've got bad opinions and they make things up. I don't blame them. Thoughts, Ricky?
I don't know. I don't really have those.
True.
They're hard to come by nowadays.
All right. Okay, pause. Coming out. I'm looking at these lanes now. I see Zeal on this Magnus. This is the most unusual pick. We can talk about this one a little bit. The main thing that you're concerned about against this Magnus is just being pulled back into the tower, right? Mm-hmm. So you're going to be doing weird things with the creep wave on Planet, on this Bane. He's going to be pulling it a lot like you see Earthshakers and Earth Spirits do. Just so the wave is as close as possible to this tier 1 down in the bottom lane. And then, of course, he's going to try to Shockwave plus skewer the Ursa back in if he ever tries to play aggressive onto him as it sets it up for him. So I imagine it isn't going to be incredibly easy for Ursa, which is kind of crazy because it never feels that easy for Ursa, even though it's kind of how the hero is supposed to be played and how it's been historically. It's like this hero owns the laning phase, but it really doesn't these days.
No, now you just farm on it and then own in the late game. That being said, one thing they do have is Planet's Nightmare is so strong at helping set up for skewers, right? Like, what do? If you're Red Panda and you're caught slightly off the lane and you just get Nightmared, you're going to end up not where you want to be on a Warlock, and that hero is quite squishy.
Well, the only thing I would say against that point is, unfortunately, they don't have much follow-up. Your follow-up is pulling him into the tower, otherwise you're not doing any damage after the Nightmare and Skewer. Maybe you rotate one of your heroes in, but that's not until Lena finds herself a bit of farm. Probably won't see her make a rotation out in the bottom lane until the 5-minute mark. But it's Marcy that you always want to follow in the early game, Ricky. You know why that is?
Because she kills people?
Because she kills people. And you know why?
Why?
Because she has Rebound, which repositions her hero, does damage, and slows people. And she's got Dispose, which repositions enemy heroes and stuns them and does damage. This hero is way too good and is way too much just at level 2. So this is the hero that we want to watch, as I'm pretty sure she's going to be having a hand in First Blood.
Most likely. I think that's probably a safe opinion. Echo mid lane could make something happen on the Lina for sure. It's not a super easy lane for the Pango. He's just going to take constant spams from those Dragon Slaves, but Fiery Soul so much easier to keep up nowadays. So he's just going to be able to main at
what? That's subjectively false.
What?
What do you mean easier to keep up?
It lasts 18 seconds.
Yeah, and you can't keep it up if you don't hit any units with it.
Yeah, but there's a whole creep wave and a hero there.
All right, whatever, man.
He just has to not miss his spell, and then it's like always up, you know?
Or if, like the wave isn't around, or you're trying to push a tower and you clear out the creep wave, then all of a sudden you aren't able to have your 5 resource stack. I don't know. They definitely nerfed this ability.
I'm really curious, like, I'm not sure if you saw it, but TK actually TP'd mid, hoping, like, as soon as he got level 2, to try and, like, get a rebound dispose on Echo underneath the tower. But Echo had already peeled off, and I'm assuming a little bit of communication being like, oh, hey, he's not here anymore. Meanwhile, bottom lane, that's your Nightmare into Skewer combo.
Yes. They pulled him super far back. I do believe... I don't think they pulled him underneath the tower, unfortunately.
Nah, it was just in the river, I think.
Yeah. No, they just pulled him too far back for Ursa to be able to get over there. But this is what you're concerned about, right? The wave being dragged this far back, so they have a lot of space to be able to run you down.
Yeah,
This is what I was talking about early on. So you need to do a little bit better job at controlling up your creep wave and making sure it's closer to the tier 1 on the Radiant side down in the bottom lane. And what's Seal going for this game? Right, you've got Gloves of Haste queued up. I imagine he's just going to go for like multiple bracers and whatnot here. But the wave is exactly where Zeal wants it to be. Meanwhile, over in the jungle, playing shenanigans, running over for this bounty rune. Red Panda slipping a little bit. He's also missing his courier, which does have... Oh wait, no, he just doesn't have the Basilius recipe yet. So Ulu isn't being able to spam out spells. Right. Elsewhere on the map, getting close to the 4-minute mark. Looks like TK is going to rotate in to be able to contest the water runes.
Yeah,
as is
a smart
ZZQ.
rotation, but yeah, Tria Protector a little bit stronger at fighting for the rune there, so...
ZZQ picks it up, but Echo does manage to grab the other one, so... Unfortunately, this means that Pango has to walk all the way back to base at the moment. This is incredibly depressing, and he's probably have to TP back for the mid lane, meaning these other lanes are going to be susceptible to getting ganked by the Lina once she hits her level 6.
Yeah, he just needs to try and deny as many creeps on this lane right now before the Pango gets back.
Bottom lane?
Yeah, you're right. They are going to find Ulu there, and looks like he's going to be able to remain healthy enough. It was actually a really smart fortification in the mid lane from the Pangolier. He didn't want the wave to push into his tower, so he forwarded the wave to try and keep those creeps alive.
Not bad. I was expecting that Ursa to take a lot more damage, but he managed to Earth Shock out of the slow from the Magnus, so he ended up like removing 1 or 2 extra tower hits that he might have taken otherwise. So nice play there by him. To the 5-minute mark. A lot of the time...
Dude, look at the net worth difference here.
Yeah, it's 2k net worth advantage for the side of Ehome. It's been like that for the last minute or so.
Dude,
they are winning every single lane.
Yeah, like I didn't realize Echo was this far ahead. He is really doing well in this mid lane, and like the CS isn't that far off, so it's a little bit like misleading, but he is doing fantastic. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Bane will take down Red Panda, a quick solo. You know, for position, Bane, not something we see all that often, but if anyone's gonna make it happen, it'll be Planet, dude.
Yeah. We were concerned about this at the start. Nomad was incredibly concerned about this at the start. The support duo, the Bane and the Dream Protector. But if you come out of the lanes this far ahead, then the support duo being kind of weak and not being able to set up that much pre-ultimates doesn't really matter when you have this kind of net worth lead anyways.
And they're already securing the 6-minute rune. ZZQ, he gets the PP out. No way. And the tip, dude. All right, that is very frustrating for the Pango. That first rolling thunder is so important. It is like a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, they tipped him and then dropped the all chat lines, applying psychic damage to them. Bottom lane, Planet is just running at Ulu down here.
Yeah, and they've got the Lina rotating in as well with Laguna Blade. That regen rune was running. And, they actually don't connect on the Light Strike right. He got body blocked, but, I mean, he's not making it out of here.
Yep.
I mean, 3 kills now for the side of Ehome. Not really increasing their gold lead, but their experience is starting to become a problem.
Yep. While the lean is down here, by the way, they are going to... Alright, is she going to lose her stacks? She gets the Dragon Slave out. She doesn't. Alright. See, old Lena would have just been pumping damage in this tower. Fiery Soul, 100% nerf. We do have a couple heroes, alright? They're TPing in as well.
I don't know if you want to fight this, do you? Like, Echo is so strong. Well, I guess Marcy is just that good of a hero. LSA off the mark. Echo, he's out. He's going to give his life and back. Sometimes you forget that, like, you have, like, a 1200 range gap close.
I think they didn't... I don't think Echo realized that Zeal didn't have the mana to be able to skewer in and RP them.
Yeah, maybe.
Because that's the only reason why I imagine he like puts himself in that position, allows him to sit up on him. But Magnus 100% ran out of mana there. Otherwise, they'd all be dead.
Wait, is Rebound actually 1,600 units? There's no way that's right, is it?
No, that's not right at all.
It just says cast/jump range 800. It doesn't actually... 400 minimum jump distance.
Yes.
I don't
Mid lane, Echo's getting set up on again, or at least almost did. Didn't manage to get the dispose off. Now it's just going to die.
That's punishment. That is revenge. For those of you who have seen the anime. She had nothing to do with it, but you know, she's just angry now.
Right. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the max jump distance is what, 800? You go like 600 units or something like that, then you hop another 200.
I don't know,
or
man.
450. You hop another 450.
I feel like that cast range needs to scale per level. That is wild. I had no idea it was that much. Woo! Top lane. Shiro's gonna be able to walk away from TK. Nice movement there. Almost manages to find him with the Marcy though. Bottom lane, Planet. He's looking for Red Panda. He's gonna catch him with the Nightmare and with Magnus coming up from behind. Should be a lot of damage to help finish him off. Skewers him right into the Monkey King, and Shiro doesn't get the last hit, but he's going to be very happy to clean up this bottom
no!
tower.
The Invis Rune is scouted out! He tried to set up on Lina inside the jungle here, but he walked right into a sentry ward that was placed here by ZZQ. So he ended up just losing half his HP instead of finding the kill off on Lina.
Oh man, that's rough.
Yeah.
And now with this, Shiro has in power, and this Monkey King just gets to free farm bottom. He is so safe down here, like just looking at their ward coverage. They just want to make sure that the Monkey King does not have much to worry about. Meanwhile, top, you have a Phoenix who can't really push this tower too fast, so they are having to bring extra help. ZZQ trying to slow it down with the living armor.
Yeah, they've got Fortify available as well. Yeah, they're going to need to move heroes up here. Unfortunately, ZL once again sitting at super low mana. He could like Soul Ring Magic Wand to head up to the top lane. Actually, I see very little reason they don't try to defend this. I guess they're just super concerned about both the Rolling Thunder and the Phoenix Egg. They're spending a lot of time down here bottom where they lose the tier 1 top, which again is surprising given they have this Dream Protector and they're committed for it on the side of Aster Aries. Looks like they're gonna get away with this.
Yeah, they do finally get the tower, but they're gonna TP in and make them try and pay for this. Zeal is here. He doesn't actually have mana or the RP.
He's got a wand.
All right, there's gonna be the jump in. Echo caught by the Rolling Thunder. Nightmare for a moment, but he's gonna get tossed back right into the Sunray. LSA off the mark, hits the Phoenix with that Laguna. It doesn't finish him off, and Echo will fall. A botched fight there by Ehome. Really well done by Aster Aries.
Yeah, that was bizarre to watch. I think it's over now, yeah. Like, this is the second time now where, okay, you guys shouldn't be taking this fight. Yeah, they're backing off now. I'm surprised the opponent even walked forward to use the Nightmare onto him. In the bottom lane, Shiro's now getting chased off. Yeah, it is surprising they chose not to take that fight, because on the other side of the map, Shiro's not going for a Battle Fury. Like, they're not trying to play this like slow on the side of Ehome. They want to be fast, but they gave up the top tower. They've had RP available, haven't committed it yet this game. But Zeal's been sitting on super low mana, so he hasn't been able to take fights that well. They let the tower go on, and then they take a losing fight afterwards. It seems like very hesitant decision-making on Ehome.
I will say, like, Magnus's Skewer is actually not that easy to set up an RP, especially at this point in the game with only a single level. Like, you really don't
have mana.
Yeah, well, I mean, outside of the mana issues, it's just like you can see it coming from a mile away. So it's really not that easy to just like skewer in and get like a multi-hero RP. The only thing you can do is maybe get a single person. but not being able to finish off the Phoenix at the start of that fight is what really cost them. If they maybe got the trade there, it wouldn't have been that bad.
I mean, I'm flaming them a lot, but, you know, it is still 5-2 for the side of Ehome. We are ahead, 2K net worth advantage, but it doesn't feel good to be losing towers, not being able to commit the RP this early in the game.
And all the deaths are on Echo in the mid lane, who has been the top net worth the entire time. So if he manages to prevent himself from dying a little bit more and can just actually get to this BKB and some damage items, I feel like he's going to be incredibly strong. Ulu is going for Roshan, but just keeps getting absolutely smacked. But then there you go. There's Sidekick. That's a pretty good ability.
Yeah, but it's going to heal him back up. The Mask of Death by itself is enough. It goes into the Roach Pit. Zeal is going to die for this.
Big overgrowth. Well done. Gives him space to get out. The feed script caught the Marcy. They'll take one down. Big Foul Strike. A 3-hero RP. The Wukong's command there as well. Bango has to swashbuckle away. Ulu caught by a Nightmare on the side. He is surrounded, and that DD from Echo is going to do the work as they get themselves 3 and now a Roach to boot. Beautifully orchestrated fight there. All set up from that overgrowth.
Yeah, that overgrowth really ended up securing. I was super worried when they went into the pit there. I missed Dream Protector sitting along the outside. Ursa leaving the pit felt like a little bit of a mistake there. I feel like he should have just like stood his ground. As soon as the overgrowth comes out, you commit your ultimate and make sure you finish off the Roshan. It ended up having its stacks reset in the middle of that fight. And at that point, like, you'll heal up through all the damage between Sidekick and the Mask of Death with how many stacks of Furious Waves are on Roshan.
Yeah, I think they were just worried about like RP and getting skewered to the other side of the pit, right? Because like if you have Magnus in there, like they commit the Pango roll, like you just get RP'd on both heroes, and it's just it ended up happening anyway. Like they get a 3-hero RP, so it's kind of just there is damned if you do, damned if you don't, almost. But just a really good decision there from Ehome to contest that first Roshan as they now gain themselves a pretty substantial gold lead. 5K here, just about that 14-minute mark.
Yep, and they're even hesitant to set up a fight, even though these abilities are on cooldown. They don't have Fiend Script, they don't have RP, they don't have Overgrowth, but they don't want to fight into the Lina with this Aegis. And everyone is playing incredibly defensive now. Ursa now working on his BKB, and that's unfortunately not going to help you too much. You have to keep in mind, you're fighting into 3 big BKB disables, the Overgrowth, or BKB piercing disables. The Overgrowth, the RP, and the Fiend Script all end up going through this one.
Yeah. They're looking for Shiro bottom. The Golem comes out onto Ulu, but ZZQ is here, and he's got an Overgrowth just in case. So Shiro should be able to make it out. Wait, can he? He can't?
No, he's got Shadow Word on him.
He's going to be able to survive. Oh, what a juke through the trees there. Beautifully done.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, Echo ends up finding the kill off into TK as well. That is depressing. I think maybe they thought that they had more damage for it, but this is one of the issues that I had in the Ursa versus Monkey King matchup. I did talk about this one. You just don't have the damage to get through him. Monkey King is such a high base armor hero. He's got great agility growth rate as well. He's sitting at what right now?
He has 15 base armor, but then he also has level 3 living armor, which, you know, grants him an extra 9 armor. So, like you said, yeah, it's not easy for the Ursa to burst him down.
Yeah, everything coming up from his physical damage. Like, even if you're doing like 200 damage per auto attack, not much is coming out once your overpower is already been expended. If you aren't doing it in the 6 attacks, odds are you're not going to find the kill onto this guy.
Oh, we're going to see a smoke out of the mid lane. Gonna go for maybe a wraparound here into the jungle. TK is somewhat nearby. They don't have any vision for this, but we'll place a ward up on the high ground there. See what they can find. Lina keeping those stacks alive here with the Fiery Soul. Looks like they might just go ahead and settle for mid lane.
Now. They'll turn around. They're pinging him out now.
There
it is. They're about to drop
there's the RP. Pulls him right back into a Light Strike array. They've managed to hold off on using the Fiend's Grip, so a really good pickoff.
It doesn't even matter if they know there's a reward up here. They're going to go for the mid-tower. Everyone is just forced to run away at the moment as well. They've still got Fiend's Grip and Overgrowth available.
Yeah, that was the blink reveal out of the Magnus as well, so a really smart gank. And bottom lane, they're looking for TK. Planet's just in. He's just behind the tower. He's going to find them. Primal Spring on over right into the Fiend's Grip. They will just go ahead and take a second kill now as ZZQ ends up grabbing it actually on the Treant Protector and look for the tier 2 tower.
Yep. Alright, they're gonna slow down here by dropping the ultimate. 1 second. Or rather, dropping the fortify.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Smoke up here out of Aries. Zeal. He just gets the blink after farming. Echo's gonna pop that smoke, has the Aegis plus the BKB, so he's really not that worried right now. Rolling Thunder will come through. They will get the first life. Shiro's on the backside, drops the Wukong's command to try and start zoning this one out. And Echo, there is the BKB. They get the overgrowth only onto the Pango, but Zeal gets two, pulls him right into that Wukong's command. Red Panda drops that Chaotic Offering, but the Nightmares caught the Warlock. Shiro, easy follow if they want to go for it, and it's just going to be Echo with a few auto attacks instead that finish him off. He's looking for more. The Phoenix, the Bound, the Strike comes through. Zeal finishes him off 3-for-0. Despite committing almost all of your ultimates on the side of Aster Aries.
Yeah, that is going to suck the life right out of them. That was such a sick pullback into the Wukong's command there by the Magnus, the RP, and skewer back in. This is what I wanted to see earlier. I was worried when it looked like their play was slightly off. You know, they make these mistakes rotating up to the top line, but they look cohesive yet again. 2-14 right now. Aster Aries is struggling to find anything, and I don't think they will. I mean,
I don't think it's getting any easier. Like the item timings that are going to come out here from Ehome are massive. You have the Deso completed on Shiro. So this guy is just raw damage. Echo Saber, Desolator, applying from all of his soldier clones. And that is going to be amped even more with the Empower Cleave. So he is just going to be a huge problem for the side of Aster Aries going forward.
Yep.
Echo happens to find another DD rune. We can do an item check here on the side of Aster Aries. It looks like Ulu's almost to his BKB. He has been trying to finish this one up for a while, but it's... You pointed this out, right? You can talk about it again. It's just... It doesn't feel like a good pickup for him, right?
Well, it's like a good pickup, but I'm not sure what it's going to change. Like, it's another Dispel. It gets you out of the overgrowth if you pop it, and you know you can use your enrage for something else. But they have so many BKB piercing disables and damage. Like, it doesn't help you against the Monkey King and his Wukong's command.
Rolling Thunder from the Pango, able to find that Tree and Protector. Overgrowth going to get canceled there, so they do get the pick off, but they are looking to continue the chase here. Zeal, he's got the blink, doesn't want to commit it. They know about the ward now. ZZQ pings out. He's like, there's got to be a ward over there.
Yep. And they will clear that one out probably once Tree Protector returns. They do have control over this area. I mean, they have that shrine there, so... As soon as he, outpost. They have the outpost there. As soon as he respawns, you know, teleport over to that thing, and he will clear out that observer ward. And they'll lose the little bit of map control that they have on the side of Aster Aries.
All right.
Man, this is rough. But like I was talking about before, this BKB isn't going to change a whole lot because all these disables that you're worried about do just go through magic immunity.
Now, we haven't really spoken about the offlane Phoenix, though, but they have a Midas Spirit Vessel trying to get to that level 18 as fast as possible. Do you think they care about the egg all that much this game? Like, because Lina can always just pop the BKB and try and take it down, but...
Well, that's what the Heaven's Halberd is for, my friend. He's got that one queued up next. No, I imagine that's a solution. They had a Midas. They're going to give him gold to go towards that, and he'll probably disarm the Lina, then just pop the egg right beside her and force her to walk away from the fight. It'll be kind of difficult, though. I mean, if you go in and pop the egg and try to Heaven's Halberd her and she gets the BKB off first, then you are in a lot of trouble. I'm most interested about... All right, is there a second? All right, going to be another minute and 15 seconds. What is going to decide whether or not Aster Aries gets back in this game, I think, will be this next Roshan. If Ehome end up getting this, it goes over to Echo. Echo is just going to be able to hit buildings without a care in the world. I think that's how Ehome closes this one out. But if you can sneak it yourself, I think Aster Aries still has a chance.
Dire are scanning.
They're smoked up, but they're just playing behind the Ursa. They're so convinced that Ehome will try to make a play with their cooldowns, but given that Echo's sitting at like no mana at the moment, I think that actually they are going to go for it.
Fight.
I wonder if
Both
this will work.
Smoked up. They're going to find TK. Balance Strike actually gets used, and Phoenix is ready to go on the low side. There's a big Rolling Thunder in. There's going to be the Overgrowth from ZZQ, though. Trying to split the fight. A nice chaotic offering comes through. Shiro, though. Oh, no. The big RP catches 3. All 3 cores. That's not as bad as it could be. Zeal kind of having some fun there, shaking Shiro's tree down, but that is an absolute disaster. And then the GG drops immediately. That was the best possible initiation you could have had that game on Aries, and thwarted by Zeal's Magnus.
Can't say I'm surprised that they GG'd out after that. I mean, it had to have been incredibly depressing. 4-18, that 3-mana RP when you're trying to make a last desperation smoke. I don't really think they had a plan for coming out of these lanes this far behind. I mean, we looked at the support duo. I think the expectation was, okay, this Bane and Treant Protector pre-level 6, that short period of time, they're not going to be able to accomplish anything on the map by themselves, but they lost every lane on Aster Aries. All 3 heroes at the top of the net worth. As early as like 4 minutes in the game, there was a 2k net worth advantage of the side of Ehome. It was just too much for them to deal with.
Dude, Echo like really impressed me this game on his Lina. Granted, he had those like 2 deaths that were a little bit kind of awkward, but still, like, he managed to just top the net worth chart the entire game despite his 2 deaths. He just absolutely crushed it here.
That he did, young Ricky. That he did. Yeah, an amazing performance from Ehome there, coming out of a smacking laning phase. And, you know, that's kind of the part of the game we need to look back on, right? Because that's kind of when it was over. I mean, there was an admirable Roche attempt from Aster Aries, which was actually sniffed out surprisingly close by Ehome. You know, they almost let it go. But yeah, Aster Aries, they did make an attempt. But first the lanes. I'm not sure you can allow the lanes to go this badly. And I think part of that is this disconnect in the safe lane. So usually Ursa does win over Magnus in the safe lane. Obviously, that won't surprise anybody. That is supposed to be a pretty easy lane for the Ursa. The problem is, you're laning with a Warlock, man. Like, it allows the Ursa to play... Hero. Yeah, exactly. Like, the Ursa can play more aggressively by himself, but he doesn't have... Well, I mean, you can have Upheaval, right? Like... Wow, that's that's not going to get you much. And I think that's where the biggest issue is. You know, that this Warlock pick just it hurt them a lot, and it means that they can't really win any of their lanes because mid lane, it's a Lina. You know, we've all accepted that the Lina is just going to come out a little bit further ahead in the middle lane. The Pangolier can still farm. Admittedly, he did do a little bit worse than maybe he should have. And then in the top lane, you have the combo of the Marcy and the Phoenix. Again, you know, that lane can win, but again, it's the same issue of Marcy wants to try and get kills, and Phoenix, you know, he can kind of get kills, but at the same time, you're also laning against a Monkey King and a Bane, which is a very good lane as well. So all in all, like, it looked bad across the board, and, you know, maybe this is something we should have picked up on more during the draft, but at the same time, that safe lane wasn't supposed to go that badly. Even with the Warlock, I would say Ursa should still have a pretty good time versus a Magnus, but he didn't. And I think that's partially how Zeal played it. He realized that all he needed to do was focus on the last hits and not really worry too much about the Ursa hitting him sometimes, because he always has that runaway spell with the skewer, which he took a point in early and was able to just escape, stayed back, but also stayed on top of the farm. Like, it was really well done. Like, if you want to figure out how to play from behind in the offlane, I feel like, well, you know, in an unfavorable matchup in the offlane, I feel like Zeal gave it a bit of a masterclass this lane, because he ends up coming out ahead in the end due to some nice rotations and just kind of making the most of his XP advantage and everything. And that's another thing which Ehome really took advantage of, because they realized there was very little kill potential on the Magnus. He was able to stay alone quite a lot of the time in the bottom lane. That gave him a lot of XP, which is why we see these early RPs coming out where he can just take people out. And his RPs this game, my God, I mean, if we're not giving Zeal MVP, then I don't know what we're doing over here, guys. That was...
Now, hold on. Let's not get crazy here, no, man. I'm going to have to disagree with a couple of these points. I feel like it took a while before we started to see these RPs come out. He was sitting at 2 low mana a couple of times. Could have ferried himself out Clarities a little bit earlier. There was the time that we saw Echo in the top 5, and there was a time that we saw Echo end up going down when 3 heroes got on top of him when that Magnus had his level 6. Could have skewered in and RP'd 3 heroes that went on top of the Lina if he had the mana for it. So it's playing Yeah, he is playing a little bit low, but he does end the game looking very cool at 4-0 and 10. So he owned. We can forget about any mistakes that he might have made.
I think, like, looking back on the lane stage, one of the things that really stands out to me, I think, is one of the main reasons Ehome ended up winning is, like, this bottom lane specifically, is because Planet absolutely bodied this bottom lane as the Bane. Like there was actually nothing that this Warlock could do. He wasn't able to pull, because if he went for the pull, he just gets nightmared, and they, reset the lane equilibrium, and they were able to control the creep wave back by their tower the whole time, which is the absolute worst place you can be against a Magnus. So I think that has to do a lot with why this bottom lane went so poorly. It was just Planet on this Bane just controlling that equilibrium really well. But yeah, like every single fight, it looks like, okay, maybe we're getting some 6 spells, but Zeal comes in, nice shockwave RP catching 2 heroes. They have to dive away on the Phoenix, and then it's just one after one. The Ehome continue the chase. Like, there is just no getting away from these guys.
Yeah, the Magnus Monkey combo was something which I underestimated for sure. Like, I know it's good with the Empower, but add to that the fact you've got this repositioning ability to just throw them back into the Wukong's command every single time. And when you're skewering them through all those monkey soldiers, they're all tickling you one at a time, and those tickles really start to add up until you're on the floor crying of laughter, or in this case, dead in Aster Aries' situation here. And yeah, that combo just looked absolutely beautiful every single time.
Yeah, looked good. I mean, that was like a real sick. I mean, there's not a lot of highlights here. There was only really had like a couple fights, which is, just kind of the nature of the game. They actually give MVP to Planet. Like I said,
right.
I think he was the large factor for this bottom lane going as well as it did. He is a support who finished 4-0 and 10, so it is pretty sick.
Okay, all right. I mean, I guess. I always feel like the supports need a little bit more love in these MVP selections, so I'll relent this time around. But yeah, one thing I do want to talk about as well is the fact that I said at the start of this game that I thought the support duo was too weak on Ehome, but of course, that goes out the window when you have such a good laning phase. One of the most important things about a support duo is that the idea is that they can make plays together or with a slightly less powerful hero on their side to bring them back into the game, to play tempo, to get pickoffs, to make objectives happen, and to make the map bigger, right? That doesn't matter if you win the laning phase this much, because it means that every single one of your heroes is going to be ahead of the other heroes, which means they all become more powerful, and therefore you don't need that powerful support who can do a lot with a little amount of gold. So yeah, that's just me desperately backpedaling here and trying to regain a little bit of my,
don't worry. I mentioned it during the game, Nomad. I agree with that point. Yeah. They came out of the laning phase and they weren't at that awkward position where the supports are like the Bane and the Dream Protector were like level 4 or 5, where they weren't able to do anything. They won the lanes hard enough, they were far enough ahead, and by 10 minutes they started making plays. They had their ultimates, and then it wasn't a weak support duo all of a sudden.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we should talk about that Roche fight as well, because, that was a point in the game where they tried to come back into it on Aster Aries. They were so close to bringing down the big boy, but unfortunately, I love the gameplay from Zeal as well. Like, he very literally just said, "Oh, hey guys, what's going on in here?" Just walked into the Roche fight as if nothing was going on. Just kind of, "Oh, you guys do Roche? Mind if I join in?" They're like, "No, Zeal, you weren't invited. Go away." You couldn't come.
You always do this, Zeal.
Turning up when we didn't want you here. And then he just goes, you can't keep doing Roche when there's a guy with RP in the pit. Like, you can't just pretend he's not there. Very much the elephant or the Magnetor in the room, I guess.
The Magnus in the yeah. It's like a bull in a china shop, but it's Magnus in the Roche pit.
Yeah, he really is. And he's just sitting there, like, he didn't even RP them. He just literally standing there going, "All right, well, go ahead, finish this Roche." And they're like, "Oh, we actually can't anymore." And then that gives his team time to get in position, and then you get the Wukong's command. You get a spicy little RP on top of that as well. A nice 3 men inside the Wukong's command. Very, very nice indeed. And yeah, that will segue us nicely into game numero dos, as we're going to start things off with the same bands this time around, but with a Monkey King taken out by Aster Aries instead. So they are rattled. I love it when a team changes up their first phase bans in respect.
Yeah. That's the mental damage right there. You love to see it. Psychic damage applied after the previous game, and they go for Marcy a second time. So they don't think anything is wrong with what they were doing. Okay, I just don't want to see that Monkey King again. That was the number one issue. Get it out of here. But the Marcy, I felt like it defined the kill on the Lena, but other than that, I feel like it had a relatively low impact.
I don't necessarily think that was a result of the Marcy, though. I think some of it just came out some of that was just like a result of them like having a worse matchup in mid and the off lane going as bad as it did. Like there just wasn't a lot that this Marcy could do. And top lane, Monkey King's actually like pretty happy to play into a Marcy. I don't think it really cares all that much. Like if you go to commit onto him and you can't burst him before he gets the Jingu stacks, like he's just going to turn around and kill you.
Yeah. I mean, give me a kill lane, right? Like just Aster Aries. Surely after this one, they're thinking like, right, we just want to have a lane where we can smack some booty. Give me the Marcy visage. That's what I want to see.
Absolutely. Oh my god, I can't believe they're doing this to them. Nyx Assassin and Nature's Prophet. Yeah, I have a list of 10 heroes that I hate playing against. These are 2 heroes in the top 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nest hate list.
Yeah, and they open with these things.
Do you have one of those for people as well?
I do.
All right, I'm not going to ask.
Number one is just, British.
Wow.
Yeah, what can you do?
What can you do?
You're okay, though, Nomad. I like to go for the Treant Protection in response to Nature's Prophet. I like this. This is absolutely what they should be doing. I talk about this counter a lot, how annoying it is playing against Nature's Prophet, the chip damage you can get, especially once you complete this Aghanim shard on the hero. There's just no dealing with it. These Treants are going to do like 100, 200 damage every time they end up getting to your buildings. Treant Protector is the only hero that can deal with it and stop his ratting that comes out from the NP. Not to mention it does a decent job at keeping lanes split pushed as well. Just throwing out Nature's Grasp under the wave.
Look at the size of those headphones. Jesus.
Whoa.
Those are huge. What does he need such big headphones for? Those are massive. You can hear everything. My God. You try to go for a
Look at them. Look at the glow on those things as
well. Jesus.
Yeah, dude, those things probably consume more power than my computer.
Yeah, I think so. I think they have to have their own power source, surely. Mall Ninja shit? That's definitely something like the headphone equivalent of buying a katana from your local shopping mall. You know what I mean? It's the same vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus, readjust those things. You can't leave them in the same place. They'll dig a hole in your head.
They kind of remind me of like chopper headphones, like on a helicopter, where you just that's what they remind me of.
Maybe that's what he's doing after the game. Maybe he's gonna go.
He's ready to go fly
a helicopter.
man.
Yeah, Jesus. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that was a pleasant distraction. What's the glowing light for though? No, I'm not done. What's the glowing light for? Why do you need those on a headphone? They
might as well just put LCDs in the sides of them. That would be way cooler.
Yeah, but there was a lot of light coming out of that thing.
It's like a microwave.
Significant amount.
Do you reckon it's warming his ears?
I doubt it. The last thing you want is for your ears to be sweaty under your headset. Which is
Unless,
why you should always get open backs.
True. Or earbuds.
Did I tell you about when I went headphone shopping with Ricky?
You didn't, but I'd love to hear about it.
He went off and off for hours about different nuances of headphones, and I just bought the pair that I bought last time. This was when we were over in studio. Nice. He's like, these are really good for this reason. This sounds like this, blah, 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 blah.
You went for the ones with cat ears on them, didn't you?
Last time. I did.
I'm just out here trying to help a friend, I've spent a lot of time looking at audio, and he's just like, yeah, whatever. These ones have a red X on them. I like you. I'm going to buy them.
Yeah, this is, very similar to the ones I already have. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's go back for these again.
Mm-hmm.
That's about as far as my brain goes.
You know what else? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
What?
The Treant Protector. It's just, it's a staple, man. It's just so good. I want to point out this hero has an almost 69%. It's very close to 69%. Let me double check.
Nice.
I was going off about it just a moment ago. I think the hero is incredibly good.
63. My apologies. It has gone down. It was at 68 something the other day, but it has fallen to about 63% win rate, which is still very good considering it has been picked in a lot of games.
Yeah, I mean, in the China region alone, that goes up to 64%. Oh, 1% increase. Blimey.
It's powerful.
powerful hero. And they're going to pick up the Void Spirit to try and deal with it. So what I'm seeing here from Ehome is like ganking, and ganking, and also a bit of pushing. But yeah, this is like a mobile lineup which wants to just be everywhere, do everything. And it's if you fall behind against this lineup, it's going to feel really bad. You're not going to feel safe anywhere on the map.
I mean, you already don't feel safe anywhere against the Nyx Assassin, Nature's Prod, but this is actually just miserable to play against.
Yep.
They go for a Templar Assassin in response to this. Good answer, maybe?
Dude, if I'm Ehome right here, depending on what this pick is, I am 1000% picking a Pudge offlane.
Why? How does that fit in?
It actually just ruins TA's life.
Yeah, it did really, really well. I think Ehome picked it actually against the TA of Ehome previously and won that one. And that was funny because, not to be mean,
but BKB Dismember, and that's it. They have no kill threat anymore. Like, Triad and Marcy do nothing to this hero.
And not to be mean, but in that game, Zeal didn't, he was literally terrible at hooking. Like, his hooks were absolutely awful. And he still did like by far the most hero damage, highest game impact by a mile, just because you just blink in and rot. Like, you don't need to hit your spell. You just literally, like, the hero is not about the hook when you get to that Aghanim Scepter. It was pretty funny though. Watching back over that one.
Yeah, you just play Pudge like he doesn't have hook, like primarily. You use it as like a backup spell. You know, if someone's like out of position and they're like close enough, you can just be like, oh, that's an easy hook.
That's how you know a hero is overtuned, when a spell that used to be his best ability is a backup spell. You couldn't buy a Blink Dagger on Pudge because it was too broken to use with the hook back in Dota 1.
Well, that's because you would just cliff
banned item.
That's because you can cliff people, but now you get free walking after hook. So
and that and being able to like instantly reposition when the enemies already knew where you were. That and cliffing people, like it was just not allowed because it was too good.
Yeah, same with Venge, right?
Alongside the meat hook. Yeah, exactly.
Well, they also slowed the hook projectile speed quite a bit over the years, so that's another big deal.
They filed it down. It's not as wide as it used to be. It's an industry secret.
Back in my day.
Actually, it throws slower than it used to.
No, really, it doesn't go out as fast.
Oh my!
Ricky.
I'm gonna literally have to pull up the patch notes.
Have you guys seen his Pudge tattoo?
It is quite good, actually.
Were you the kind of guy who like typed what was it, like slash hooks or something back in the Dota 1 days?
He misses. He'll like miss a hook and then he'll type like all chat slash ping. Yeah, there's an accuracy command.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like HK or something like that. There was commands for Mirana and Pudge. You can see how accurate. Yeah. I remember those. I forget the command for it.
I actually never had to use that because I just never missed the hook. So it's...
I respect that. So why do I need to find out it's 100%, dude? I already know.
Yeah.
All right, so we got some interesting picks. We should talk a little bit more about this Wind Ranger and then this Jakiro, which has come out as well. Which of you want to take each? In fact, I can assign them based on personalities. Ricky is definitely a Wind Ranger, and Neth is definitely a Jakiro.
Okay,
I agree.
Before I get to that, though, I do want to point out that the hook speed was changed from 1600 to 1450 back in 7.03 Neth. So, suck it,
Ricky. What are you talking about? We're discussing that like an hour ago. Nobody cares anymore.
It's fine.
Don't allow yourself to be derailed by this man about a hero we're not even seeing. Talk to me about Wind. Sell me. Tell me why this
Wind Ranger, pretty good hero, great team fighter. I'm going to guess that this is probably their mid lane. I can't imagine that this is going to be mid Marcy. I've seen a couple teams try mid Marcy, and it's actually gone pretty well, but it hasn't been in the Chinese region. But yeah, Wind Ranger, decent into the Void Spirit lane. You can actually just farm pretty easily. He doesn't really have any kill threat on you. So that's going to be my guess. And then it is decent in terms of like being an anti-carry versus the Nature's Prophet. Hey, can someone talk about derailing a conversation for a hero that's not important in the game real quick? Does anyone want to rewind this?
Damn, the Pudge comes out for Aster Aries. All right.
That's an excellent point, Nomad. Thank you.
I'm in
what do you think of the Pudge, Nomad?
Oh, I'm going to lose my mind.
I got to give credit where it's, I mean, that's it. I mean, we talked about the Pudge coming out for
you did, Nomad. Go on.
Yeah. No, it was all me. But yeah, I believe this is a kind of, not a block pick, but like, we know you want to pick it, so we're going to let it through, and then, oops, it's ours now. But do you think this is good for Aster Aries now?
Absolutely. You know, they have a lot of damage that comes out pretty slowly. You don't have to worry about the treants on top of you. The Jakiro's damage all comes out in small instances. I think the Pudge is great here. So I was happy when you were discussing this one, Nomad. My only concern is, like you were talking about, his hook doesn't come out as fast as it used to, but
As
they
we know,
thankfully do
yeah,
have Wind
yeah.
Ranger. Yeah. Thankfully, they do have Wind Ranger here to set some of these up with the shackle shots. They're being able to get on top of these targets and slow them down. I think Marcy's amazing setup for the Pudge as well. So be a decent game for them on Aster Aries, but they close this one out with the Terrorblade, which is honestly very good against the Templar Assassin. Too much armor for this hero to be able to quickly go through.
Do they have the magic damage? Well, honestly, I think they do on Aster Aries. I mean, this Wind Ranger, you know, she can go for a Maelstrom, she can go for an MKB. Either one is going to be able to take down the Terrorblade with relative ease. And then you've got a Pudge as well, who could just kind of jump on top of him, throw out that rot. It all depends on who jumps whom. Ricky, what are your thoughts on these drafts, and which way are you going to be leaning this time around?
I can't work under these conditions, honestly. I thought about walking away and like not being on camera when we came back, but I thought maybe
I'm very unprofessional, Ricky. I expect much more.
I'm gonna say I actually think this Pudge pick is not good, and so I'm going with Ehome.
All right, care to elaborate on why the Pudge pick isn't good?
No.
Okay.
Because Neff's going to tell me I'm wrong, and then later in the game when I'm right, he's going to claim it for himself, and I'm not going to let him do it again.
I see. Keeping your cards close to your chest. Neff, which way are you leaning for this game number 2?
You know, I'm really liking this Pudge last pick come out here. I'm just concerned about, you know, the global potential, the jump potential of this Void Spirit, the Nature's Prop, the Nyx Assassin, and as good as the True Protector is going to be at dealing with this global threat, I'm going to have to go with Ehome for game number 2 here.
Alrighty, well, I will lean in the way of Aster Aries, as I mentioned before. I think this TB, you know, it's going to be one of those games where we're like, oh no, TB's so scary. He's got so much net worth. He's so far ahead. And then he's going to die twice. And then the game's going to end. And we're all going to be like, oh, well, why has anyone picked TB? And I reckon it's going to be one of those ones. But who knows? Well, nobody knows. And that's why we're going to watch the game with our casters of Ricky and Nev as we jump into game number 2 of Aster Aries versus Ehome.
I don't know how we ended up here, Neff.
You mean in general, or?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, we got a game to cover. It is going to be an interesting one. I'm not 100% sold on the Pudge pick here. I do think that it's going to struggle a little bit, but main reason being it typically, you know, doesn't do very well against high physical damage, which is what Ehome is bringing to the table here. So,
yeah,
see if they'll make it work.
So you do like the Terrorblade coming out last here. What sort of items would you say that they should get on this Pudge to be able to deal with the physical damage? Does it go like early phase boots?
It goes Vanguard. You go Vanguard this game. You actually don't bother going for Hood of Defiance. It's a little bit useless this game. So you definitely go for like there's the Phase Boots Vanguard and rely on like your physical armor plus the damage block to try and reduce the damage that you're going to be taking from this Terrorblade.
All right. Do you turn it into a Crimson Guard? My other question.
Probably not. It's a lot to get to the Crimson Guard, and I think Pudge like really needs to get to like a Blink Dagger, a BKB, or an Aghanim Scepter. Like all 3 of those items end up like changing like fundamentally how you can play this hero. So, but Crimson Guard's more of just like I'm dying too fast. I need to stop dying, and I think you know that's not a great way to play the hero.
Yeah, it's not the great way to play most heroes. True.
So we'll see. Shiro's Terrorblade, absolutely, absolute beast on this hero. I'm curious to see how he's going to end up skilling it. So he does go 1 point in the reflection early to help contest the lane, which I really like as opposed to going for the mirror image. But he's just going to be able to dominate the CS charts for now, as Pudge doesn't really have much threat on him at all.
Yeah. All right. So in the bottom lane, are you expecting big things from the pause from this Marcy here?
Oh my God! It's 1 position Marcy.
Yeah, I feel like you already saw this, Ricky. You can hide the fake hype. You knew it was position 1 Marcy all along. We're expecting big things from this.
I actually think Marcy is a legitimate core. I've been seeing people play it in the mid lane recently and have been absolutely owning on it. If you're, this is the thing though, a lot of pro players have not played this hero much at all since its release. Like legitimately, pro players did not bother wasting their time practicing Marcy because it took them over a year to add her to the game. So it's one of those things that like Ulu, unless he's just been spamming this hero in like pubs and scrims, needs to be a little bit careful because this hero does have a lot of nuances in terms of like, you know, playing it correctly. So
well, he is level 0 on Dota Plus, so it means he has not played this hero in a pub before.
Top lane, TK getting ran down by ZZQ, pops the stick, does not have Wind Run quite yet, but the bug is a little bit faster. Impale in 6 seconds. It looks like he's just going to be able to regen it off. Oh, Pudge loses his courier next to the Secret Shop.
Yeah.
So,
Gonna quickly jump in here and just share that Marcy out of 125 games. Oh, Zeal down at bottom. Oh, he's actually gonna die for your first blood, and Planet's trying to run away as well. But I think he's gonna get
that's
out.
a good kill.
Yeah. But yeah, Marcy on the carry position has won 1 game and lost 0 games out of 125 picks across the DPC.
Yeah, makes sense to me. I think this hero is like a really strong like lane hero, and in my eyes, like Ursa last game, very underwhelming. Marcy this game, doing well. You know, it's like why pick Ursa when you can just pick a Marcy? Like they kind of just do the same thing.
1 and 0 is a pretty small pool to draw some stats from here, but
100%.
100% win rate. You can't argue with it. The stats don't lie.
You can't argue with the numbers. Yeah, Ursa is at like what 30 or something. His win rate is abysmal. But
all right, so you're hyped. You're talking up the pause one, Marcy. You think Aster Aries is going to win now, Ricky?
No, I don't. But I like the first pick, or I like the position 1 Marcy more than what we've been seeing. Like I think position 4 or position 5 Marcy is still the best. But in terms of punishing the Nature's Prophet here, like we see just massive amount of gap close onto the NP. He just dies a second time. Red Panda just doing so much damage on the Treant Protector as well. He's gonna like relentlessly feed in this lane. Like it is a like I'm pretty sure it's 1,600 units on the rebound. I don't know how
it's not 1,600 units.
It's ridiculous, dude. It really looks like 1,600 units. I don't know if you just saw that. He just went for like 3/4 of the lane distance.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just went half the map right there with that rebound. We're gonna have to look into this one later. It's like 1,000 units. You jump 800, then you go. I think.
A minimum of 450 afterward.
Yeah, 450.
Minimum of 450, up to 800.
And it works in a pretty interesting way. Did you hear Trent explaining it? Massive nerd, Trent, by the way, but you know he's pretty smart with some new mechanics. Apparently, there's a projectile that pulls Marcy alongside it. And that actually gets on top of the targets. So once she is rebounded, there's no interrupting it. Oh, Planet, he is going down again.
You know, if you want to pick a kill lane, just pick this. Like, why pick this Ursa Warlock from last game? This is working so dang well for Aster Aries. They're not really farming exceptionally well on Ulu. Like, he only has 13 last hits, but the dude has 4 kills and an assist at just 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah. All right, so the maximum distance it can go is 1,500.
So I really was not far off, is what you're saying. Zeal is just dead again. They actually can't do anything about this, like at all. If you exist in this bottom lane, you're just gonna die. Top lane though, they do manage to take down the Pudge. Nice pick off there for ZZQ and Shiro and TTK. You know, just has to kind of walk away.
Yeah. Man, this is a disaster down in the bottom lane. All right, you know what? They'll recover from this one. Okay, Ricky.
It is a Nature's Prophet in terms of being able to farm. He's one of the best in the game. But it's going to take a lot because no one can come to this bottom lane now.
Yep, they're getting on top of Red Panda here.
Yeah. Nice little pick off there. I have been kicked from the lobby, unfortunately. So.
Really?
Yeah, I have 99% packet loss.
We do have a clean feed, though.
Yeah, no, I'm watching the clean feed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
All right. Zeal needs more than that to be able to recover in this game. I mean, this is the issue of playing the Nature's Prophet. Usually, you punish melee heroes quite well by having distance between you and them. They get hit by these treants as they try to approach you, but Mark's being able to instantly get on top of you.
It's a big kill in the mid lane if they
Protector.
can get it. They're managing to do a lot of damage here on over to the TA, but a sick shackle there from TK is going to slow them down. And Red Panda is going to try and just chase down Echo here. One attack away. Ooh, he's going to get him. Dude, huge kill. Red Panda is level 5 on this 5 position Treant right now.
Yeah. Now they're just they're gonna beat down this tower. Now they're gonna walk away. But yeah, this guy has gone 1-2-2 now. So actually massive slow once he's able to get on top of these targets. These early boots have been paying off like crazy as well. We're never gonna get away from this Tree Protector alongside the tree line there either. The Tree Protector with that bonus movement speed that he has, walking nearby the trees. I mean, what's he got? 379? Yeah, he very easily runs you down.
Whoa, what was that?
Oh, all right. Bit of an echo. I think that our
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the server just crashed because I also got kicked out of the game.
Yeah. Some production issues, it looks like, and issue with the server. I got kicked out as well. Hopefully we'll be connected again in just a moment. In fact, it looks like everybody got kicked out.
Yeah, like everyone's gone. Both teams got kicked and entirely as well.
Look, gives everyone a chance to come back in. We have a short pause. Hopefully everything will be cleared up pretty quickly. Yeah, all the players are pretty upset about this one. And threw me in for a loop when I started hearing my own voice, though. All right, let's break down the state of the game. We haven't had an opportunity to talk about top line too much yet. We do see Pudge up here. He is actually sitting near the top of the CS chart. He's tied, or just a little bit behind his Templar Assassin. So he's having an amazing lane. We did discuss that at the beginning. You said you weren't crazy about it on the side of Aster Aries. You very much would like to see it on Ehome. But I'd say that he's off to a solid start so far, and they're in pretty good position.
I don't know if you're looking at bottom really quick, but you're about to see a Nature's Prophet die again.
No,
Yep.
we're not.
Oh, yeah. He's about to get disposed.
No, he won't get it off fast enough. The teleport will complete first. The cast animation for it, I think it'll be too long.
Is it disposed like 0.1 seconds or something?
No. I believe the cast point is like 0.2.
Okay. All right, we'll see. If he gets the dispose, he's definitely dead. He's got 3 points in rebound. I can't imagine he survives that. Quick 300 damage.
It'll be close.
It'll be 300 magic damage plus auto attacks for like probably 3 or 4 auto attacks.
Yep. It'll be close. I think the fact that we pause at this specific time makes it even more difficult.
Dude, there is some real server issues here, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll be fine in just a moment. But yeah, the fact that it paused at this specific time, like Marcy obviously wants like min-max the duration of this teleport, and then interrupt it like the last possible second. But this pause is pretty unfortunate for her. Oh, if you have a quick cast, you might be able to get this. I think there's like 0.4 seconds left, maybe a little bit less than that. It's like 0.4, 0.3 left on this teleport, and it's 0.2 to get the dispose off. We'll see. Wow. Wind Ranger, unfortunately, just before during that fight in the mid lane, her courier ended up dying with the boot still on it, which doesn't help, but doing well enough right now. Despite it being 7-2, there's not even a full 1k net worth advantage. It's 700 gold right now, going the way of Aster Aries, which isn't unrecoverable. I'm just concerned about this Nature's Prophet more than anything else. And given that you're playing against a Train Protector, you're not going to be able to come back in the most amazing way. Like, if there wasn't a Train in the game, I'd say that you're always going to be useful, being able to get chip damage away at these towers. But with the Train here, it is a lot harder.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And what else we got going on here? I mean, he's moving in the jungle now on Shiro on this Terrorblade. The downside of this one is the fact that Pudge is essentially going to have free farm.
Do you have a 6th hero slot on the side of Ehome at the top of your screen?
I do. Everybody does, it looks like. You can see that in our clean feed as well.
What?
Yeah, some weird stuff has happened. Hold on, let me...
Okay. Dota, the next update is 6v6, no longer a 5v5. You heard it here first, folks.
I've seen things like this happen before. It is kind of unusual. I think that slot exists as like a coach slot that you can't actually select or be in. I don't know the exact logic behind it.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to figure out what happens here and we don't go into...
But they definitely only have 5 people. We saw in the lobby.
Yeah.
They don't have anybody sitting on the coach slot. But I imagine they're just taking time for everyone to be able to reconnect to all the broadcasters before we get everything going again. Making sure everything is fine. The game isn't just going to suddenly drop when we unpause.
Remember that feature that was teased a long time ago about being able to like resume games from a certain point?
That was added.
What?
Wasn't that in Source 1?
No, it was. Yeah, it was in Source 1 for like weeks, and then Source 2 came out, and then they removed it, and it's never been added back.
There's certain things that the Dota API doesn't track that I think would mess with the state of the game when you are able to resume things. Like the positions of lane creeps and creeps on the map aren't saved. And that was like one of the major issues with replay takeover. So it was like an okay solution as far as everything being fairly balanced. You come back to the game rather than just remashing the whole thing. But creep positions on the map are actually pretty important.
Yeah.
To like who controls what at the moment. So
the 6th player on Ehome is currently disconnected.
All right, that might be an issue.
That might be an issue.
Oh, okay. See, I was a little bit worried when I saw it before, but I'm extremely worried now that I see that 6th player disconnected. Hopefully there's an explanation for that one. I imagine it's just a game server bug, though.
Hey, friends.
Given how everyone was booted from the game.
Oh, is that a random nomad?
Yeah, it is, guys. I thought I'd drop by, and just enjoy the pause with you guys, hang out.
No, nice, yeah.
Should we do some stats challenges?
Ooh, I like that. Yes, please.
Yeah. All right. First one. Who is the most popular position 4 here in the Chinese region? Now think about
Tiny.
it, guys. Ricky?
I would agree. I think Tiny is...
You can't copy my answer.
No, I mean, like...
he absolutely can. It is my quiz.
Tiny's been mostly played as a 4, but I think...
he should have answered faster.
I think game-wise, though, I'm going to go Marcy. I think Marcy's been played more times in the 4 than,
Why'd
say,
you let him do
Tiny
this
has.
to you, Ricky? Why'd you let him do this to you? He's absolutely right. Of course it's Tiny. It's like double the amount of games as Marcy has as position 4, 24 versus 12.
Oh.
As opposed to... You knew this. You knew this. Oh, we're back? All right.
Oh, no, we're not. All right, back to the...
No, just kidding.
No way Tiny has that many more games.
Why do they have 6 players though? What's going on?
Yeah, I guess.
Don't worry about it.
Who is that guy?
That's what I was talking about. We have a 6th player for Ehome who's been disconnected.
You guys, this is very clearly a game bug and not actually a 6th player. People are going to take you seriously if you start making accusations like that.
I'm just saying, it's
we all remember the PPD fiasco. We all remember Alliance. Okay, Nomad, you can stop going off about Alliance.
There's a CSGO, there's a coaching bug where the coaches could be like in the game, it could be the new iteration. Maybe there's some unseen force. Maybe this is the introduction of the air spirit. We're going to have a hype hero reveal in a few seconds.
Just the storm spirit?
They wouldn't give that to us. No, air.
Oh.
Storm is an air. You crazy?
Kind of.
No, it's the combination of high and low pressure systems and rain and lightning.
Oh my god!
Come on, bro. There's a lot of
nerd.
aspects to a storm. I'm just saying, it's not simple. Meanwhile, air is just simple, You watch Avatar?
Which one?
We're talking about elements. Which one do you think?
James Cameron.
Yeah. All right. Let's do another stat. All right. This one's actually really hard, but you're big boys. You can handle it. Who is the biggest countered matchup out of all the heroes with over 10 games played against each other? And it's a win rate difference of 30% for the hero who has the advantage in the matchup.
Can we get one of the heroes? So I have.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because like I might be able to know if I can get one of the heroes. It's just like there's a lot of matchups.
One of the heroes is Snapfire, and she's a hero on the losing side. So she's a hero who's getting her ass beaten all the time. Who is beating her ass though?
I want Ricky to answer first so he doesn't copy me.
Minimum of 10 games, yeah.
Go ahead, Ricky, so you don't copy me.
Is this just China?
This is...
He's crumbling right now.
No. I need to know if it's just China.
All regions.
Are you looking this up right now? Is that what you're doing?
It makes a huge difference.
It makes a difference so I can look it up. It's giving me, the region and the heroes that I can filter. Yeah, okay, dude.
Oh my god.
Go on, Ricky. Yeah,
Come on, Ricky.
Is it just China, Nomad?
No, it's all regions.
All regions. Okay. I'm gonna say Beastmaster.
Beastmaster. All right, Neff. What are you thinking? Now let's
Void Spirit.
Void Spirit. Oh, it's a good guess. Void Spirit. It's very similar. It's actually the Puck.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, 13 games against each other and an 85% win rate for the Puck, which is it's pretty significant.
Of course,
it makes
I should have
sense.
just picked
right?
the best hero in Dota. What was I?
Probably,
thinking?
yeah. Highest win rate in hero in Dota and competitive Dota at the moment. The second highest. I don't know. I don't think
Beastmaster is actually the highest. That's why I went for Beastmaster.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, Beastmaster is the highest win rate of almost every hero over 100 matches.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Beastmaster's been lit, but they don't seem to be prioritizing much in this region, which is interesting.
Yeah, that was the reason I asked. Is it just China? Because Beastmaster is not picked here for some reason.
So you kind of five-headed yourself there. Damn, this guy's still got the wrapping on his headphones. What's going on with these guys and their headphones? He still had the wrapping. Still fresh out of the box.
According to production, there's a client bug that is causing issues with some.
Oh yeah, so we noticed that. That's sixth player. Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
yeah. In case y'all are wondering, the sixth player is definitely causing the issue here. We don't know which. I'm pretty sure it's like a random caster or something that is just like in the sixth player slot.
Did one of you guys accidentally join the game? Is that what it is?
No. I wouldn't feel good tilting the battle and that much of an advantage.
You'd be too good, and no one would be able to compete with you, right?
Mm-hmm. That's why I cast.
Well, no, they'd have to share their gold with you, which would be kind of unfortunate, I would say. Do you guys know the second most highest win rate matchup for more than 10 games played? It's actually one we've talked about a lot. Last week, it was kind of like the talking point. We saw this hero picked up as an answer to the other hero several times throughout last week. It's
all right, Neff, you go first. Give us one of the heroes, and then Neff, you can go first.
I mean, that was such a big hint, but then again, I also feel like neither of you two were here for a lot of the games we saw.
I honestly don't know if I covered any of those.
Yeah, and so the hero in question is Dawnbreaker, who has been answered now. We know the solution to her. Yeah, you know. All right.
I'm
Neff can go first this time. Go Nyx Assassin. Okay, Neff.
I mean, we talked about this was on air and off air so many times. It's the reason why they ban out Nyx Assassin every time people open with Dawnbreaker.
Neff, you can't copy my answer. Be original over here. God. Okay? Are you serious?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to say Primal Beast. Is it Primal Beast?
It's not. And it's also not Nyx Assassin either, you idiots. It's actually Monkey King, which is what we saw last week a lot. Monkey King just being used, and even in the interview, can't remember exactly who said it, but someone very smart said that they liked the Monkey King as an answer to the Dawnbreaker, and that's why they were picking it so much. And that
makes sense.
Yeah. So Monkey is the king of that matchup, and he's rocking a 80% win rate over 21 games. My goodness, My golly goodness. So what's going on? Are we getting a new lobby going on, or?
So far, nothing in terms of what's happening. I think players are different players are trying to disconnect and reconnect to see what is actually possible. Like I'm actually really worried that it may need a remake, because if that's the case, I feel really bad for Aries after how this bottom lane has started. But we're kind of just at the whim of the Dota having a weird client bug.
We're at the whim of the sixth player. Yeah. I've heard that Perfect World are on the case. They're doing their best to find out who this mysterious sixth player is. At the moment, they have located their address and they're sending people around on their way. The Perfect World assault squad is on the way around to take care of them. This anonymous sixth player.
Dude, people are going to believe you. This is the
worst. Who could it be? Could it be an old player coming out of retirement? Could it be one of the players banned for betting, come to seek their vengeance on the Dota world?
Oh, I know what it is.
Anime. What is it?
I know what it is. Do you remember how Techies was spur of the moment announced at TI in the All-Star match? That's what this is. It's the new hero announcement. It's the only thing that makes sense.
It is. The pieces coming together. This is a huge lobby bug.
It was a mistake because it was supposed to come. It was supposed to come later, and they accidentally, it happened right now.
They're supposed to introduce a sixth player and like some sort of all-star match coming up soon.
They were testing it, in the client for the major. And then whoopsie, here we are.
Now I believe they were testing it in the main client, and I believe whoopsie, but the rest of it kind of falls apart. There's other two mistakes. Definitely sounds like something that would have happened though.
It's actually a teaser for the next patch where we're going to have a new player in each game.
5v6.
So it's 6v6. Just one of the teams is a bit slow to update, but we're gonna have a jungler in Dota now. Isn't that exciting, everyone?
That's all I've been asking for, honestly.
You just want to embrace the PvE lifestyle?
Dude, sometimes you just want to like mute your team and just hit some jungle creeps,
Yeah, go for it.
And then you unmute your team so you can still play later.
Ricky actually just gets owned in lane regularly, so he needs to go to the jungle where he fights NPCs that have a very basic script. Walk in and out of camps and whatnot. Sometimes they outsmart him anyways. I see him quite often just get clubbed by these ogre bruisers. It's very embarrassing.
Dude,
you should check out his stream, twitch.tv/rcryptic.
Did you see the clip of the Medusa that like bought a Divine Rapier and then got instantly stunned by one of the ogres as they were TPing back to defend their base? And then just got stunned, and then they lose the game.
Hilarious.
Like immediately after because they couldn't make it to the base in time.
What do you mean they? Don't you mean I?
Oh boy. Okay. I don't play Medusa, thank you.
Right.
I play difficult heroes like Pudge.
Oh yeah, the high skill hero of Pudge, which 90% of the Dota player base plays. Yes. Let's use this opportunity to recap on the region then and see exactly where things are standing at the moment, because of course this series is pretty important for standings. Both these teams are currently 1 and 3 at the moment, which puts them at the bottom of the division. When it comes to points, Dundee Lion are also equal with them at the moment for some reason, but basically what you need to know is these guys are at the bottom. This is, if you want to be mean about it, the toilet. Whoa, we're back at that. No, never mind, we're not. What's happening?
I mean, are Danny Lane 1 and 3? I thought they were 1 and 2.
They're 1 and 2 at the moment, yeah. So they're not technically at the bottom just yet. But
so you were about to call them 1 and 3. Okay, that's cool, Nomad. Good stuff. They've already lost. Yeah, good.
But no, points wise.
Wait.
Yeah.
I see the issue.
What's the issue? If you say Taggies again, then I'm going to lose.
I figured it out. The 6th player on Ehome is Zeal.
Huh?
He no longer controls Nature's Prophet. It is now the Nature's Prophet is disconnected from the game as a non-valid player unit, and Zeal is now the 6th player.
Wait, you're right.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
yes.
look at the mini map. It's the red icon. It's not the.
It's a disconnected icon. So he has to like rebind. The thing is like you can't buy items for the hero now because it's no longer like his hero, right? That's the issue.
But it's still
they
weird
have to remake.
Showing...
They're gonna have to remake. I don't know how you deal with that.
Well, TK's giving the old Oxford try by reconnecting, seeing what that does. I don't know, guys. Maybe we can try this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's what he's laughing about, because I was like trying to figure out what the issue was. Originally, his hero icon was underneath all the couriers, so I couldn't see it. But now that it's like slightly moved out of the base, I understand, I think, what's happening there. Yeah.
Oh, the remaking's going to be so rough for this, though, man. Like, you surely have to redraft, right? There's no way you can like, this is 7 minutes in, right? Like, the lanes have basically, I mean, they haven't been decided, but like, they're really, really good for Aster Aries, right? Like, they caught them off guard with this Marcy position 1. And that's the thing as well, like, it's not even like a normal situation. They've pulled this Marcy pos 1, which has only been played once before in all of history of DPC. It's only ever been played once before. I know that's a hyperbolic statement, but I'm going to say it anyway because it sounds cool. And they've caught them off guard. And, you know, now if we remake, then we're going to have to go and reset to the point where they're going to have a plan of how to deal with this, and they're going to be able to do it much better. So it's really, really hard. Zeal's even saying, look, Marcy.
Yeah. It's a huge issue because you can completely you can approach the lane in an entirely different way now.
Yeah, and
like
you can't
I feel if this is what ends up happening, I feel incredibly bad for Aster, because I don't know if there's a solution to this.
Surely there's nothing you can do though.
If it is actually the case where Zeal no longer is the player in control of Nature's Prophet, and Nature's Prophet is considered a DC'd hero, it can't be played. You can't buy items for the hero.
Well,
you can't like it can't like gain gold. That I don't know. Like
someone did say 4v4 in the old chat. Zeal did say that. I mean, I don't know if he's being serious there or not, but yeah. I mean, what was it? What position's the Nature's Prophet?
It's the off lane. It's your 3.
All right. I mean, still we can't.
Are we really discussing the possibility of that? No,
well,
we can't. Absolutely not. This is definitely a client-side bug. The players had nothing to do with this. This demands a remake. You probably choose the exact same heroes and remake the game.
It is, yeah. That's the rule. It's same heroes, same starting items, I believe, is like the rules when it comes to this type of stuff. The problem is, I don't like. It's such a gray line in terms of like when you can just leave the lane and like swap the lanes around or do something different. Like it definitely has to be the same players on the same heroes, same starting items. I believe that has been like the rules historically. But
yes,
I can imagine Ehome is not going to struggle as much in this bottom lane, knowing what they know now.
Yeah, of course they will. Like, it's always an advantage for the losing team if you're able to remake the laning phase. Of course, like, you know, when you lose, you learn more. You know, you can adjust and you can improve and you can change. You know, if you're winning, then it's much harder to think about what you could do better because, you know, likely it is your mistakes haven't been capitalized upon. Therefore, you don't really notice them. Of course, everyone makes mistakes, but when you're winning, yeah, they would get punished. So it's a toughy old situation. We'll let you know any updates as we have them. But right now, it's they're just trying to figure out what to do. And to be honest, this is a weird one. this is a very, very weird one. So we're going to take some time to figure it out and decide exactly what to do in this situation.
How does this even happen? That's interesting.
I've seen this happen before. This is not the first time I've seen this happen, actually. Yeah, I've actually seen this happen. It's like been on several Reddit threads. I'm pretty sure this has happened in a competitive game even in the past. I don't know if it was DPC though, but I know that this is a bug and I know it's happened. But as to how it happens or why it happens, we have no idea. So I'm sure, shout out to the one and only best dev for Dota 2, Jeff Hill, who I'm sure is going to get a Reddit thread about this one in a moment. And we'll try and dig deep into how this even happens in the first place.
Yeah, I wonder how this works. Like, if he gets called in the middle of the night, to just wake him up. Jeff, we got a bug.
He doesn't sleep.
We need our best man.
No, Jeff doesn't sleep. He's just constantly. He's actually like half man, half machine, just hooked up to a computer. It's a new experiment from Valve to create some cyborg who can fix bugs. You know, there and then. You know, a one man bug fixing machine who's like tied into the server, so he can fix bugs just by thinking about it. Jeff Hill is pretty much the Terminator of the Dota universe. It's pretty cool. This might be him in the lobby, to be honest. He might be the sixth player, just coming to, you know, grace us with his oversight. Lord and Savior Jeff Hill blessing this game with his.
It's funny that you say that. You know, aura. Gabe Newell once called. I'm pretty sure I read an article where it said that Gabe called, like, you know, eyes and hands and things like that meat peripherals. So you could say that he was hooked up to a server and things like that. There's potential that Valve is working on something like that.
I mean, you can see, the index, VR. Let's take it a step further. Let's embed these things into your system. But I mean, that's another argument in and of itself, right? Like this idea that, like, cyborgism is like a thing of the future. It's something which we're gonna eventually lead into. Well, actually, we're already cyborgs with our phones and stuff. Like this is like genuine. We could be cyborgs, but no one wants to be a cyborg. No one wants to have like anything like surgically implanted into them. And we're as close as we're going to get because we always have our phones on us. They're always there. They're basically an extension of ourselves, a way for us to always be connected and always be, tuned in, dialed into everything. Do we need to take that a step further? Do we want to take a step further? Or are we biologically anti-symbiotic of taking it further? I don't know if that's a thing, but sounds like a thing. That's a question of life and a sign that this pause has been going on way too long. So I'm going to humbly request that production throw us over to a break and save us from this madness. And of course, we will be back the moment we can be with more information about what exactly is going on here when we know it. So guys, stick around. We're very, very sorry about this, but hopefully we'll be back in the game as soon as possible. We'll see you very shortly as we throw it over to a quick break and we'll be back to you as soon as we know more.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome back. And, patience is usually rewarded, but in this case, it's not, I'm afraid. We do have an update for you, and it's not what we were hoping for. Both teams have discussed the matter with the admins, and we have decided the best course of action is going to be to pause the series with the 1-0 score as it currently stands and revisit it at a later date when we have a ruling from Valve. Unfortunately, Valve have not responded right now. It's, silly o'clock in America, so...
Have they tried saying, please respond? That's, usually my go-to
They tried
line.
pinging them 20 times on Discord, yeah. All these things will be tried and more, but for now, the series is going to be put on ice at a 1-0 score, and we will revisit it at a later date. So, you guys will have to wait, unfortunately. This is a unique situation. And just to clarify as well, any confusion, this is not the bug where people disconnect from the game and accidentally abandon it. This is something completely different. This is something I've never seen before. Ricky says he's seen it before, but
I've seen it once.
I don't believe him.
I've seen it once.
You're crazy.
It's a very weird bug. Basically, the servers crash. They kick all lobby members, and upon reconnect, you sometimes don't rejoin into the same slot that you were originally, and it actually adds like an additional player onto one of the teams. Essentially, one of your heroes becomes unusable. So even though everyone is in the lobby, no one has control over the Nature's Prophet. So there's really nothing you can do. It is just an unfortunate server bug. Client bug, and no one's really
and to be absolutely clear, this isn't the case of a team's internet going out. This isn't the case of a player's internet going out or anything like that. It's nothing to do with the teams individually. So there's no culpability here. There's nothing which could have been done differently by either team. It is simply a bug with the lobby, and it is what it is. And we'll try to get a resolution for it as soon as possible. Hopefully, we can work this out with Valve. I'm sure they can. Perfect World and Valve have a great relationship. So it will be sorted further down the line. But for now, we will have to leave that at a thrilling cliffhanger. But that will lead us into our next series, which is going to be Dandelion versus Extreme Gaming, which is going to be an interesting one. So, guys, do stick around for that match. We're going to throw it back to a break, as that one's going to be coming up in about 40 minutes. I know it's a bit of time to wait. You guys have been so lovely and so patient so far, but stick with us as we move through to the next series of the day, where hopefully things go much more according to plan. So once again, thanks for staying with us and being patient. Sorry it's not the result we expected, but hopefully we'll get a resolution for you guys as soon as possible. Maybe during the next series, depends when we get a response from Valve. But for now, we're going to throw it over to a break, and then we'll be back with our final series of the day. Thank you very much.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 成之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome back to the China DPC. Thank you for your patience as we have had a very turbulent day thus far, but we are back for the final series of the day, and fingers crossed it goes off without a hitch as we have two big teams on the roster. It's of course Extreme Gaming versus Dandelion. These two teams will be battling it out. Extreme currently sitting 2-1, but with a fairly gentle start to the season. Meanwhile, Dandelion, they've got themselves a 1-2, but safe to say they've had some pretty tough matchups so far, so not a bad score for them coming into it in all honesty. And joining me to break down this series, we have Lizard and we have Beacop to get into this game. Guys, how are we doing and what are we expecting from this series, starting with you, Lizard?
Starting with me? Well, thank you. You never start with me. Usually you always go with your best friend, Beacop, but thank you for starting with me this time around. I'm hyped. XG, Dandelion, this game should be a lot of hype. It's my favorite team of the region. I'm super biased. I think that XG is... I always felt that it's a team with absolutely no ceiling when it comes to potential. And I still feel that way. Is the carry sometimes problematic? Yes, he is. Can he improve? I think he can, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm always looking forward to DY and PYW. And I don't know, what do you guys think? Will we see some craziness from them when it comes to supports, or will it be the normal stuff?
Maybe, but I just wanted to actually ask about Lou very quickly, because, you know, he is the young player on the team, the one people probably know the least about. So were you saying from what you've seen so far, you see the potential of a tier 1 international quality carry player in Lou?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah,
That's what I like to hear.
I see some things in him that I couldn't say Thompson or Rana, but with good molding, right? Like he could be made into a really nice player.
Yeah, so, with like that scene from Go to like leaning around each other and doing the pottery. That's exactly what PYW and TY are doing to him right now.
Exactly, that's literally the two of them.
Yeah. So Beacop, do you think we'll see some crazy support duos coming out from Extreme, or any interesting picks out from them?
I don't know about interesting picks, but they certainly are a very interesting duo when it comes to what they're able to accomplish. It does feel like they've been one of the best duos together for the longest time, right? Like, obviously, you've got Bobica and XXS who rule the duo all-time record, but in terms of just supports, it feels like DY and PYW have kind of made it click a lot for a long time, and I'm kind of always expecting it from them, just to be great, honestly.
Just to be great. I mean, they are such solid players, they've been playing together for such a long time. Honestly, like when we were in season 1 and I was researching, the duos, I actually expected PYW and DY to have had like as many games or close to as many games as Baboka and XXS, and that's exactly where I found the Baboka and XXS stat from when it first came up. I was like, no, it's not even close. Baboka and XXS have just played so many games together for such a long time. But DY and PYW are definitely like very, very experienced together. Probably the most experienced support duo in the China region. They play so much dirt together. But let's talk on the side of Dandelion a little bit here. Is this team, a lot of people probably don't know much about. They've come through Division 2. They absolutely slaughtered it in Division 2. Didn't drop a single series. They only dropped 2 games, in fact, in the entirety of Division 2 last season. And to be clear, this isn't like the other regions' Division 2s, okay? The China Division 2 is a massacre. It's a very, very tough region. We're talking Aster Aries, we had IG in there as well. I don't think Magma and LBZS were in last season, but there's some excellent teams down in the Division 2, and they just made it look easy. They made it look like a kid's playground down there, and they were just swinging around a mallet or something. It was brutal. So Dandelion, they're coming in Division 1 with a lot to prove. What is it that made this team so good last season, and are they able to replicate that in Division 1 this time around, B-Cup?
I don't know if they're able to replicate it. They're kind of old Magma a little bit, with Summer, who used to be Shylock, ZC, who used to be the mid. But then you've got like Tianming, who's an amazing 4 position, who had his time on Ehome and King Gaming when that team was really good with Old 11 and Old Chicken and Yi. So like he's a veteran who I think, well, I don't even know if he's really to be considered the most veteran, because he did take a lot of time off. He was on Ehome, then he was on Sirius, and then he had like 3 years off, and all of a sudden he's kind of back into the mix. So it's kind of interesting to see where this team's at. I kind of give him that like Magma ceiling, honestly. I want to think they're going to be better. I think there's different parts to this team that I expect to be better, but it's definitely it's tough to expect more, because it is like the main basis of Magma, right? Like that old Shylock ZC core duo.
You know, like every single one of us on this panel brings something different to it, right? Like every single one of us. I'm not gonna praise myself, but Nomad, he's got the hosting talents and the casting, beautiful hair, handsome Chad all over the place. Girls love him, guys love him. What's not to love, right? B-Cop, well, B-Cop is B-Cop. He has the insane amount of knowledge when it comes to the Chinese region. All of these players, he's followed them, casted them for a really long time. Here I am just praising you guys up. You better return the favor at some point. Black is Black, right? Like no one can replace that guy. It's unique. It's one of the kind. It's a guy that uses dad's jokes, but he's also been on tier 1 teams and the only one of us at actual TI as a player. He was literally what I wanted to be, right? And then this was the lead up to the story. And then we have our newcomers to Division 1, Ricky and Neff. Now, the two of them are really good at what they do. I like working with them. However, this is the but. What they do bring is an insane amount of hype for the newcomers, right? They share it among us. It's like you can't get rid of it. And I believe like because of that, because they're the newcomers, they also bring that energy, and they make teams such as Dandelion sound like they're about to conquer the world, right? and you kind of get infected by that, and you're like, yeah, they can do it for sure, yeah. Then they come into Division 1 and it's like it's a mess, you know. Like nothing looks good. So but it's how it should be. Like with that comes a lot of that newcomer energy and from Neff and Ricky, and it makes the mood of the place better, I would say. So do you guys believe in Dandelion? Because you might be a little bit nudged in their favor because of those two. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm putting words into their mouth, but like Ricky, if you remember the last season as well with Ehome, the last 2 seasons, it's the same.
He loves an underdog. He loves an
underdog story, and I actually like that a lot. It does.
Same. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I think you're right in saying that we have to capitalize the point that, like, Extreme are the heavy favorites for this one, you know. Yeah. Like, their name is Extreme, and they're facing a Dandelion, you know. I feel like that metaphor in itself should sum up the series pretty well. But at the same time, you know, this region has been crazy as of recent, you know. Coming into the first week, we saw RNG falling in a 2-0 to Dandelion. You know, they got both their Medusas out on the field. Dandelion were able to take a game off LGD as well. Like, this team, they're here to play. Like, I don't know how close this one will be, but I'm certainly not going to, you know, put any cards on the table until we start seeing, you know, some drafts, some gameplay. I mean, I think you're right in that as we go through the weeks, teams start to stabilize much more. We're now on week 4, so we're expecting Extreme to be, you know, really tidying up here, you know, really kind of getting disciplined and making sure we don't see any of those mistakes like the ones they made versus Aster Aries earlier on week 2. That was not the extreme game we expected to see that day, and I don't think that's going to turn up today. But this is a proving point for Dandelion as well. Like, for me, if they can do well in this series, then I'm going to believe in them, and I'm going to say, like, yeah, this is a Div 1 China team. You know, if they struggle, then yeah, I think that's going to be the kind of, this is the most important matchup for them, I believe. And also, if they do get the victory here, then it's really, really good for them in the long run. It means that their path to staying in this Div 1 for next season is looking much more likely, and possibility of the major is still on the line for them as well if they're able to secure this win today, because the other two teams who are fighting down at the bottom, Ehome and Aster Aries, they've actually had easier paths so far. Dandelion have faced almost all of their really hard matchups already, and they've already got one win coming out of that. So another one versus Extreme Gaming would basically be like taking 2 games of the top 4, top 5, which would be really, really beneficial. So yeah, I feel like there's a lot on the line here for them, and I'm excited to see if they can perform.
Yeah, I think if you come out of the top 4, 2-2, you've given yourself a path to the major. It's pretty simple, but it's kind of crazy that this season it's been all killers, right? Like I always overhype China a little bit, where I'm like, everybody could take a series off everybody, but this is like the first season to finally do that, right? Like, this is the first season we're not going to have an 0-7 and a 1-6. Like, we're legitimately getting everybody can beat everybody vibes. It's not like those past seasons at all, and I'm here for it. I'm hyped. Yeah,
we are. But I would say this past week, week 3, we've started to see the team settle and fall into step a lot more. Like, Aster beat Dandelion as we expected. Extreme beat Ehome like we expect. LGD beat Aster Aries like we expect. RNG beat Vici, which I think could have been either way, but I think we all favor RNG a little bit more on that one. And Aster beat Ehome. So, like, last week was literally like on the rails for China. So I feel like we're reaching that point of stability. Can Dandelion shake things up again here? Well, we're going to find out. Draft just around the corner for this one. Guys, what are we expecting in terms of the draft? Oh, you don't have to expect anything, as we're straight into it.
This, B-Cop, do you see what happens when the host talks way too much? We lose half of the draft. Like, B-Cop was about to predict every single hero here, and you stopped him. You took his... You took this boy's dreams away.
I already did. I actually had it written down. This is exactly what I was predicting.
Did you throw the beans to know what they were gonna pick, or what?
I did. I went to the beans.
I see,
this game is beans.
Went to the beans. Is that what they call it?
Tell me this, guys. Dawnbreaker, first phase, first pick. Sure, amazing, strong hero. Do they need to ban out that Nyx Assassin on the side of XG? I feel that it's the best counter to the hero.
I guess it becomes a question of whether Chiaming's going to play it, right? Like, it feels like Kaka's the only one who loves that Nyx Assassin and plays it to such a perfect tier.
But it's so strong, because
I know it is. I don't disagree. I'm not disagreeing. But it also could be for Zeus.
Versus Dawnbreaker, that is not. It's not strong. It's trash usually, but versus Dawnbreaker, it's amazing.
Yeah, Nyx is 6-3 against Dawnbreaker at the moment. Yeah. So yeah, that's a very good win rate.
Dude, that guy looks way too old to play Dota.
Ouch.
Where are they?
Where are they? That's the reception. I feel like. Are they in an internet club or something? Like, it looks that way. Perhaps, guy is like, imagine being like 50 and still having the reflexes. Me at 30, I'm still a grandpa.
That's the grandpa. That's the team Papa.
Team Papa. I see, Daddy.
And when like, everybody always goes, "Oh, I can't believe there's a pause in the middle of the game." Well, when Extreme Gaming pause, he comes into the room and he goes, "Are you winning, sons?" And then he walks out, and then that's it. That's all they needed. He's there for that.
So every pause is like that, right?
Yeah, and if a player's struggling, ever struggling, they go to him for advice as well, and he'll give them some, like, extremely, around the park advice, where he recites a story.
Yeah.
You wonder where he's going with it, and then he ends up at a very salient and well-considered point. You think, oh, Grandpa, you're rambling. What are you talking about? But then he arrives at this beautifully made point, and you go, oh, right, I need to buy BKB as a carry player. And then you do it, and you win.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you stop listening halfway through.
Like I did when
learn
Nomad was talking right there.
Go on your phone and go.
B-Cop, why are we alone at this panel today? What?
Jesus. Very hot and cold today, Lizard. Mixed vibes. I don't know where to pick up.
I love Nomad. He's amazing. Why are we alone? This is just terrible.
We haven't really talked about the Zeus pickup, and I feel like we should, because this isn't a super popular hero.
Well, we've seen it a couple times in China. It was what, LGD who played it with nothing to say. They played it mid. And then I know Black was talking about how he thought it was strong in the 4 position. At least in my bracket, I just got dumpstered about 2 hours ago playing it. So I don't know if he's right.
Look,
because it's the same thing.
You take a hero whose only weakness was mobility and you give him a mobility spell, right? And he suddenly... Imagine if Skyrat had a mobility spell. You know what I mean? Only Zeus is maybe even... No, Skyrat would probably be better. Imagine if Skyrat didn't have that slow on the second slot, instead had like a pounce. He pounces, silences you, and then you're dead by the ulti. It's like all these squishy ints, like a Pugna even, they're lacking one thing. You just jump on them. And one hero that does not care about you being mobile is the Spectre. And they got the Spectre. This is looking rough for Mr. Zeus and for Mr. Pugna.
But they'll just move him to the position 4 because he's been played 22 times in the mid lane and 22 times as a position 4. So very flexible opening from Dandelion, and they take full advantage of that as they swap in for the Void Spirit.
Yeah, but still, they're food. Who cares if they're cores or not? Maybe it's even worse. As a core, perhaps you'll survive and blow up the Spectre. As a support, you're going to get hunted down and killed off. Yeah, wow. But one good thing that they do have on Dandelion, the other way that you can look at it is that they can pressure the map real fast, right? Like you have the Pugna and the Beastmaster, so a lot of tower taking capabilities.
Yeah, but that global presence of extreme gaming is like a big counter to that, I feel. If you do have the ability to fight, it's going to be very hard for a Dandelion to get out on the map against a Spectre and a Dawnbreaker.
Is it like PL last ban? Why did they ban Nyx on side of... I mean, Nyx is amazing here, don't get me wrong, versus 3 of their heroes, but... yeah, actually, it would make sense. It would make sense. Yeah, it would make sense for Nyx. I'm waiting for XG, and my brain went... I crossed my wires. I think PL should be maybe a ban from XG, even though PL isn't played at all, so maybe not. Maybe something more casual, like a Raid King or something.
Why would you like PL?
What?
Is PL for Dandelion? You think PL's good?
Versus Spectre, it's always been decent. But overall, it's not great. You have Puck and Dawnbreaker, I guess. I'm just thinking out loud, really. Like, you have multiple problems when you're playing versus the Hammer Mommy or whatever she's called.
Oh, yeah, that's her.
Oh. Let's see. Another support that they need to ban out, any position for PYW and DY. And it's just... There's just an abundance of them, right? Like, they've been playing everything. Even some Shadow Shaman or Lion to catch this Void Spirit wouldn't be bad, but they have Puck already, so catch isn't really their weakest point. They ban out the Earth Spirit. Oh, Earth Spirit has been picked up more often recently, by the way, in all regions.
They don't want that brawling 4 by the looks of it. That's what they're saying. They're saying, like, we've got the Enchantress. They want something which can go in and fight to partner up with it.
Yeah, you have the Sench versus 2 heroes, even 3 even. It's so good. Like versus the Pugna, the Crapify, it's good. Versus Beastmaster in the lane, I'm gonna go Axes anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much.
Enigma.
Go with an Enigma.
Really?
Is that moving the Dawnbreaker to 4 or 5?
Oh,
Old 11's the micro guy.
Here we go. Bristleback.
All right.
Want some of this, mate? You want it?
It did move.
You want it? You want it? You want it?
Got to strain yourself more. A lifetime of.
You want it? You want some of this, mate? You want it?
I need Lucas to come
Was
into the
it
call
better?
and do it.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Got a few cigarettes.
Rate it.
That'll
Rate
help
it.
out.
Rate it. X out of 10. How good
Oh,
was that?
10 out of 10 for effort. Absolutely.
Nah, you're too kind.
I went
For
7.
effort, I didn't say.
wasn't-
But yeah, what do you
effort,
think of the bristleback? What do you think of the bristleback? Is this like a free bristle game?
Is it a free bristle game? Yeah.
You think so? I don't know if it's
Why
a
not?
free bristle game.
It's not a free, but it's a good bristleback game.
Yeah.
I've been calling for bristle. There's this friend of mine that basically invented Poor Man's Shield Nixon offlane
me, by the
15
way.
years ago or something, and he's like very good at discovering what's broken in the patch, and he's been spamming this damned bristle for a really long time.
Really?
He's saying just eggs. He goes Midas eggs. He wins like 80% of games. I like the bristle. Let's see if Dandelion can pull it off, because sometimes that bristle gets kind of lonely and isolated and loses anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I do like their chances, though.
Yeah, I'm very much leaning towards a bristleback simply because I think this is a rubbish Enigma game, if I'm being perfectly honest, which I do like being. I don't understand what the hero does and why they've picked it, because they've got a ton of cancel for the black hole. They've got Roar to penetrate BKB. They've got Hawk to see him before he comes in. They've got Zeus to cancel out any Blink Dagger attempts he can possibly make, and also another long-range cancel for a non-BKB black hole. And just generally, I just don't like it. I don't think it really ticks my box. B-Cop, which way are you leaning for this one? Can you go against us?
I actually like Enigma because it's being played by Old 11. He's the micro king. Like, I think he's so good when he gets these heroes into his hand. That and Broodmother, we've seen him be disgusting with Broodmother before.
Yep.
I trust it. If he's asking for it final pick in this matchup, there's a reason why.
Yep.
B-Cop believes, Believe Cop is there. Alrighty then, let's jump into the game. It is game number 1 between Extreme Gaming and Dandelion, battling it out in this best of 3 here, which is very critical for both of these teams. Take it away, B-Cop and Lizard, and I'll be jumping in with the stats every now and again.
Ooh. Can I get a stat for PYW's bounty rune pickups in first bounty rune attempts?
Can I get a stat for
18%?
Can I get a
Nailed
stat for mortgages that were being bought in the last month in US?
What's my interest rate?
What's the interest rate right now? I know that Powell hiked those rates. Give me some stats. Anyway, Enigma here, yeah, he's countered quite a bit, but at the same time, you can go for full utility build, right? It's always the power of Enigma. You go for some raid pact. In some patches, it was even Helm of Overlord. We'll see what he decides to go for. But there are ways of playing the hero without focusing on the black hole. Right, B-Cop?
Yeah, I also think this lane could be pretty dirty, like level 2 or 3. Starbreaker with Celestial Hammer. We know how much damage the Dawnbreaker does early. It can be gross at times. That combined with maybe some Malefice and some Eidolon damage. I don't know. It doesn't sound fun to me. If you're SJ, maybe Summer is going to be okay, but we'll see. Not going to be great if Old 11 loses an Eidolon, though.
Yeah, on bottom lane, Beyond has taken quite a beating here so far. They aren't able to match up against the Enchantress and Lou Spectre.
I love this.
Yeah.
I love level 1 Impetus. It's like the telltale sign of what kind of Enchantress you're gonna get, right? Like, you're the one that sits back and nature's attendance. Oh, come get a heal. Or, hey, look at me. I'm in the carries lane and I'm getting so much inspiration right now to do damage. Boom, Impetus. Boom, Impetus.
Yeah. It's come get healed. And then you get catfished. It's actually not heals. It's like some impetuses up your back. It's, yeah.
Come get healed. Bam.
Nice heal, bro. Okay, yeah, Enchantress. Like, look, this is one of my most played heroes, and on the lane, Impetus sometimes is just much better. Very rarely do you go heal level 1. It was there was a patch in which you wouldn't even take Impetus, but I don't think that's the case anymore. Actually, almost all Ench players that play the hero right now transition into a little bit of that core, right? Like they get power threats, perhaps a D-lands, even on position 5. So
There's that heal.
yeah, level 2.
But from the enchantresses I've been seeing recently, it's been like Nature's Attendants into enchant and just skipping impetus altogether.
Really? Okay.
That's what I've seen the last few games that I covered here. I mean, I don't know. You're also doing Eastern Europe. I don't know how much different it is over there.
No, it can work as well. There are some players that even go impetus and enchant without heal. You know, it's...
That's the carry play.
I have an interesting stat here, actually.
Is it the mortgage rates?
It's not mortgage rates. I'm sorry,
3.5%.
Lizard. You'll have to save your economics for a later date. But it's actually about Puck and Dawnbreaker being played together. They're the second most played combo in the China DPC. And they have a terrible win rate together, 36%.
They're the second most played combo?
Yep.
I feel like Puck gets banned all the time.
Not enough, apparently.
Pretty crazy. Oh, the damage from DY!
Oh,
Impetus, this! Oh,
Look,
get level 2. Do it, DY. Get level 2 in it. Please. I want to see the Enchantress be the carry. Oh my god,
They're being crushed here.
Did you just see he gets first blood and it's like Clarity, Tangos, Salve, Mangoes, and a ward?
It's sad,
Oh my
right?
God.
It's sad. Like, if he was brave, like Matt Damon, maybe he'd buy a Midas. But
I don't know if you watched the South Park episode recently where they're like, Matt Damon made me go bankrupt. I'm not brave.
wait, when did it come out? I think I did see one of them.
I think earlier this year. It's so good.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah. There's the water episode now. There, and they have claim on water.
Good episode.
It's a
Streaming
P.
service.
Never mind. I won't.
No spoilers. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
Oh
yeah,
my
exactly.
God.
SJ.
Just so much damage TMing and SJ too.
Yeah. How's Bristol doing so far? 24-5. No, he's keeping up. Enigma obviously a ton of, and they do get DY on bottom lane this time around.
Yeah, Zeus
poor
kind of just
Enchantress.
used his entire mana pool of Arc Lightnings and ran down the
And now he's going
Enchantress.
base. But he's
Ooh,
quite
Summer?
speedy, that.
No,
He's fine.
And as we look at this
DY 's
Bristol back on
gonna
the
go
top lane, it's definitely worth noting that he is one of the most successful heroes in all of the DPC at the moment, boasting a 70% win rate across 27 games so far. So not the deepest pool, but definitely finding success in those games in which he has picked up.
Thank you, Statsman.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Statsman. And I completely understand why the hero is extremely difficult to deal with. I don't think that they have truly the set of heroes that can do extremely well against him. They do have Midnight Pulse, which is kind of nice. Beyond.
Yeah,
Needs
taking
to
a
TP.
lot of damage.
This should not be happening. They're crushing the lane way too hard on bottom.
So free for them.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest difference in the laning stage is the bottom lane. Like, they're not winning their safe lane, but they're also not winning their off lane. And the mid lane is kinda even, slightly in Puck's favor. So, yeah, they need to switch things up a little bit and change something. Like, something needs to happen. Perhaps the Void Spirit should rotate, or someone should rotate the Void Spirit. I think Void Spirit needs to be the one. They literally don't have kill potential.
Oh, DY. Taking so much damage from this Zeus. I'm a little upset. DY started with the Impetus, and then he went 2 levels in the Enchant and 1 level in the Nature's Attendants. But ZC goes bottom.
Yeah.
They're going to try and get loot, but they missed the Aether Remnant. Oh, man. Paparazzi's here now. They know they have to Delta split. I'll go and get the Zeus. It's 1 so far. And then the Enchanter to ZC. Does he have another step? He doesn't.
Yeah, he has no mana. So that's exactly what ZC needed to do. Go bottom. At the same time, this is the worst that could have happened. They don't get the kill, plus they give Puck an extra one.
Yeah.
It's literally the worst case scenario for them, and yeah, not looking great at the moment for Dandelion. It's still very early, obviously. It can change, but the next rotation from ZC needs to be on point.
You gotta wonder how many like chances does he really get, right? Oh, top lane, black hole, and an easy kill there on the Summer. Gotta take advantage of it while you can, that's for sure. And I don't think this is really Jan going down too. Yeah, DY getting that kill.
Yeah, this game is it's collapsing like the US economy right now.
Don't hurt me.
What? That's good for you. You'll be able to buy a house finally. Maybe.
That's the problem. the economy's crashing. Apartment prices are going up.
Oh no.
Makes no sense.
They didn't though. They stagnated, I think, for the first time in months.
I don't know. They're trying to. They're raising my apartment price 50%. So.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I'll get back to you on that.
And then the boomers are like, why aren't you where I was in your age? Goddamn.
Why don't you have a house? Why didn't you pick yourself up by your bootstraps? Because when you pick yourself up by your bootstraps, you fall.
Tell them, be cop. You tell them. Okay, what's the way back for Dandelion? I'm not saying that they're out. It's not. Oh, wait a minute. ZC.
Yeah, hit with the Dream Coil. If the Starbreaker hits, I think he's just dead. But they also got themselves the Waning Rift. So the silence is there, and DY had that extra damage with the Impetus shot.
Nothing is working out for Dandelion. What's happening? Like, ZC was making a move. Like, he was making a move to the bounty rune down bottom, right? Like, you get the bounty, you rotate bottom, you kill DY, maybe a Spectre if you're lucky. And he gets caught by Puck and Dawnbreaker smoking up to the same lane. Usually, Puck and Dawnbreaker would smoke up, go top, right? Like, you go top with your Enigma, you take the tower. But they did a 180 pretty much, went exactly in the opposite direction, caught him off guard. Really nicely done by XG, a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill. 2K ahead, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, it's quite a bit ahead, and I was actually gonna allude to this a little bit earlier, but it feels like a game where early on, just use Black Hole at will, right? Like, if you can get a solo kill with it, do it. They almost get PYW. They've got double damage on ZC, but there's the enchant and slows him down. There's just nothing you can really do to mitigate this.
Yeah, it isn't the slow down. It's the fact that it dispelled everything he had. Like, you take his double damage, you take that shield that he's got, take his wife, his kids, everything. Sad. Sad Void Spirit.
Take his fortune, as it does not favor the bold.
Enchantress doesn't strike me like a girl that would take everything away from you in a divorce, though, right? She's nice.
Yeah, I think so. I was trying to figure out how to answer that question, I'll be honest. Sure. They have Black Hole up again, 6 seconds. They should just throw it down on Summer if they spot him. I doubt it's really just going to be a 1-4 on SJ.
Oh man, they might run into ZC again.
ZC not having fun. Celestial Hammer, Starbreaker, they've got the silence. They'll bump him up into the air. They'll look for the ult from SJ to save him. They have the Aether Remnant. Thunder God's Wrath. The damage is in. They'll take out PYW, and they don't lose ZC.
He lives.
Yeah, I was sure he was dead on his screen already. Meanwhile, DY getting some solo farm down bottom.
Yeah, just have to commend the Pugna, right? He didn't give up on him. He was like, I'll save you. You gave him the suck. He threw that life drain. Saved him just like he just needed a tiny bit of HP.
See, I think we have to start saying something else, because when you give life to your ally, it's like changing the vacuum.
Away.
It's suck to blow. Like in the movie Space.
I'm gonna interrupt this. For
do you have stat for it?
Yeah, I can get one. I'll Blade Mail from Spectre is absolutely on average. 11 minutes is the average, and 11 minutes is when she picked it up. So that's the stat
Good.
which everybody definitely wanted to know. And chat, you're welcome.
What? You're
I don't know why
right in the gutter, Nomad. I was talking about the movie Spaceballs. Great movie. Pig Pole, nature's attendants on the run from summer. He's hoping for winter.
I'm googling
gets away.
Spaceballs right now.
It's a great
remember.
movie.
Okay. Yeah, Mel Brooks, Rick Moranis, John Candy.
If you haven't seen it, chat,
It's like some parody on
Download it
Star
now.
Wars, right? Like,
Yeah.
is that what? Yeah.
it's so.
I think I watched it a long time ago. Yeah.
And just another stat here. Spaceballs scored a much higher than predicted $38.1 million in the box office, making it an absolute smash hit considering the relatively low budget of the film.
Thank you,
Back in,
Stats
like, the
Man.
80s.
You're welcome.
Can you give us the stats on the raid band Enigma? When you can, obviously, not straight away, because the raid band has been purchased by the Enigma, and like we talked, he can't necessarily have a good black hole, but he can bring a lot of utility to his team. I'm surprised no one built a vessel, something that would have been, in my opinion, pretty solid for them. But Enchantress is just too busy carrying the game on the bottom lane, farming out those power treads.
Literally hasn't moved from bottom. Like DY is just legitimately just farming.
Yeah. It's also so bad to play the Beastmaster into her, right? You just lose half of your toolkit, and you can't push because of that. Plus, you can't really kill her as she has that ulti. Well, they can in this game, but it would take more than usual. They're smoking up for her. Look at this 3-man smoke to take care of a
feel
position
great.
5.
Yeah, that must feel great. Like,
Plus,
if this gank even goes off, like, DY is just like, okay, cool. 4 heroes came bottom. Like, that's what the type all chat, you brought it all bottom for me. Like, I
well, he doesn't.
appreciate it.
They might still get him, though.
Oh, Dawnbreaker coming in. Are they even going to get DY? It does not look likely. Primal Roar was used, but it doesn't matter. There's the kill on a Beyond. Impetus is just going to hurt more there, TMing, if you're going to heavily jump away.
Yeah, I actually expected something different to happen. So they did kill the Beastmaster, they defend the tier 1 tower, but it will fall now, right? Like, they need to get away from the bottom lane as Dandelion. As soon as they respawn, there is no Solar Guardian, there is no Spectral ulti. They should be able to go for the kill. But I was maybe thinking that Dandelion will decide to go mid instead, as mid was undefended. There was only Bristle, so you could perhaps go for the Bristle kill and the mid tier 1 while trading your Enchantress. But okay, apparently they're going to do exactly that anyway, as Dandelion is... Damn, they're just outplaying them. Let's see. SJ, can he def?
We'll see. SJ's here with Summer. Oh, look at that. They already have the Wraith pack.
Yep, they picked that up at 13 minutes, which was just a little bit past the fastest at 12.5 minutes previously. So very, very good from Mod 11. Very, very good timing.
That exactly is the issue with losing your tier 1 tower so early on, or not taking the enemy tier 1. Oh wait, a minute.
Well, and they snap it on the Zeus, but odd jump in. I'm surprised that they really wanted to just throw that down and maybe not go for anything else. Also, by the way, they take the mid tier 1, but they still got the bottom tier 1. Like, it was a clear push. They ended up trading pretty well for it.
Yeah, but it's not a worthy trade. Like, tier 1 tower is more important and usually comes after, right? Beyond, you might die here to Black Hole.
Yeah, again, it's just use Black Hole whenever you can. Oh, DY! That was pretty cheeky if he was able to pull it off. Unfortunately, he doesn't, but does Old 11 survive? As the Dawnbreaker help, here comes the Zeus. Old 11 still up and alive, but finally the Arc Lightning gets a kill. They end up trading Old 11 for ZC and TMing, but if you took a look there, DY tried to walk in front of the Aether Remnant to keep the Black Hole going. If he had pulled that off, I would have been pretty impressed.
He tried, but that ended up being even better for XG, right? Instead of killing an offlane, they killed the mid and the position 4. Arguably, an even better trade. Yeah, you lose the Enigma, but he already used the Black Hole, so who cares? Nice attempt to block the block the Remnant, like you said, though. The point was that I was making about the tier 1 is you don't take it fast.
Nice one, never mind.
No,
Actually turning it.
Yeah, going in.
ZC, he's the one in trouble now. Oh, PYW, he's already got that shard, so he's the match community with the Starbreaker. And there's the ulti from the Pugna. You gotta be careful. Summer's now got the Ags. They lose Paparazzi, but SJ and ZC have already gone down. Starbreaker again from PYW, now trying to run. Summer, you gotta remember, has the Ags, but he's been shoot easily.
Yeah. Easy Yukis. By the way, this game just doesn't want me to make my point about the tier 1 bottom, so I'm saving it for the next game. I'm done. One thing that needs to be said is that Extreme Gaming, they always get a little bit more than they even came for. This time around, Paparazzi at least did get punished, and Bristle is ready to fight.
He absolutely is, yeah. And, you know, Summer, we've talked a lot about his performance, you know, since changing his name from Shylock to Summer. He's improved a lot. And to give you an idea of how much Dandelion play around him, he is the highest player in terms of last hits per minute, last hits on average in total, and hero damage per minute across all of the China DPC. He holds the records on average for all of those, which should give you an idea on how much Dandelion prioritize his farm and his game impact.
He's completely isolated right now, but they are smoked behind him.
Which is exactly what they want, because Summer's just keeping these stacks at 8 on the warpath. But he's ready to strike these heroes down with any help he can get.
Now the casual plus 300 damage. Why not?
Astral step in, Ether Remnant lands, and they're going to go for DY. DY now trying to get the heal off, but not going to matter. Starbreaker hits on a Summer. You can already see that Paparazzi, he went bottom, he bailed on this. You've got Luke continuing to farm. It's really the 3-4-5 that are just defending the tier 1 mid.
And they did a decent job, but you can't do it forever. You have to be careful of the Void Spirit jumping in, catching one of you off, and then you lose the fight. Can they go into the pit, though? That's the question. Or are they going for Spectre? They are rotating the eye straight into the pit. Summer goes. There's Solar Guardian, there's Black Hole, there's Puck Ulti, there's no Haunt. And this rush is falling very fast. If they want to contest it, they need to be there already.
Spectral Dagger, but they don't even try for it. A little bit surprising, but now they've got the Yules on old 11. The damage coming out very quickly. They've got the Dawnbreaker coming in with the Solar Guardian. The Dream Coil down onto 2. ZC, he's already dead. Well, that's going to be one for the side of Extreme Gaming, but they need to figure out whether or not they want to go or retreat. They'll go after Beyond. They've got the Haunt. Paparazzi from behind with the Waning Rift on a 3. They'll take out SJ. They want more. Paparazzi jaunts to the field. Gonna buy back here on SJ. Illusior comes across once again. TMing taking a lot of damage. He'll fall to old 11. Summer, he'll lose the Aegis. So these heroes are dropping on Dandelion as Paparazzi gets another on Beyond. And it's basically a team wipe. They had that second life with Summer having the Aegis, of course, and SJ bought back. But he's under the tier 2 tower, and it doesn't look like Extreme are going to continue to move forward on this one anymore.
Yeah, ZC, he actually had buyback there, but he decided to spend it. Instead, he just bought out, right? Overall, nice stuns from Beastmaster. Perhaps the only play that I would really commend. Those Centaur stomps stopped Enigma from black holing Bristle after he respawned. So it was a really important thing to do in order to keep him up, alive, and healthy after the Aegis, that is, has been taken away. Kind of a greedy move, right, into that pit, but did it work out for them? I don't think so. Like, he did take the Aegis, but it's not one of those games in which you really want to take an Aegis away from someone. Like a Spectre, right? You actually don't want to lose the snowball momentum, so maybe taking a fight prior to that would have been a bit better. But yeah, it's a rough place to be in. I love the DY's pipe, right?
Yeah. Boom pipe. Good, especially considering the fact that he's been chased down by this Zeus a couple times. He's definitely feeling it.
For his whole team, though, the pipe makes a ton of sense. I don't know. So far, XG is definitely outplaying them left, right, and center. Even the black holes have been useful, even though Enigma doesn't have a blink or BKB. Look at him. He has drums, raid band, mech. This is, like we were talking about utility Enigma, this is an overkill on the utility Enigma. It's Boots of Bearing next, and you're just doing so much for your team, even without the black hole.
Right. And like what we've seen so far in terms of the black hole is like, if I can find somebody, I'll take it. It doesn't need to be one of those like game-winning black holes. And when it's off cooldown, it's also omnipresent. Makes you a little bit scared of going in or trying to get a pick off there on old 11. Tianming, breaks the Dream Coil himself. The Heavenly Jump. Paparazzi goes in, and there is the ult again from SJ. But Tianming ends up falling. Summer's over here. Black Hole immediately stopped with the Primal Roar. They've got the Solar Guardian. They've used the Haunt. They're jaunting around with that Haunt. Blue going in on the Summer, but there's the Thunder God's Wrath to take out old 11. Summer with the BKB still chasing down DY, doing a lot of damage onto the Enchantress. But is it going to be enough? Starbreaker stuns up Summer. Summer's lasting way longer than everybody anticipated because he will.
The dagger!
The dagger on the end from Lou gets him, and then Paparazzi takes out Tianming. ZC with the Aether Remnant, Illusory Orb with the phase shift, and Paparazzi gets the other way around.
What a bloodbath!
I can't believe those two didn't fight it out at the end. What the hell?
Yeah, 1v1 no skills.
Directed by Quentin Tarantino right there. Post fight. That was amazing. That was the most enjoyable fight I've seen in a while. That dagger catching Bristle as he's trying to get away. That should be in some sort of a cinematic played before TI. I don't know. It was amazing. And it also shows just how much difference the BKB makes in these fights. Like Dandelion getting that BKB on Bristle, suddenly he's able to actually sustain himself, stay in fights, hit people. And did you see that damage? That's why the hero is considered broken. Yeah, that's why it's considered broken. It's just stupid strong. I would actually very much like to see a Silver Edge from him so that he can keep up in these fights, go a bit deeper, perhaps hit that Spectre with it. Not perhaps the common item, and he might go. I'm wondering, what do you think? What will Bristle go for after the BKB? There's still the AC route, the standard one.
He's got Satanic lined up now, but we'll see. Smoke up again from Dandelion, this time without Summer. And they'll be walking into old 11, who doesn't have that black hole. He does have the mech, he uses the drums, they've got the Sword Guardian, Aether Remnant locks him down. The Primal Roar even used to follow that one up, and well, now that Dawnbreaker's here, PYW is the one in trouble. The Aeon Disc is popped on Paparazzi, he's got the Winding Rift that's gonna silence up ZC as well as Beyond. They get the kill onto the Beastmaster. They've got the Black Dragon chasing, the Thunder God's Wrath is there to get the kill on a PYW as they lose SJ, DY goes down, and now Lou, he's there with Paparazzi, but needs to be careful. Heavenly Jump coming in from Tianming, the Spectro Dagger to get onto the low ground. They've got the dive bombing into Lou, and the damage is there. Double kill for Summer. It's 4 dead on the side of Extreme Gaming, and despite the fact that it's a 6K lead for Extreme, the game feels pretty even.
Even? It doesn't look even. The way they're diving them, the way they're killing them. But yeah, it still can go in either direction depending on who's got all the team fighting cooldowns left in their pool, who initiates first and in which way. Oh, how do they kill Bristle though? What's the play here? The last time it looked easy, but
can somebody build a Silver Edge? Anybody?
I mean, Spectre could. It's not truly an item for her, but it's possible.
Now they gotta be careful about these dive bombing hawks. Like, this is gonna be rough. Oh boy. We've seen the power of the dive bombing hawk as well. It's been very devastating at times.
What you should see is the power of Summer once he... Oh, Paladin Sword as well. Amazing. Perfect for him. What you should wait for is his level 25. The Warp Path.
When he's going to be hitting for 1,000?
He hits for 1,000, literally. He gets plus 600-700 damage from the stacks alone.
Yeah, 10 stacks, an extra 25 is 250, right? So that plus whatever you're getting before, so it's plus 600 something. Or 600 even, yeah.
I'll just tell you, it's not fun when he hits you with that.
Oh, no, not at all. We've seen it before. And what was it, Monet who played it the other day, who was just spamming Q no matter what? He didn't even care. He just wanted to keep the stacks at 10 the entire time.
Yeah, that's why you take the level 10 talent, the 1.5 mana region. I feel like there is a possibility here to make an advertisement for some keyboard. There's some collaboration possibility. Do you want to have the best keyboard to play your bristleback? QW will never die.
The best keyboard.
The best keyboard.
For the best players.
For the best bristleback players. And then a mashup of Dandy spamming Q and W.
Hey guys, I just heard from Perfect World. We've got about 10 different offers on the table from keyboard companies after hearing that. They are very interested. Keep it up.
Okay, Perfect World, just, hit me up. It's my idea. And B Cops, we share it 50-50.
Then as they're spamming Q and W, you have to have just that line. How is that even balanced?
Wait. What about we make a specific keyboard just for bristleback? And it's just
two buttons.
Q and W, 2 buttons.
Ooh, in a roach they go. He just shard.
He's got Satanic as well. They need a good black hole even. I feel like they actually need a good black hole now. And if you don't take the sages away from them, ooh.
Under God's Wrath. That'll grant them vision. They're going to jump in with the Astral Step. They'll look over as they've got the Yules on old 11. They'll get the Aegis snatched by Paparazzi. He got the Aegis. And did he get the shard as well? He may have. They get the Kona Beyond. They end up losing PYW. They'll take out DM Ming. It'll be a 2-for-1 so far as they've got the damage to take out DY. There's the black hole. It comes through on the Summer. Can they keep the season alive? And so far they have. They bought back on PYW. The Yule Zero is there to take out SJ as Summer's now on the run. The Spectral Dagger a little bit to the left. It's a little bit lazy-eyed, but Summer still running. And, well, they won't be able to catch up to him. It looks like, well, it's the opposite of Groundhog's Day. It's 6 more weeks of summer.
That was insane. That was just so well done by XG. It was also fairly well played by Dandelion, but it doesn't matter. Like Dandelion, Void Spirit jumps in, takes care of Old 11, doesn't allow him to go in, breaks the fight in half, thinking, okay, if I break the fight in half, they won't be able to go on Summer. But no, you're wrong. They have Solar Guardian, they have Spectre, they have Puck. Puck jumps in, steals that Aegis. Yeah, Summer gets the shard. But while Puck jumps in, he takes the Aegis. At the same time, he coils everyone behind, right? Well, not the Void Spirit, but the other heroes. He coils, he gets them, he jumps on top of them together with the Spectre. And remember in the draft we were talking about how this is a nice Spectre game versus the Pugna versus the Zeus? Zeus might die again, yeah. But that was the perfect example. Like if you can't run away from her once she pops that ulti, these two heroes, yeah, the crab fight doesn't save both of them.
So, I think you were asking before, a long while ago, about 15 minutes ago, what do Dandelion do to get back into the game? And it doesn't feel like Extreme's out of it, but it definitely feels like this net worth lead is deceiving. What do they do to find control and peace in this game a little bit more for them?
I feel like both teams are in a decent spot when it comes to these next fights. The only problem is Spectre is getting bigger and bigger, right? Like, and you never want to see a big Spectre, even if you have a Bristleback on your team. The difference between Spectre and the Bristleback is that Bristleback actually needs to get to you to hit you. Spectre just pops her ulti and she's on top of all of your teammates. It's why forever she was considered one of the best cores, carries, right? If she does get that farm, your supports are dead with the press of one button. Because of that, I feel that it might be a little bit easier to execute ZC. That he's taking a ton of damage. And he's being weighted here by PYW, yeah.
Lou just went for it. I thought that might be a little bit late, considering that the TP had already been going for a little bit. But he got there.
Yeah, they're giving some crucial kills. I'm a bit sad because it's such an amazing game, and these pickoffs ruin the strategic aspect of it, right? Like, it just makes the game a bit easier and easier for XG.
Now, Zeus has the Ag, so the Nimbus will be available. Almost feels impossible to get a black hole off these days. And by the way, Bristleback level 25 has that extra help.
Buck is in.
With the 25 damage per stack.
Yeah. They got some nice things, obviously, on the side of Dandelion. They just need to not bleed any unnecessary kills. Like after that fight, they've given away Zeus, they've given away the Void Spirit, and it just gives a chance for XG to do this. 5-man smoke. Even more kills.
Yeah, they'll try. Can they grab the Zeus? Can they grab the Beastmaster? Looks like they're going to grab the Zeus, but not before he gets the Thunder God's Wrath off. Summer's going to come in. You got to remember, he's got those extra damage stacks now. But he doesn't look like he wants to go.
Like, they're trying too much. Just stay on the high ground until your Void Spirit is up would have been the play. But you try to leave it, you get caught. Now your Void Spirit is up, but the other two are not. And you're bleeding way too many kills. Look at Luke. He's not only got the Skadi, he's almost got the full Aghanims completed afterwards, so...
Is the Axe what you want this late into the game? Like, obviously Shadow Step's really good, but isn't there something you could be spending 4,200 gold of, like, on something better than that?
No, it's a good point. It truly is. Like, you could get something else as well. You could wait for the next rush and hope for that Aghanims to drop for you, right? It's also an option. If he's going for Shadow Step, there are multiple heroes that are really nice to jump on top of. And Shadow Step is amazing. But I get your point. Wouldn't you maybe want to make yourself even harder hitting, right? Like, that could be an option as well. Some extra armor, perhaps, versus Bristle as well would be nice, but...
Like, would Bloodthorn even be worth it?
Because of the Mage Slayer, you mean?
Yeah.
It would be solid as well. No, it wouldn't be my preferred item here. I'd go for, I don't know, just more stats, right? You know me, spamming Skadis, 5 Skadis meeple, let's go. No, but a Butterfly perhaps, or something similar would also do the trick. As Bristle hits hard, but he hits once in a lifetime. The thing is, it's not about the Bristle versus Spectre matchup, right? Like, other heroes take care of that. It's about Spectre dealing with the other 4 heroes and Bristle doing the same.
SJ going down to the Shadow Step, so yeah, he bought out on the Ags. Also, ZC's here bottom. Silence on Old 11. PYW's also around. They've got themselves the Haunt. That time is going to be used. They'll go after ZC, who just kind of showed up, and now they'll use the Thunder God's Wrath, but it doesn't save them from anything.
Bleeding kills, bleeding kills. Pugna also bought back here, but Void Spirit is like, no. I'm dying way too much. I can't buy back as well. It's not going to do much.
That was Octarine for Paparazzi. Also, he's level 26, so that means he's got the 25 talent of Dream Coil Pierce's magic immunity. And PYW, he's building into the Ags.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to say?
Are you noticing that a lot of that there's more than plenty level 25s now? Before I wouldn't see them as much. I don't know, but I have a feeling like I'm seeing more 25s in games.
For more heroes too, or deeper down the position rank.
Exactly. Like usually it's like position 1 and 2, maybe 3, but very unlikely. Now you see it going deep. Very
PYW has more experience than Old 11. Like, he's almost getting to 25, and he's also got that Ags flying out. So that Ags on the Solar Guardian, giving that extra heal per pulse, and also giving the 60% evasion, which is potentially something that's going to be very important in these later fights.
Yeah, the heal is... You'll see. I don't know why they're... Oh, okay, they're shadow stepping the Zeus, right? Like, not really going for it. The Axe, in my opinion, on the Dawnbreaker is ridiculous strong. All the
dive bombing. Summer's in on this, but look at that. They've already got the heal, and it's a lot of heal for Old 11. It goes into the BKB, but it's a BKB to turn around.
Again, directed by Quentin Tarantino. Just as I'm talking about Solar Guardian, how broken it is, it saves Old 11.
Super strong with that Ags.
Yeah. There's a lot of players that don't like it, but it's mostly core players, right? Like these 1, 2, 3s, as they don't want to heal, they want to kill. Like, who cares about healing?
I don't know, the evasion just sounds too good, too.
Oh, it is 100%. It is.
Summer. Pretty sure he's going for Swift Blink. Yeah.
Also, not perhaps the best item as you're playing versus a Spectre, but you need ways of getting on top of heroes. Something we discussed earlier. For Spectre, what does she need to do? Nothing really. Just press R or Shadow Step and she's in the fight. For Bristol, he gets kited quite a bit. I was thinking he might go for Silver Edge because of the Spectre, but Swift Blink also makes a ton of sense, maybe even better.
Moon Shard for Wu being built next. Thunder God's Wrath. More so for Vision this time.
Yeah, they're just so scared. Look at them. Crawling around their base, afraid to take a leap of fate. Go little birdie. Jump, fly. You can do it. No, they can't. Do you think they can?
I think Summer might be able to somehow get this done. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh. Wow, Waning Rift, and Paparazzi was in on that very quickly. BKB, that's not going to matter. He's already level 25. You need to be careful about that. They've got the Haunt. They're going to jaunt over to ZC. ZC goes into the Dissimulate. He's going to Astral Step away. They didn't get anything out of this exchange just yet, but the Yule's up into the air. That's out onto ZC. ZC stunned up thanks to the Abyssal Blade on Lu. They'll get the kill and take him out for 85 seconds. No buyback. And now Timing, Paparazzi catches him. There's SJ trying to keep him alive and does so, but not for long enough. Blue gets the kill to Timing. He'll buy back on this Zeus. There's still a minute without ZC. As onto the high ground they've gone. They've taken the tier 3 tower mid.
Yeah, and they can go back into the pit. They don't necessarily have to force this. They did quite enough. It's
Blessing,
XG. Sorry?
Ag's Blessing, by the way, on that Roche available.
Yeah. It's just that they're breaking them without taking an actual complete engagement, right? XG is just breaking them. They're just breaking them by pickoffs. And in that last fight, the moment Dandelion smokes, Paparazzi jumps in and breaks it. The same second. Lu didn't even have ulti or Shadow Step. That's why Void Spirit survived for as long. But they still managed to kill him. They still managed to pick him off.
So now they've got the upgraded Waning Rift. Oh, Sword Guardian down bottom. Summer's the one who's caught.
Yeah, I think you can call it. He doesn't have.
Whoa!
He doesn't have buyback for 100 seconds. this is going to be extremely difficult to defend without him. I would argue impossible. The only thing that is in their favor is maybe XG do not understand that he doesn't have buyback. Maybe. But they're going to force it anyway.
I was going to say, this Waning Rift now has a 550 radius and knocks back enemies 400 distance, and it reveals invisible enemy units. So it's a decent upgrade. I don't know if it's one that you'd purchase, and obviously he didn't. Shadow Step, looking for the Zeus. That's always the case. That's always what you're trying to get. Look for the mid-set of racks. They've got 50 seconds here without the Bristleback, and Paparazzi's just deep inside enemy lines. He's got the silence on the 2. They've got the Nimbus down right on top of him, but here comes the Haunt. They'll use the Abyssal. They get the kill on a Beyond. They'll take him out for 74 seconds without buyback. And now it's a 3v5, but they're going straight tier 4s. BKB, Popeye ZC, he throws an Aether Remnant down. Not exactly sure what he's aiming for on that one. And, well, there's nothing to aim for, as they'll call GG on Dandelion. And Extreme Gaming will take game number 1.
Nicely executed by XG. There was a couple of situations in which I really thought Dandelion could come back into the game, could do something here, right? Like a couple of fights, that cinematic fight in which Bristleback lives, dies in the end, I mean. And then afterwards they get back together, they win a fight, like they kill 4 heroes on the side of Extreme Gaming, but they just couldn't find the right moves. And this is where that true experience really shines. You can see PYW and XDY, right? Nomad always directing their team where to go, where to be, where to break the smoke, when to fight. They're just way too strong for Dandelion.
Absolutely, indeed. Extreme in this game. Number 1, they whip out the pesticide and they take care of their weed infestation and bring down Dandelion in the first game. They do it off the back of, as you say, experience, leadership, control, and that's what it comes down to, shutting them out the map. First question I want to ask, actually, to Lizard is, I feel, to me, a little bit like Dandelion are falling back on Summit a lot. Do you think that kind of 4 Protect 1 style of gameplay is a little bit lacking here in Division 1? It's too easily answered by these kinds of drafts, which can just kind of either take care of the number 1 target or just jump the backlines instead.
I feel that you should, almost in this meta, never go full 4 Protect 1. You shouldn't be all around that one. Like, yeah, he needs to have a ton of impact, but the 4 other heroes should also be able to make moves. And they were constantly waiting for the Bristle, partly because their lanes got crushed. Everyone got crushed, and they were just waiting for Bristle to get attacks in order to do anything on the map. Partly also because they just got picked off way too much. I would argue that was their biggest issue, just not being patient enough with their moves. If your Void Spirit dies, you need to wait for him before you make the next attempt, right? It's a little bit of them not being patient. It's a little bit on XG just having a really strong pick-off lineup and a really good sense of the game. Arguably much better than Dandelions. So they knew where to position themselves, how to pick them off, and how to actually punish a team that had, like, arguably everything in their toolkit to deal with the draft of XG. They just never used it.
Definitely, yeah. It does come down to toolkits and like the limited options they had available to them. But I still feel like Dandelion shouldn't be too bummed out about this one, because that laning phase was really bad for them, right, B-Cup? Like, they recovered well, in all fairness.
Yeah, the only lane that was semi-decent was ZC's. Everything else seemed to be very fickle for them. It's tough, right? Like, you want to be happy with this game. It's a little bit hard to do and feel like that's the case because, like you said, it felt like it was all summer. So does the rest of the team just kind of feel like they didn't really accomplish much? Like, where's their mindset? Like, Summer can only feel as good as his own performance. But that's also dragged down by the fact that, he is part of a team still. So at the end of the day, they all lose. And I felt like there was this point where Summer did have the necessary tools to win the game for them. Like, this Ags timing, I thought could have been massive. And then it all flipped on its head immediately when Paparazzi stole the Aegis. Like, it felt like that timing kind of took them for a loop, and maybe they were getting a little frustrated that they couldn't kill Old 11 as easily when the Solar Guardian was coming down. I don't know. They didn't work well around Summer, in my opinion, because they kept finding ZC by himself, and SJ, he wasn't really getting much done. The only one who I really thought was doing not as much as Summer, but a decent chunk was Tian Ming on the Zeus. I thought he was getting a lot of damage out there.
Yeah,
surprisingly. He did. Paparazzi also completely uncontrolled, right? That's a big issue. Like, you have this puck constantly jumping the back lines. One of the reasons why he stole the Roche, the Aegis, is because he could, right? Like, he goes in, gets procced. Like, there's just so much chaos that you can't even deal with the puck. He's just constantly spamming his spells in the back line. But I would agree that the turning point in this game, or let's not call it the turning point, the highest impact point of this game was that Roche fight when Aegis got stolen.
This is a crazy one.
Yeah. By the way, Zeus did do the most damage. Now, obviously, that's
Zeus,
easy when that's Zeus.
Really? More than the Bristle?
He did way more. He did like 13,000 more than the Bristle.
Wowzers.
Zeus had 41,000 just about, and Summer had 28,000 just about.
All right, well, Tian Ming definitely doing his job, but as you can see here, in the late game fights, they were just literally committing 2 calls to get on top of him and try and bring him down. And as our very talented and attractive analyst Lizard did say in the draft, it is going to be hard in the late game for Zeus to stay alive and get off his damage. And to be honest, that was the case. Like, all his damage came, I feel like, from earlier on, or like at the start of fights when you just get off the Thunder Gods. But he wasn't able to consistently stay alive once this Ags came out on the Spectre. And honestly, I mean, I love this Ags. I really, really love it if you can pick it up, like in conjunction with your level 15, where you get the extra damage from the Spectral Dagger. It feels so good. Like, you can just eliminate backliners so easily. And they did take a long time to grab it. I think it was around 35 minutes when they picked up that Aghanims, which is much slower than the 24-minute average timing on that item. So, yeah, it was a late choice, but when they picked it up, it looked very, very good. And they were able to play the entire map, which is what I wanted them to do all along, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I don't know, but Paparazzi, obviously the MVP that showed up for a split second, just boom, boom. But you see, like, vast differences between these two teams. Like, I thought XG did a good job of playing the map, like you said. Like, they have that opportunity to do so. Shadow Step makes it easy, especially with the Solar Guardian. But the Solar Guardian, once they had the Ags, it felt like everybody was kind of unkillable immediately. Like, there's no way to burst them down, and you're just struggling to stick onto these heroes. Like, Summer's the only one who felt like he might be able to stick onto these heroes. Everybody else couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to stick on. I mean, I thought the Void Spirit was able to kind of get into the fights and do a bit, but he was also often the first to be picked off as well. And again, the lack of stuns really, really hurts them there, because it's so hard for them to pick off Paparazzi. You look at the heroes you want to kill. Do you want to kill Lu? Not really. You don't want to try and bring down Spectre first in a fight, especially if you don't have Break available. Do you want to bring down PYW? Well, good luck, because he's not really in the fights to start with. He's just trying to get in with the ultimate later on. Old 11 and Paparazzi are your targets, and I think they could have done a better job on wrapping around on PYW, on Old 11 on the Enigma, but at the same time, you don't really have the heroes to do that. You've got a very static backline with the Pugner and the Zeus. Very similar heroes in terms of positioning, and that makes it really hard. Like, the Beastmaster can't buy a Blink Dagger and just run out on his own. He's just going to die. Like, there's no way that works out for him. Even if he's got the Hawk giving him vision, it doesn't matter. You need some supports with stuns to back you up if you want to play that kind of game. So they have to just play entirely around the Bristle back. And yes, that is very, signature for Dandelion, but at the same time, we're in Division 1 here, folks. It's not going to work out the same way as it does in Division 2, where they just kind of let you run the Bristle back at them and let the backline sit as 4 behind him, absolutely fine, untouched. That's never going to happen. So I would like to see Dandelion bring some new ideas to this next draft. What about you, Liz? What are you hoping for? Just some stuns on the 4 and 5?
Lizard, I think you're still muted, my friend.
Did I mute myself or unmute myself? That's my question now. Like, I don't even know anymore, you know? Like,
yeah,
I obviously didn't unmute.
Yeah, we checked to see if you were muted on Discord, and like, you seemed confident, you know? You were like, there we go, I've got it, sorted that one out.
I kind of wanted to let him keep going, honestly. He was making some great points.
I pressed this button, you know, like, yeah. Actually, it was the smartest thing I've said in a week, so...
go for it. Blast
I'm sorry that you didn't hear it. You're going to have to hear the second attempt, which won't be as good, obviously. But yeah, having Zeus and Pugna, that makes the game harder for you. It's not easy to play without stuns on 4. That's like one thing that I love is 4 with the stuns. That brawler 4 that goes in, stuns you, makes things happen, and then you can follow up. You can have a stun on offlane too, but it's just so natural to have that on your 4 position.
Yeah.
They didn't have it. Yeah.
Do you remember the bans as well for the final phase? I believe it was like Earth Spirit and another really brawly 4 position.
Nyx Assassin.
Nyx Assassin,
yeah. Like, imagine how the game would have looked if they had that.
Yeah, it would have been different. And maybe the point was, we have Bristle. He's going to run in. He's going to make space. These 2 can remain in the back lines. It's a fair point. Like, maybe the draft could have worked versus anyone else, right? If you're not playing versus XG, but Ehome, maybe it works. But versus a team that's a bit above you, it makes things harder.
It does indeed. Yeah. So hopefully they remedy that coming into the next draft here in game number 2. And hopefully we get a nice close. I mean, honestly, that was a great game, though. Like, all things considered, that was a really good game. So I'm just hoping for more of the same. But we're not going to get that, as we have some Dawnbreaker being banned out. We've got a Tiny being picked up. It's all fresh, all exciting for game number 2 here, as we have Tiny and Warlock going to be our openings for each of these teams. Of course, Warlock receiving a big rise in popularity now that those salves are so rubbish to put on your teammates. So any hero with an inbuilt heal suddenly looking very, very nice in the laning phase, and all your carry players going, yes, please.
Can you? I wish someone picks Marcy. I just want to compare the eyes on Marcy and eyes on Warlock. You see that guy's eyes? What's happening? He looks like he's from Ice Age. You know that? What's his name?
Sid the Sloth.
The Sloth.
A last acorn.
But in all seriousness, Hero is damn busted. Why is it busted? Because instant answer.
Jesus, that was quick.
Yeah.
All right. That was research from Dandelion for sure. They were like, if we pick this, they're going to pick this and this, and then we're going to answer with a Timbersaw. You've activated my trap card.
That was very well done by them. Good job with the early Timber pick. They just need to protect it a bit so it doesn't get countered by some other heroes. And then this alchemist becomes like an offlane alchemist that just builds an axe, right? That's a very high possibility that XG do that. Oh, the 11, here you go. You've done enough last game. Go farm some magnums for us.
Yeah. You think that's where they're going to be putting it?
I think it's the safest bet, because if you put him mid, they send Timber mid. If you put him safe lane, Timber off lane, right? And he deals with you. So on the off lane, it's kind of like, they might put the Timber there, but that's still a win. You're on off lane. I think it's better for you. But it's not 100. You could still play the Alchemist even on position 1. It's not going to be 5, that's for sure, because that's Warlock's. That seat has already been taken. On the other hand, Tiny plus Timber is pretty strong too. Like this duo, why is it strong? Because it makes Tiny free. He's a free rock. He can tumble around the map, perhaps go mid. You help Timber a little bit on that offlane, and then you start rotating, securing the runes, perhaps ganking mid. He always likes to be like an Earthshaker. He likes to be able to roam and see the plains.
See the plains?
Yeah, the plains of glory.
Oh,
airplanes.
Am I pronouncing that wrongly? Planes can be airplanes, and
right,
it can also be right.
Yeah,
like
the pronunciation.
The steppe. He wants to roam the steppe.
Context that confused me, but all good, all good.
I was just still thinking about the fact that I misquoted Sid the Sloth. I said the last acorn.
Yeah, I didn't want to call you out on that because probably no one cared, but I knew you would care. So.
You know, yeah. I did care a lot, actually.
Chipmunk and Dale, or where is that from? I don't
Chip and
No,
Dale?
it's from
Chippendale, yeah.
No,
it's from Ice Age, but it's not the last
This is-
acorn, it's the last dandelion. The last dandelion.
Yeah. Oh, it would make even more sense.
It's not Sid the Sloth that says that, though. It's,
No, it is him. He doesn't he
Oh, you got it confused with Scrat the Rat. Classic.
Yeah, I got the two of them confused. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, did you guys watch the ending of Ice Age, that movie, that short animated movie that came out?
Oh yeah, where
when the squirrel gets
studios shutting down, so they showed the squirrel finally getting the acorn.
Oh,
it's
like
shutting down that studio.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
sad.
a part of me was, taken away, but it's a nice closure, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we're all looking for our acorn, really. For these players, it's the Aegis of Immortality.
Well, for me,
the Aegis of Champions.
What is it for you?
For me, it's working TI finals. I'd say that's my acorn.
Damn.
What's your acorn? Lifting 200.
8-pack.
8-pack.
An 8-pack of acorns?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oracle.
I love Oracle.
Ooh. Yeah.
It's a different hero that we haven't seen. Okay, so why? Let's think about it. I have no clue, but let's lie to the chat. Let's figure something out. Purge is nice versus Fatal Bonds plus False Promise. You get two ways of dealing with the Fatal Bonds, which is quite important.
And Shadow Word.
And you can deal with the Shadow Word if you wanted to, right? In the laning stage, which I don't think will be the case. Okay. Overall, I don't know. Maybe they have some plan. Maybe they'll pick some Huskar or something crazy afterwards. You already do have the TA, though.
Yeah.
Huskar. Oh, no.
I mean, I
oh, no, Huskar.
Black
So
just stopped his
scary.
stream just to make sure.
I always like the combo of Tiny plus a saving
Shut up,
support.
it's Pudge.
It's Pudge, alright, yeah.
Shut up, Nomad. It's enough. It's Alchemist offlane building the Aghanims for the Pudge. That's what they're doing.
No,
But
it's Alchemist. It's Alchemist 5 and Rubik mid.
Oh, it could be, but wait, I just need to say one thing. This just became, if it was a good Timbersaw game before, it became like the best Timbersaw game now.
He is watering at the mouth here. He's like,
is this a rude draft from Extreme at this point?
There is method to the madness. There's definitely reasons why they picked what they picked. But into a Timbersaw, look at that little goblin. He's shaking from he had too much coffee and he's about to shred some shit up.
Let's go. Thing. Yeah,
coffee sounds so good.
I mean, they have not answered this Timbersaw. In fact, they've fed the Timbersaw. It's like, wow.
Sometimes you just don't have to pick up the phone, Nomad. You don't answer. If you don't have an answer, don't answer. Just let the phone
that works in draft. I don't think that's a applicable logic, I'm afraid.
Well, they did it with Summer. They just let the phone ring.
I'm concerned.
I think we should be.
Yeah.
Although I'm a little more concerned about Extreme Gaming's cams. I don't see Papa XG in the room
where's he gone?
anymore.
Oh,
Are you? He said it in the first game. Are you guys winning, sons? And they were like, oh yeah.
He left to buy a pack of cigarettes. It's okay. He'll be back. He said he'd be back at least.
No, it's wholesome. He's gone to buy some sucking sweets to share with his team.
Who calls them sucking sweets?
That's the first. Nomad, can you please control yourself? And
where there's originals, the butterscotch sweets that old people always have. He's gone to buy some more because he's out because he gave them to the
my
team.
grandfather was never like, kid, you want some sucking sweets?
It's probably a good thing.
Probably a good thing, yeah.
Because nobody calls him that.
Moving on, we have an Ursa again, guys. What do we think about that?
I love Ursa. He's on my own.
I want to talk more about the sweets. Yeah. So they do get the Ursa. You get that early rush potential. You also get the hero. Okay, just tell me this. This is obviously one of the reasons and one of the heroes to pick against the Timber, right? Like in the laning stage. Do you believe in it? Because I have a feeling that it can go even Timber's way. You're playing Timber plus Tiny. If they play it right, I feel that even Ursa might suffer here. I'm
just saying.
Historically, it's been good versus Timber. But
I was watching the best player in EU stream, and he was playing this matchup. And
you're watching Mofar's stream?
Huh? No, not Mofar. I was watching Saberlight stream, and he was playing the Timbersaw into the Ursa, and he was like, "Yeah, this is actually an easy matchup if you know how to play it right." And then he did. He played the matchup really well, and it was easy. So there is a way to play it, and I'm sure they're going to know the way to play it. So I got to go for the Timbersaw this one, guys. I don't see how Dandelion cannot win this. Like they picked Pudge Alchemist into this. It seems crazy to me. They can't get away with it, surely. Guys, what are we thinking?
I think they get away with it. Also, the Alchemist has the DAC Radiance Blades. I can't go against DAC Radiance Blades.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, they also have Tiny, who's done really well in this region. Also, the support duo of Extreme Gaming is like Rubik and Warlock, which is like underwhelming. I mean, but again, you know, Extreme are just very, very good, so it might just work anyway, right?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. All right. Well, 2 for Extreme, 1 for Dandelion. I believe in my little boys. Hopefully, they won't blow away in the wind like a child blowing on the seeds of a dandelion as it floats off into the distance. Hopefully, we get a strong showing and we move on to game number 3. Let's find out what's going to happen in game number 2 of Extreme Gaming versus Dandelion Esports Club.
Give us the game stats, man. Come on already. Did you notice that these stats people talk a lot recently? They don't just give you the stats. They don't transition. They don't let you cast.
Jeez, these stats, man. Just can't stop listening to their own voices.
Yeah. Oh, the first hook missed.
Paparazzi.
Oh, and it's like the one that you can already tell he doesn't play Pudge because there's no way you missed the bounty rune, right? Like you know at what time it spawns.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just a bounty rune. 2 for 2.
By the way, my acorn. You guys never asked me. I'll let you know later. I'll give you my
Please tell me.
I have to think about it. I didn't have an answer for that one.
No one asked me as well.
No, yours is an 8-pack.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Is an 8-pack.
It should have been better memory.
Apparently so. Oh my god. Ooh, Beyond.
He's the stats man. He talked so much I forgot what we were on about.
Ours, not yours.
Gosh darn stats, man. Look at this Pudge set. I mean, not Pudge set. Look at this Alchemist set. He's got the genuine Eternal Radiance Blades. He's got an Alliance belt accessory, which is just a bear. And he's got the Midas Knuckles. He's got the Taunt. He's got the Alliance set on for the Alchemist.
Pudge has nothing, by the way.
I meant Alchemist.
Yeah. I know, but Pudge has nothing.
Is completely, missing the bounty rune, not having a Pudge cosmetic, definitely doesn't scream, I'm a Pudge player, that's for sure. Still being bronze medal.
Yeah. But look, it's really not difficult to play Pudge. Right now, Pudge is probably the simplest hero in the game. Get the Aghanims, spam Rot. You don't even have to buy Axe here. Alchemist's gonna get you one.
I don't know, my Pudge ally in my game the other hour did not go well. He died like 800 times.
800 times? That's a lot of times to die in one game.
Yeah. And unfortunately, he wasn't James Bond because it's no time to die in that movie.
Why is it always something about not dying in that movie? Like, die another day.
Most of them are, but there's also Doctor No, Goldfinger, From
yeah.
Russia with Love, Octopussy.
Then I was actually so my HBO Max or something got all the old James Bonds.
They're so good.
I was watching a couple. Yeah. Who's your favorite? Mine, Sean Connery, probably.
I feel like that's everybody's number one. I like Roger Moore, but also Pierce Brosnan is my.
Oh, I hate Pierce Brosnan. Like,
come on.
Oh, I hate him so much. As James Bond, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, in GoldenEye, he was great.
I don't know. Like, it became too. What's the right word here? Romantic,
jokey.
Maybe with him. Yeah.
But that's why Austin Powers got made, because it's a parody on that.
Totally.
Speaking of Dota, stun out on the summer. He gets to live another day.
Oh, live another day. Did you know?
Did you know that movie that
Yeah. Again.
telekinesis into the stun on the summer and Fade Bolt First Blood? They're making it work in the bottom lane.
He tried to stay in melt for a bit too long, I would say, as they were hitting him. Beyond top lane, he's not having the best time as well.
Not having a lot of fun. Only 13-1.
Their lanes are struggling much harder than I thought they would. But yeah, Summer on the TA, he's playing versus Acid Spray, right? So it's not that easy to be a TA here.
So something interesting to note is that when you draft Alchemist, if you draft him in the first phase, he only has a 33% win rate. When you draft him in the last phase, that goes up to a 69% win rate.
Nice.
Nice.
I think that's probably the case with most heroes, though. Like, if you last pick them, there's probably a reason.
Less time to counter.
Yeah.
Would you rather Summer take the TA to mid?
And it's
Like, not
against
now,
the Pudge.
but initially, is what I mean.
Yeah. I think it would have been decent as well. You're playing into a Pudge. He does have Rot, but not a lot of armor. Probably would have been better, especially after seeing the way the lanes went.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little surprised. Mid lane, Paparazzi with the Rolling Thunder. ZC trying to get a kill, but he's pretty tanky on Paparazzi. He's also got the Shadow Word. Oh! And the hook, making sure he doesn't die to that siege creep.
That was only level 2 Flash Heap, by the way. And they couldn't take the beast down. Once he gets the level 3, he's basically unkillable. Unless you get Timber in. Like, when you put the Timber into the mix, he definitely dies, but the rest of them really need to be cautious.
Did he not get a Flesh Sheep stack for that kill?
He did not. It was maybe too far or something. Ruby got the kill, right? With the Fate Bolt when ZC was already far away.
I guess
it was shared. It was shared. Yeah, it was far enough. Yeah.
Dismember though, look at that Timber just melt. He just split open and melted.
Yeah, like once again, Dandelion's lanes aren't their strongest asset, right? The way they play the lanes,
which is surprising. I will say, we've talked about it since last year, right? Lizard, like it felt like the biggest asset for Div 2 teams was their laning.
The laning stage, yeah, it was.
Dismember again.
It's just to mess with him. Can't really get the kill here.
ZC's half health. Like mess with him, it's or I'll just kill him.
It's like that hug of death, you know, like when your aunt that didn't see you in a really long time comes and
they hug you. You can't breathe.
Yeah.
Avalanche toss, telekinesis, and there's the dismember, and there's that first stack of Flesh Heap. Oh no, it actually jumped right up to 2. interestingly enough. Weird.
Okay, so maybe one stack is
maybe it's bugged.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't. Yeah, it was probably bugged. It's a small indie company, small game. It happens.
Top lane, Blue.
Mid lane as well.
Yeah, mid lane, they get ZC. Sorry, Obs. That's my fault. I called top. And SJ on the run. And you've already got level 6 here for PYW, so he'll steal Purifying Flames, which means one thing and one thing only.
He'll steal?
Yes. I'm glad you knew exactly what I was thinking.
Of course. So what's happening so far? Alchemist having more or less a really good time on the offlane. He's actually going for that Aghanims, which he will 100% give to the Pudge. The other lanes are doing well. There's a rotation towards top lane now. And all of this is possible because they have an Alchemist, right? They can move the Pudge around. Can they kill the Timber? Let's see. They should be able to. Oh, they can catch him.
Who had the... Oh, okay, it's Paparazzi who's got the Tumblr's toy. If it was Rubik who had the Tumblr's toy, I think they get that kill. Paparazzi in some trouble now. Rolling Thunder, they need help. They've got the Shadow Word. Oh,
the trees!
Paparazzi cut the tree, or no, the Rolling Thunder, I believe, did it. And now Lou's actually getting bounced up a little bit. He'll be hooked back. And stolen toss from PYW to toss back to Tiny. So nobody dies.
Yeah, nice plays there from XG, managing to survive, right? That was very close. Lou might go in for Beyond, but can't really get the kill alone. There's no Rolling Thunder, they can fight this.
Avalanche, toss, swashbuckle. It's a decent chunk of damage, they're just not securing the kills. Dismember out, and it's through to ZC. They'll land the hook, they've got the telekinesis, but the swashbuckle again.
I'm surprised that Dandelion isn't bailing. Their supports are way too low level. Okay, Tiny now goes mid. Their supports are way too low level. They need to... Okay, this is a nice kill.
I even got that, but toss and toss over. PYW still not dead yet. Now they've got the upheaval. They still don't even get PYW.
I can't believe they didn't manage to get that kill.
They're gonna toss again. Yeah, they'll toss back again. Now they'll look for the Rolling Thunder, but Paparazzi never gets bumped up. Oh, I thought he was gonna get hit up onto the high ground. He ends up dying to the Purifying Flames of SJ.
Okay, they don't get the Rubik, but they do get the Pudge. Even a better kill, right? And this Pudge would never be rotating as much.
Problem is this Pudge is going to get stronger fast because it's Ags being built here for Old 11, and if he passes that over to the Pudge this early into the game where he's not even building it, that's going to be brutal.
It's like the best of both worlds, right? Like you're doing these rotations, so you're getting flash heap stacks in every kill if it works out, and you're going to get the Ags because usually it's a trade-off. You can't get the strength because you're farming. Finish off the Aghanims. You're more AFK. And in this game, he's just rotating 24/7. Nicely done so far by them.
Just something to keep an eye on as well. The average Aghanim's timing on the Pudge in this patch has been 18 minutes into the game. The fastest so far has been 14 minutes. Could even beat the fastest, technically speaking, if the Alchemist gives it over, if he's quick enough.
He's only got level 1 in the Grievil's Greed, so we'll see if he does get there quick enough. He's 1,800 gold away, but obviously in Alchemist terms, that's not terribly long. Charging up this stun, they've got the upheaval on the 0.5. He throws it over on a Beyond. Acid Spray and the upheaval miss Beyond, but it's looking like they still should be able to get this kill. It's just a question of when. And they've got the telekinesis. There's the stun again, and Lou gets credit for that one. So they do end up finding the Timber.
Can you believe PYW didn't fade ball that in the end? He might catch SJ though. Let's see. Besides not to. They have Golem. I believe Extreme Gaming could do something like Pudge, go in front, bait out any sort of an aggression, then we counter. Or they can just wait the Aghanims, which is up in 1400 gold. I don't think it's
Yeah,
gonna
not
beat
that
the
quick.
one. Yeah. Level 1 Grievous Greed, like you guys said. That's the problem.
Is it a big enough difference from level 3 to 4 that you shouldn't just say take level 2 and Grievous Greed instead?
Radiant's middle tower.
Like, is the acid spray from 3 to 4 really that big?
Yeah, I mean, the nature of spells means that the jump from obviously 0 to 1 is having the spell, not having the spell. The jump from 1 to 2 is the difference between usually double the effectiveness of the spell, generally speaking. So, yeah, it's more value to spread your points evenly, but of course, he wants to be playing the game at the same time. You know, he's not the carry of the Aster, it's the one he needs to be farming. So,
obviously, but I feel like if they're
but,
giving him this much space, why not take advantage and get a bit more gold?
Yeah,
But
I mean,
he has been
I would
making-
agree, but he has been playing a lot.
Yeah, at the same time, he has been making moves. Not the best ones always.
Hey, he
But,
still
he's
hit
been
2
making-
creeps with that. That was 2 CS. Worked for him.
It was the plan, right?
Of course. Ooh, Fatal Bonds, CC.
They're smoking in.
Yeah, they're kind of smoking in. Now they've got the Diffusal, which on both, actually, both the Ursa and the Pango. I'm a big fan of it on Pango.
You know, there's also this question in yeah, you buy the Pudge Agonyms this early on, but he also hurts himself with it quite a bit. And if he's the only one that's able to fight, what's the point? Maybe that's like, I've seen that happen as well, right? Like you buy an axe to your, you buy an axe that's a fighting item to someone on your team, and then you just can't fight with them. It's different when you buy an axe to someone like a Gyro or a Void, right? And he gets Axe Maelstrom, he's just jumping across the map farming. Or a Gyro that farms faster with it. For Pudge, he farms just as fast, I would say.
Now he's also got to deliver it, by the way. And then just keep an eye on his net worth as it plummets. Bottom 4 now. Man, this Alchemist isn't farming at all. From.
Well, this could be dangerous. They're coming in.
They have Chaotic Offering if Dandelion do in fact make the jump. Charging up the stun, maybe looking to wrap around. Avalanche toss, stuns himself. Looking for the Rolling Thunder. DY needs to find the right positioning. Oh, CC! Oh, no! He's put himself in the corner. Unfortunately, that means he's going to lose both his supports. PYW doing a much better job being a rolling cube of thunder than ZC did being a ball of thunder, and well, he'll lose his life too. So 3 heroes die as ZC botches that jump in.
I'm stuck.
Help me.
Help me. That was just so sad.
Are scanning.
It was more sad because he was just bouncing back and forth on such a short distance.
The Roche area is just so bugged for heroes such as Pango. Some of it is wall, some of it isn't. Some of it is filled with holes and traps. Some of it you get stuck in easily.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Unfortunate, because this fight meant a lot to Dandelion.
Hold 11.
Alchemist.
Saved.
I really feel that they could have contested that rush if Pango goes in, if they manage to get the Timber Saw inside as well. Then you have that damage. Yeah, you're playing versus Chaotic Offering, but you're not so weak to around the pit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You have some things for them still, like one. Two lane.
Dismember, Rolling Thunder again. It's bouncing on 2 heroes, but beyond not dying, now ZC looking for the Rolling Thunder. They'll both roll together on parallel lines, and Paparazzi again there with the saving hook. Old Evan's now going for Blink Dagger, but it definitely feels like it might just put him in trouble.
Yeah, it will put him in trouble, that's certain, but it also gives him an ability to engage, to jump on someone, like this Tiny.
DY, very dead. No chance to survive. Does Rubik still have Rolling Thunder? He does, but it's on cooldown for another 35 seconds. They're charging up the stun, no Blink Dagger. And that means he'll stun himself again.
Oh,
Ooh,
another one.
Tossed. On a Paparazzi, the damage with a Desolator. Paparazzi just melting here. Avalanche comes out. There's the stun from Old 11. They got the buyback coming in from DY. The false promises out on a ZC to save his life. They've slowed up Blue, who's out of mana, and now potentially needing to retreat very far back.
That buyback, by the way, from DUI didn't really matter. He didn't have a TP. His teleport scroll was still on cooldown for an additional 15 seconds, so he needed to run back mid. And very well played by Tiny, pretty much letting them 2 kills, maybe 3. Oh, the miss. He has ages, yeah, but still, you'd like to take it away.
I will say, this feels similar to game 1, right? Like, this is like a moment for Dandelion to bring their way back into the game. They're only down 1,000 net worth, but if all of a sudden they lose consecutive fights...
It's also against an Alchemist that they're only 1k behind, right?
Yeah,
so
I guess, but the Alchemist is only level 1 in Grievel's Greed for the majority of this one.
That's true, that's true. Lane?
They're gonna go. Avalanche comes out, lands on 3. Now they've got the Chaotic Offering. PYW survives the right click, not gonna uphill miss this time. PYW ends up getting traded for TMing with ZC going around the back with the Rolling Thunder. They go after SJ, they'll get the kill. The hook beyond now on the run. Summer with the right clicks. He's, well, free to do whatever he wants. They've got the buyback coming up from the Oracle. Oracle now needs to get back into the fray as, again, Old 11 just stuns himself.
Tiny's really on point with his reactions. This fight, that was a 5-man smoke from Extreme. He still managed to jump in first, break that smoke, stun a couple of them, kill off Rubik instantly with the TA. Yeah, in the end, it didn't really work out that well for them, but it could have been way, way worse. This TA hits hard, by the way.
Yeah, especially when Summer's free to do so.
Indeed. Another Tiny jump
tossed again. And Old 11 just ripped apart. No way to survive. Blue ends up ripping through the stone that is TMing, though. They've got the Dismember, False Promise, the save. It is there for now, but SJ now dead for 60 seconds, considering he bought back in the last fight. What I was going to say is, you know, TMing, when he had his time with Keen Gaming, when he had his time with Ehome, he was very impressive. I was actually super shocked that he didn't play for as long as he did. And I don't know if that was like personal reasons or if that was just he couldn't find himself slotted on a team. And I know Dandelion are kind of in dire straits at the moment in this series, and throughout the season it's been up and down. But I really think he's an amazing 4 position. The fact that he was without a team for so long, it was just, to me, shocking.
Sometimes you just can't find your groove, your spot, personal life, or maybe teams shun you. But I completely agree. Game 1, Game 2, and all the series, he's been the outstanding performer. Always does his job, truly. And every single kill that they've had were on the back of this Tiny Blink Dagger, right? Like 5 out of 5 kills were pretty much with Tiny tossing someone.
Yeah. I'm just
Alchemist.
A little surprised with his career path so far. Alchemist going in an SJ that's back deaths. He has not had fun these last 3 minutes or so. And it has not been great. Blue also has a Blink Dagger of his own coming out. BKB almost finished for Paparazzi.
I love how
He
he's
just stunned himself?
farming. Yeah,
Just stunning
he's-
himself.
Yeah, he's farming with it. Why not, right? Like, it doesn't make his... when he doesn't do it on purpose, it doesn't make it... It makes it look not as bad. 'Cause he's doing it all the time anyway. But yeah, so far an interesting match. I still think that the Dandelion are not out. They have had quite a few kills, but the nature of their lineup still works against Extreme Gaming. What's Timbersaw got? He's got a halberd. Well, it's not much, but it's honest work.
I don't disagree,
Has been killed.
but definitely not feeling like a lot, that's for sure. What's crazy to me is Paparazzi was passed in Ags, and he's still only 2,000 ahead of the TA.
Smoke on smoke. Tiny again.
Right,
First
and
one
that's
jump.
exactly what they're going to do. The Chaotic Offering comes down with the BKB being popped by Paparazzi. They've got Lou jumping in. The False Promise is there to save the day, but it's onto the Tiny. So your save was used on Tiny. Summer trying to get the damage out, and now the look over. The charge is stunned up. They get the kill there on a Summer. They'll take out DY. Right clicks in on a Beyond. The Avalanche is in. Paparazzi ends up dead. It's 2 years dead on the side of XG. Timber Chain away, Chakram out, Beyond surviving. That gets pulled back, but the Fable is in from PYW to get the kill. They'll take out SJ again. 3 years dead on the side of Dandelion. Close fight. Got Paparazzi.
Yeah, it was a weird fight because Tiny jumped in and he tossed the Pudge back into his team, right? But he tossed him onto the Pango that blinked behind, so the toss went into the opposite direction, which ended up actually being good for them because Pudge had the BKB that they didn't see, right? If he tossed him back, that would be game over for them. So a fight that even ended out being much, much better. The only problem is, like you noticed and mentioned, the False Promise being used on the wrong target. He's doing a lot, but I think you need to save it for TA or Timber.
Blue. All right, Rolling Thunder again. Right clicks in. Oh, Lou could not jump to the high ground with the Earth Shock. That's a blunder.
That's a big one as well. They're going in for more.
Oh, TMing with the 3-man Avalanche. They're going to rip through DY and PYW. They've got the Dismember. It's still holding, but they don't get the damage for the kill. Old 11 jumps in. He's got the stun that gets the kill on the SJ.
That's
so
a buyback
grab
on
that, but now ZC, well, he's rolled up, but, well, now he's dead. Certainly not standing up anytime soon.
Okay, Lou buybacks.
Axe? Who's that giving?
For Lou.
Oh, Ursa.
Of course, right? Like 2 buybacks on their team, two Aghanim Scepters on their team that are just... Actually, everyone on their team benefits from Aghanims quite a bit, right? Rubik loves it, Warlock loves it as well. But at some point you need to stop. As an alchemist, it's like... it's an Aghanim's addiction. You need to stop. Like,
Stop when everybody gets their Ags.
then you'll finally be happy. It's his acorn. 5 Aghanim Scepters in the same game.
I guess the extra spell amp, but the bonus damage isn't exactly amazing. When you've got your own Ags, finally.
It's not amazing indeed. Will this be a smoke? They are converging here, but they do not have one, so... No smoke from Extreme Gaming, but there will be a smoke from Dandelion. It's all about the pit, all about that rush.
Link Avalanche once again gets the enrage off, now trying to run. Lou taking some damage, but there's the Chaotic Offering. That comes down on a 2. Roche is in the picture, but is Roche really the objective at the moment? Old 11 taking some damage. The right clicks coming out from Summer. They've got the Dismember. The False Promise is there to stop that. Old 11 getting low with the jump in. Beyond gets the kill there onto the Alchemist. False Promise is going to end, and Summer will explode. Well, that will put us into Autumn as SJ. He'll get taken out too, so 2 years down on the side of Dandelion. They've only lost the Alchemist, who already gave over the Axe, so his net worth's not important at the moment.
Yeah, and this should be free rush for them, unless someone snatches it. Looking at you, Tiny. with the Blink Dagger, it's possible. I probably will fall back. Pudge goes in.
Not hitting that hook.
Tiny really wants to snatch. He has the Force Staff to go in.
Force Staff toss. But some right clicks out. Paparazzi's there. They've got the Dismember. They'll pick up the Aegis. They've got the Shard as well. And now they may even catch ZC. And things are kind of falling apart if you give this up and you continue to give up the bodies to Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that he goes in a little bit too soon. The Avalanche stopped Ursa. He got bashed a couple of times. Took him a bit longer. The read was nice. It's just the RNG was not. What needs to be said is that TA now 2 fights in a row gets hooked. Like he goes in a fight, Blink BKB's far away from the Pudge, but then he gets hooked. And yeah, that's why they're losing the fights so convincingly. Summer, if he could find a way to survive and dodge the hookshot Dismember, then perhaps they can take the fight. But if he gets dismembered, you saw what Extreme Gaming is doing. The fights are very straightforward for them. Ignore everyone and just go on TA. That's all they have to do. And so far they've succeeded at doing that.
So far, so good. Is outgoing another Ags? What's coming on the courier? Is that an Ags?
It's a shard.
Oh, it's a shard.
It's a shard.
All right. Well, I mean that's like you know, after you stop smoking cigarettes, you get the patch. after you stop giving everybody Ags, you get a shard.
It's still something for everybody, right? Like you can still give it.
Oh, TMing.
You can still toss it to that Ursa or the Pudge, so...
Yeah, it's the addiction to help out.
That's a nice addiction to have.
And PYW certainly wouldn't mind getting an Ags, though. Psychic Headband. Probably should keep that, right? I love this. I love that it continues to farm by hurting himself with the stun.
With the stun? Yeah.
Genius way of farming.
It's not enough for him to help. He needs to feel the pain while doing. He needs to hurt himself while he's doing that. Some weird kinks, but hey, we can't
it's
judge.
Current year, no judgment.
Yeah. Beyond Timber.
Dismember, Upheaval, and there's the stun coming through. And another kill here for Extreme. They're up 9,000 just about.
Pudge getting those flash heap stacks, one after another. Sitting on 18. Just a casual 36 strength.
Looks like Old 11 was going to go into fight by himself. Luckily, he thought better of it.
Maybe he just likes the way...
stun himself.
Yeah, he just likes the way it stuns him. There. Look.
Here he goes again.
It is quite fast, though. It does do a lot of damage. It clears the way.
And it's 760 damage? That's a lot. Almost a 10k lead.
Is he gonna do it on top? Alchemist, that is. I wonder if he starts channeling and goes for the next creep wave and then gets jumped on. Probably not. He looks very careful. It would be funny, though.
Wouldn't mind seeing it. Does Paparazzi have? He's going Shivas. And then Lu as the Basher going Satanic.
I believe like their fight is just so easy, the next one. With the Satanic, with Aegis is running out, but if you could force it in the next 30 seconds, it would be amazing. Perhaps this mid-tier 2 should fall. Yeah, they're going for it. You just want to waste this time, right? Like 30 seconds with the Aegis, you know they won't fight you, so you can take another objective with it.
Definitely.
But arguably, even without the Aegis, right, it's very difficult for Dandelion to take a fight now.
It looks like Extreme Gaming might be looking for their opportunity to get onto the high ground and finish. Because you've already got Blue there, but now he's tossed all the way into the tier 4s. Looking for the Rolling Thunder. Aegis expire. This is the timing that Dandelion want. They roll up, but there's the hook, and they'll try to leave. Does Dandelion even give them this opportunity? And it looks like they just do.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A little surprising.
A bit hard to fight for both of the sides. On the side of Extreme Gaming, you don't really want to go high ground so recklessly. On the side of Dandelion, you don't really have damage to take anyone down. And you're always worried of the Warlock reinitiating with the offering. You got a couple of blinks though, like you got a blink on Timber, blink on Tiny, blink on Pango. Everyone, pretty much but Oracle, has one, so you can cut into the backlines. And in order to win, or try to win these next fights, they need to do that. They can't let Pudge get on top of them so easily. Which is, it's not as easy.
Right. What would be the best way about going for it?
What would be?
What would be the best way to, like, execute here for him?
I feel like if you could force the Pudge to go on Timber or something like that, so that your TA has a freer time. Oh, he caught Tiny.
Yeah, catching this Tiny, very crucial at the moment. And they get the kill, but there's just nobody else around for Dandelion to make sure that anything goes their way.
Well, there was everyone, but everyone ran away as well. Pudge had haste, so that's why he caught him.
Just doesn't feel like Dandelion's getting anything out of the map, really. Like, they have kind of moved top, but they're not getting anything, like, in terms of kills.
Yeah, like, the TA got an axe, right? And for me, this axe smells like, I want to delay the game, I don't want to fight. As they lacked damage before, it's not like they had enough in prior fights, and then you buy an Agnum Scepter. It basically means that, yeah, you're just going to wait for that ultra late game. Which does make kind of sense considering the state of the game for you. The Pango as well, not really doing a ton. Do you think maybe, as these BKBs have went down to like 7-6 seconds, do you think that it changes things a lot? For Dandelion, that is?
As their BKBs get lower?
No, I mean, the Ursa, the Pudge, you know, their BKBs are pretty low, so maybe you can abuse that somehow. Maybe the Pango will finally have impact in these fights, right? Because, right, so far he didn't. Summer?
Certainly tough for Summer to get out, and there's the bash. You got DUI, but you lose your own life, and now you're dead for 100 seconds. I don't know. With the Ags making, what, Enrage 18-second cooldown? Guess there's like a little opening there to kill off Blue, but I don't think he really feels too scared.
Yeah. And the Pudge as well, sitting on 3.5k HP with Flesh Heap. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's some silver lining in your mind, because I don't see it.
And it feels very tough. Rolling Thunder comes out, they have the Dismember, they get the kill on the Ming. Now they're going to walk back with their BKBs. And there's the Flamethrower. They pop the Aeon Disc. They're chasing for this like it's a last-ditch effort to get something to go their way. They lose Beyond. He's got buyback, but he's dead for 80 seconds if he doesn't use it.
They did it because they did it because TA bought back, right? That's why they continued chasing, maybe trying to get something out of that buyback. But they needed to commit, and not everyone committed the same way. Timbersaw gets isolated, killed off. Now he's gonna have to buy back as well, most likely.
Certainly feels that way. And they're in with the Dismember. They've got the False Promise, and well, they're trying to stay alive, but hit by the telekinesis. The Timber Chain is in. Beyond, he just fought back. He might just get right-clicked right on down.
Look at Summer. He's actually trying to rat.
Do you do that successfully, though?
I don't think so. No, he's back now. He forced Alchemist to TP. Maybe this was good, if they can force a 4v5.
I don't know if ZC wants to keep committing, honestly. Seems very, very risky.
Yeah, his Rolling Thunder was running out. They should still smoke up and defend this rush. But once again, easier said than done. They don't have a trap inside, they don't see how low it is, and this rush is pretty much already done.
Yeah, that never came over.
What do you do, Peacock, when you're in a situation like Dandelion are? Do you give up or do you fight until the end?
I mean,
What
there's
kind
no
of a
reason
person are you?
to. I think there's no reason to give up, right? Like, you're already in it. This is real time experience and potentially coming back in a situation like this. Like, you just go for it.
Like, mentally, where are you at? Like, are you fine? Are you like, yeah, we can do this? Or let's just play it until the end?
I think as long as the mental fortitude is there and you've all agreed to just going for it and no repercussions, then you have to. But if the mentality is not there, then you need to think about it.
Yeah.
Also, the TA is 8 minutes behind average on the Daedalus as the spike breaks out.
As ZC gets into the Rolling Thunder, but it's immediately countered by PYW's own Rolling Thunder. That'll hit on TM Ming, but they lose PYW. They've got the Chaotic Offering slamming down. They've got the Refresher. 4 golems coming into the fray, ripping through Beyond, and now looking to rip through the TA. Dead on his screen already. It's just a matter of when the False Promise runs out.
GG.
And GG is called. Extreme Gaming take a 2-0 over Dandelion. They really were the last Dandelion in this winter, because summer never really came alive.
All right, I'm in some ways I'm glad this series is over, BQ, but beautifully done. Beautifully done.
Yeah. He was on point with all the puns and everything. I loved it. I enjoyed it.
Of course. Liz, I mean, what was the breaking moments there for the end of the game for I mean, Dandelion, or did it feel like it was over for a while now?
It was over for a really long while. I felt that they maybe had a chance when BKB Dezo Blink came for summer. They had a couple of good engagements, couple of good fights. But my biggest issue is Paparazzi on the Pudge, he was doing more what a position 4 Pudge than what a position 2 or 1 does. And that's, he had 2 crucial hooks. One hook in the first team fight against Summer, second hook in the second team fight against Summer. And that's it. Like, you catch that TA, you dismember him, there is no false promise, or even if there is, he's way too deep and can't get out. So those 2 hooks pretty much broke the game, even though I thought that maybe the Dandelion could still have a chance. Needs to be said. No, it's this way. Wait, I need to... I'll do this. What needs to be said?
Lizard? Please tell us.
Look how big this microphone is. Like, this is huge. It's whatever it is. What
Big
needs to be said is that they need to work on their laning stage, right, guys? Don't you think so?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
for sure. I think.
Why would you agree with that,
in both games? I think they just got blown out in both games, every single lane basically. I think the only one that really held up was ZC in the first game, but I I think that that's something that got them here, and it's something that they need to tighten up again because they can't allow themselves to be behind this much to teams like this coming out of the lanes, especially in drafts that seem like ones that should be winning. You're giving your opponent the best opportunity to win when they can come out of the lanes with a lead like the way Extreme did.
Yeah, 2 games in a row, you have a rough laning phase. There's definitely things you need to look back at there, especially, we said there's hope for the lanes. We didn't come into either of these drafts saying there's no chance here. We always felt that there was a good chance for Dandelion to hold it together, but they just didn't. And both games as well, the games are really put on someone's shoulders. I do feel like some of the other cores need to start holding their weight a bit more, and I don't just mean that as a case of they need to play better, but I think Dandelion need to strategize a bit more evenly across the draft. If you are going to run this TA as your main +1, that is absolutely fine. But you need to give your Timbersaw a game here, guys, because it is such a good Timbersaw game. And we saw a few moments where it looked like the Timbersaw was about to kick off and kind of take control of the fights. But again, he's just missing a little bit of oomph, like 1,000 gold here and there. And it didn't really do enough for me. I mean, even ZC could have played like a more sacrificial game this time around. I feel like that would have been fine because I don't think he did much with the farm he got. And to see that on the Timber instead, I would like to see that personally, but alas, it wasn't the case, and it was the case that they got run over here by Extreme Gaming. And but what do we really think about the Pudge? Like, do you actually think that this was like a really good pick in the end here, Lizard?
No, I don't think that it was like an amazing pickup because of the Timbersaw, right? And they had heroes that dealt with him very easily. The moment he got the BKB, it looked all right, but up to that point, yeah. I think versus some other teams, perhaps this wouldn't have worked as well.
Yeah.
As, they just are able to outskill and outplay Dandelion across the map.
I will say
it was strong for the mid lane, right? Like a couple of those ganks went completely the other way because of the Pudge's flash heap, how broken it is.
Yeah, I will say though, it definitely felt like Paparazzi does not have a lot of experience playing this hero in a pro scene game. Like there were points where it felt
brave
like
statement, the cosmeticless Pudge.
Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, very brave and bold, but it felt like I don't. Like not and paparazzi makes more plays. Paparazzi, does more things with like Storm and like Void Spirit and Puck and all these other heroes. It just didn't feel like a paparazzi hero at all.
It didn't. But I mean, he was still making plays. It just wasn't necessarily working every time this time around. It was one of these games where he was trying to be active on the map, but getting caught out. Man, this is distracting. I don't know how you did it, Lizard. You just sailed straight through it, but I'm like, oh god, these guys are staring at me. I'll just stare back. But who would we say deserves the MVP for this game then, if not Paparazzi?
I don't know, Bika. What do you think? I think Nomad is on to something here. It might not be Paparazzi.
Really, the epitome of professionalism here at the China DPC.
I'm trying to think. Mic, B-Cop, here you go.
Yeah. If you could give me that mic, I'd appreciate that.
Do you want some stats, Lizard? I can give you some stats.
I guess it's Lou. Okay. In my eyes, it's Lou.
There you go.
I'm gonna go with Lou.
Some stats?
Yeah. Here you go.
Wait, give them to me. Give them to me.
Let me get those stats.
Give me the stats.
No, wait.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Pass those over.
Thank you.
Wow.
You want?
Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, do you like my little book?
Oh, I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you too, Lizard. I think they're waiting for us to tell them who are we feeling is the MVP for this game.
I say Lou. I feel like he just had a clean game. It was pretty easy.
Yeah, let's give it to Lou. He's been he's been the player of the team that everyone rips on when they don't do well. Credit where credit is due. He did quite all right this game on his Ursa. Just had a stable game. Won against the Timbersaw. he did well afterwards. I'd still give it to PYW, honestly, but sure, I'll go with you guys.
You'll go with the Ursa. I mean, Ursa's been a hero which has been struggling quite a bit through the DPC, so it's good to see it working for once. It's good to see it working out for Extreme Gaming, and of course, does open up that avenue of Roche and stuff. And man, that Aghanims is pretty damn nice on the hero as well. Alrighty, guys, it is that time. It's time to get professional. It's time to get smart as we get to talk to one of the players now, and it is DY who we're going to be speaking to about this game and about Extreme. Well, DY, thank you for coming to talk to us. And firstly, I want to know: is this a hero you enjoy playing, the Warlock? Making these big golems everywhere and just kind of dropping the rock in the fights.
恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，你自己是不是比较喜欢术士这样的英雄，就是在地图上跑来跑去，然后招个地狱火跟别人打架？
我还蛮喜欢的。
Yes, I enjoy Warlock.
Fair enough. And the other question I wanted to ask along the same theme is the Alchemist. Did Delta11 actually enjoy playing this hero and just kind of being the Aghanims factory for his team?
另外一个就是炼金这个英雄的话，你怎么想呢？就是你觉得现在这种3号就是炼金选出来给队友养 A 张这种打法，你怎么看？
我觉得对于那些对 A 仗需求度比较高的英雄来说，是一个很大的那个提升呀。这个3位炼金出现也并不罕见吧，也觉得。
Yeah, I think Alchemist is really good for those heroes need an Aghanim Scepter, and yeah, it's not a new technique anyway.
All right, I want to ask about your expectations coming into this one then, because Dandelion obviously coming up from Division 2, and this could be considered a team which you don't really know as well compared to the other teams here in Division 1 who you've probably played against a lot. So what were your expectations for this team, and was that kind of a fear of the unknown coming into this series for you guys?
想问问这场比赛打 DEC 的话，你们是一个什么样的状态？因为毕竟是这个从 A 级联赛杀上来的队伍，可能了解会比较少一点。那就是这方面可能信息比较少的话，会成为就是赛前可能比较考虑多了一个点吗？还是你们是怎么样就是赛前处理对 DEC 这场比赛的对阵的？
打之前有做过很多功课，包括对手跟我们所使用擅长的英雄都有进行过分析，拿出的阵容应该是我们认为就是胜率最高的。
Before the game start, we did a lot of preparation. We knew what they want to play and what we want to play. And after the draft, I'm pretty confident we picked the highest win rate lineup.
Highest win rate lineup. That is confidence. Lizard and B-Cop, do you guys have some questions for Mr. DY?
Sure, I've got one. Congrats on the win. Looked very convincing. I want to know, we guys regard PYW and DY as one of the best supporting combinations. Is there some 4 and a 5 that you guys look up to or think that are maybe, superstars or slightly better or just do things just as good as you?
就是我们一般都会觉得，就是 DY 跟 PYW 在一起打的话是，非常非常好，最好的就是4、5号位组合。然后我想问一下你的话，就是有没有另外一些职业的这个4、5组合，你觉得可能会跟你们一样好，或者有你们可以学的东西，或者你觉得是就是非常强势的这个搭配？
我们平时都在向 RNG 的酱油组合学习，都研究他们的路线了。然后比我们强的辅助说很多，我们真的是感觉不值一提啊。
We usually look and learn from RNG support duo. They are really good, and there are many better duos out there. We are just normal players.
Damn.
And very humble as well. Yeah.
So humble. Following up on that, is there anything you and PYW share in real life? Any common interests or something like that?
你跟 PYW 平时生活里有共同的爱好吗？
吃火锅吧。
Hot pot.
Hot pot. You guys all love hot pot in China. It's crazy. B-Cup, you got a question?
when you go to hot pot, what's the go-to dishes? Like, what's the thing you gotta have when you're at hot pot?
你去吃火锅的话，是有什么是一定要点的吗？
毛肚吧。
It's cow's stomach.
Ooh,
cow's stomach.
Okay.
Ooh, interesting. All right.
When you've got 4 guys on the team who are very experienced, and then you've got Lou who's kind of looking at all you guys for information, is it everybody at once kind of giving him tips, or is it someone in particular on the team who's trying to give Lou the guidance he needs to be a successful carry for you guys?
The mentor.
队里的话，现在就是楼是新人嘛，然后就是怎么样去指导他，就是这方面的话，是大家一起给他建议，还是说会有一个单独的，就是跟他聊得比较来的兄弟去提点一下他？
大家都会就是去帮助他呀。如果他觉得有需要的话，每个人都是非常乐意的。然后包括一个画面如何处理，其实基本上已经其他人达成共识了，就是大家的意见不会偏差太多。
Yeah, I think we are all very willing to help him. He can ask any of us, and we are all very willing to help him. And also, I think in our team, everyone is on the same page. There certain circumstances happens. I think everyone should come to a similar conclusion. So it doesn't matter. Really matters which one he goes for. So yeah, that's what I think.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well,
I've got one more question on the hot pot. On a scale from 1 to 10, how spicy do you like your broth? Because I'm an 8 person when I get my broth.
就是想问一下，1到10的辣度的话 ，DY 喜欢怎样辣度的火锅
？6吧，少了有点淡，多了又会辣，6吧。
I'll pick 6. I think not spicy is too flat of the flavor, and too spicy is not good for the health.
Not good for the health. I think, yeah, we all know what that means. Thank you very much, DY. Appreciate talking to you a lot. And we'll let you go. We'll save you from B-Cop's hot pot questions. Thanks a lot for talking to us. And of course, thank you, Marshall, as well, for the excellent translation.
感谢你接受我们的采访。
结束了是吧
？Thank you.
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
谢谢。Great stuff. I mean, my favorite part of that interview is when you asked him the hot pot question about what he likes most in it. He didn't respond to me. He was, and I could tell in that moment he was like envisaging having some hot pot right there. You know, tasting all the flavors. you transported him to a different plane with that question. He was loving it.
This interview made me hungry. That's pretty much what happened.
I can use some cow stomach.
Yeah. All right, let's go eat some lovely cow stomach. Excellent. Alrighty, well, let's just see how this win has affected the standings, because of course that is gonna mean that poor old Dandelion are now down at 1 and 3 with the likes of Aster Aries and Ehome, who are both stuck in limbo in their series at the moment because no one's actually won. That's right, we had a technical complication earlier on in the day, so their series is on pause, and we do not know how it is going to conclude just yet. But stay following Perfect World on social media to find out exactly what's going to happen with that one and when it is going to be played. But Dandelion will be stuck with them now at 1 and 3. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming, they will join the upper echelons with the 3 and 1 score, looking very, very likely to be headed to that glorious major, possibly in Arlington, possibly regional playoffs again. We don't know just yet, but fingers crossed for the best possible outcome. Guys, that's going to just about do it. Extreme Gaming, you know, they've managed to pull it together, and China is starting to look normal again. You know, no longer are we in the 1-1 zone, but things are starting to look how we expected it, right, guys?
Well, not really, because one of those teams that's 2 and 2 is PSG LGD. The other is Vichy Gaming.
True. Great point.
So I expect a ton more of 2 and 2s. We'll see if B-Cop agrees.
LGD are fine. It's all according to plan. Don't get me started again. I can't handle this.
my heart can only handle this conversation like once every 48 hours. They're fine. It was on purpose. They're good. They're in the best shape of their lives.
They're just going for the 4-3. That's all it is. They're going for the 4-3, right, Biko?
Agreed. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Alrighty then, we are all done for today, guys. Thank you so much for watching. And of course, again, due to that series earlier, the technical difficulty means it did get paused. So if you do want to see what happens with Aries versus Ehome, then make sure you follow us on social media and we'll let you know as soon as possible when we know how that one is going to resume, when we have an answer from Valve. But for now, we are stuck in limbo. But other than that, the series today have been excellent. And we look forward to seeing you next time. When is next time, I hear you ask? Well, you'll have to join us on June the 30th for more Division 1 actions. We have Vici Gaming versus Dandelion coming up then. So join us in 2 days' time for that matchup. But for today, we're all done. Thanks again, and we'll see you next time.
你不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。